Chapter 14 1900 Hours, Amman. The General was kind of charming, Bethany had to give him that. He didn't indulge in the usual tired chat-up lines or talk ad nauseam about himself. He seemed, or pretended to be, interested in her. He listened to her responses and laughed at her jokes. That didn't mean Bethany didn't cringe at his outrageous flattery, but she understood how a powerful guy like him would have success with women. His technique made them feel even more important than he was. "I bet you get all the scoops," he said, when she told him she was a journalist. "I bet the guys give you all their secrets." "Men have secrets?" "Not from you, I'm willing to bet." "Do you have secrets?" "Why don't I buy you another glass of champagne, and you can try to find out?" Bethany rewarded the General with a smile, the kind of smile that she knew made guys weak, and accepted his offer of a drink. Fair play to the guy, Danny thought. He was putting the work in. He watched their reflections in the mirror behind the bar, saw the effect of Bethany's smile. The General's eyes gleamed as brightly as his expensive brogues, and well they might. The smile was artful. It filled her expression with promise. She reached out and brushed the General's elbow with her right hand as she said something that made him laugh. A tiny gesture, but Danny knew it would be electrifying for O'Brien. He felt a pang of jealousy. Under other circumstances, he wouldn't mind being in the General's position right now. A minute later the General returned Bethany's gesture, a little more clumsily perhaps, but Bethany didn't shrink away when he touched her knee. She smiled at him again. Something grabbed Danny's attention. He'd been aware of the chit-chat around him. It had almost exclusively been in Arabic, although he had tuned in to the occasional sentence in American-accented English. Now he heard a different language, Russian. He was certain, even though he didn't speak it. He glanced over his shoulder. Two men were sitting at a nearby table. One had sandy hair and wore a grey polo neck underneath a tan leather jacket. The other had black hair and a Tom Selleck moustache, and had on an open-neck shirt. They had shot glasses of colourless liquid on the table in front of them, and were talking quietly. Nothing overtly suspicious, but Danny made a mental note of their presence. He turned back to the bar. Bethany had one hand on the General's knee. In Danny's eyes, he was as good as dead. 17:03 hours GMT. Rostropovich was being a pain in the arse, despite his gun wound. Hobbs was patching him up, and he was screaming at him in Russian, with the tone of voice of a man accustomed to being obeyed. Fair play to Hobbs, he was keeping calm, but Cunningham could tell he wanted to shut him up. The rest of the guys had checked there was nobody else in the apartment, and now he could hear the police officers summoned from the basement talking to the woman and kids in firm, measured voices, keeping them separate from where the regiment team was doing its job. Cunningham turned his attention to Polyakov. On jungle training, he had once caught a fer-de-lance snake. It was nearly 2 meters long, its body thick and brown. Cunningham had pinned it to the forest floor by the neck with a forked stick, and that snake had hissed and writhed violently in the few seconds it took for him to remove his knife and hack its head off. Polyakov reminded him of that snake. He was face down on the floor, cheek to the carpet, hands behind his back, wrists plastic-cuffed. Cunningham had one heavy boot between his shoulder blades to keep him on the floor, but Polyakov still kicked and wriggled and hissed and spat in Russian. He seemed to think Cunningham himself was Russian. Flecks of saliva showered from his lips. Cunningham didn't know what he was saying, nor did he care. In one hand he had Polyakov's phone and a money clip containing Russian and British currency. His own phone was in his other hand up to his ear and on the line to Hereford. "We got him," he said. "Roger that, patching you through to Vauxhall." A brief pause, then another male voice, thin and reedy.
"This is Starrick. What is your status?"
"I've got a Rusky called Polyakov under me boot, and another one called Rostropovich who might have to use his other hand to tug himself off for a wee bit."
"What do you mean, man?" Is Rostropovich hurt?
I shot him in the shoulder, so it probably stings a little. Cunningham didn't know who Sturrock was, but he didn't like the sound of his voice. He'll live, he added, but he needs a medic. You want us to bring Polyakov in?
Immediately. You know where to go?
Aye, Cunningham said. We know where to go. What about Rostropovich?
Keep him there for now and await further instructions.
Cunningham killed a call and bent over. With one hand on the back of Polyakov's shirt and the other on his bound wrists, he hauled the Russian to his feet. Polyakov's hair was dishevelled. The mole on his left cheek was bleeding slightly. He staggered, then started hissing away in Russian again. Cunningham drew his handgun, put it to Polyakov's head, and put one forefinger to his lips to make a shush gesture. Polyakov fell silent. "Better," Cunningham told him. "You're coming with me." "You are not from Moscow?" "Don't insult me. I'm from fucking Glasgow, you cunt." He guided Polyakov to the exit. The Russian's eyes bulged when he saw the wound in Rostropovich's shoulder, but he kept quiet as Cunningham manoeuvred him down the corridor. The door where the women and kids were being held was half open. One of the police officers was standing there, blocking the view in and out. The woman shouted something in Russian. She sounded distraught, and Polyakov shouted back. "I said shut the fuck up," Cunningham told him, and he pressed his weapon into the flesh of his neck. Hunter and Parsons were in the lobby area. Hunter had the manager on his back, 2 fingers pressed to his neck. The 2 guards were still on the floor. "Medics are on their way," Hunter replied to Cunningham's unasked question. Hunter stood up. The guard with brown hair and the burn mark was face down a couple of meters away. Hunter bent over him, grabbed the hair at the back of his neck, and smashed his face hard into the floor. "Never fucking try it on with me again," he said. As he spoke, 3 more guys entered the room from the direction of the service lift. Cracknell, Finch and Knowles, the remaining men on Hunter's team who'd been keeping eyes on the building all day. Cracknell glanced at the bullet holes in the wall, the damaged painting and the smears of blood. "Been busy?" he said. "Clean up here," Cunningham said. "Deal with our medics, stick close to Rostropovich while we wait for the headshed to tell us what to do with him, and make sure the family's okay. Hunter, come with me. We're taking this fucker in." One of the guys must have reset the service lift, while Cunningham had been dealing with Polyakov in the dining room. It was in its proper position, and the doors were waiting open for them. Cunningham hustled Polyakov into the lift, and he and Hunter escorted him back down to the basement. As soon as the lift doors opened, they were flooded with the flashing blue lights of an ambulance screeching down into the basement. More were coming. They could hear the sirens outside. The SAS men didn't get involved with the medics. They kept their heads averted from the lights that flooded the whole underground car park as they hurried their prisoner to the Amazon van. The engine was already turning over. Hunter opened up the back doors and Cunningham unceremoniously chucked Polyakov into the back. He lost his footing and fell heavily, unable to stop himself because his wrists were still bound. Cunningham and Hunter jumped in after him and slammed the doors shut. Total darkness. As the van pulled away, Cunningham took his maglite from his pocket and pointed it at the Russian sprawled uncomfortably on the floor of the van. He looked back into the light. To Cunningham's surprise, he was smiling. 1930 hours, Amman. Bethany and the General were on their 3rd drink. Danny had no way of knowing if her apparent tipsiness was an act, but he knew for damn sure that it was having an effect on the General. O'Brien was becoming a good deal more touchy-feely. His flirtation was becoming more meaningful. He was leading up to something. Danny stood up and walked to the bar, where he ordered another glass of water within earshot of Bethany and the General. "You know," he heard the General say, "this is a pretty swell hotel. You seen the rooms?" "No," Bethany replied. She hesitated. "But I'd like to. Do you have a minibar?" "Do I have a minibar?" The General grinned. Danny took his water back to his seat and carried on watching them. The stroke of Bethany's arm, the touch of her leg. Each time the General made physical contact with her, she seemed to lean in closer to him. She reciprocated. She gazed outrageously at him over the brim of her champagne glass, and when he leaned in and whispered something in her ear, she did something Danny had never seen her do before. She giggled. It was a masterclass. The General stood up from his stool. He looked around the bar, absent-mindedly correcting the stiff collar of his pink shirt, and caught Danny's eye. Danny cursed inwardly, but he didn't make the mistake of looking away. That would be suspicious. He held the General's gaze. There was absolutely no indication of drunkenness in his demeanour now, and made a cheers gesture with his glass of water. But by then the General had moved on. Danny restarted his pretense with his phone while keeping an eye on the General. He was obviously looking for somebody. He found them at a table by the main entrance to the bar. It was one of the 3 army guys he'd walked in with. No words were spoken, but some kind of understanding passed between them, a prearranged signal. Danny recalled what Atwood had said about the General. "O'Brien will be well guarded in the hotel, but he has a weak spot. It's about 6 inches long and hangs between his legs." The soldier at the entrance knew exactly what was going on, and what his boss was silently telling him. "Let her come. We don't need any close protection for an hour or 2. The soldier inclined his head in acknowledgement. The General turned to Bethany, said something. She smiled. The General, perhaps unconsciously, rubbed his right brogue against the back of his left leg, keeping it shiny, obviously concerned that he should look as good as possible. Bethany was quite a catch. He turned, walked back along the bar, and exited the way he'd entered. Bethany gave it 5 minutes. Danny noticed that she didn't touch the remainder of her drink. She examined herself in the mirror behind the bar and rearranged her hair. If she saw the smirk the soldier by the door gave her, she didn't show it, nor did she acknowledge or make any eye contact with Danny. She just sat there, cross-legged, straight-backed, beautiful but unapproachable. And then, when the 5 minutes were up, she stood and followed the General's path out of the bar. There are some conversations between the authorities and a suspect that can safely take place in public. The "do you know what speed you were doing, sir?" kind of conversation. Other conversations need the security and focus of a police station. The "can you account for your movements on the night of the 15th kind of conversation. Sometimes the security arrangements require more heft. The basement cells of a secure central London location, perhaps, for the "trust me, pal, right now, we're your best chance of avoiding a rap for terrorism charges" conversations. And then there was the kind of conversation that Alice Goodenough and Maxwell Stark needed to have with Dmitry Polyakov. The off-the-record, deniable kind of conversation. The kind of conversation that involved bruises, split lips, a broken bone or 2 if the suspect was being particularly uncooperative, or worse. Conversations like that take place in unofficial locations, an anonymous safe house perhaps, or, in this case, a prefab warehouse in an industrial park in West London. A bleak, grey, single-storey structure surrounded by a high, sturdy wire fence, the entrance ordinarily padlocked, and an old metal plaque with the words "Park Royal Logistics" hanging off it at an angle. It always amused Alice, on the rare occasion she had time to watch TV, to see spooks arriving in black cars with tinted windows. In real life, they used cars like the one she and Stark had taken from the carpool in the basement of the MI6 building, a 5-year-old Skoda Octavia. Never look at it twice, unremarkable. Stark was driving. The car suited him. They were equally shabby. He looked even tubbier behind the wheel, but Alice couldn't help noticing that he drove with a deft skill that she wouldn't have expected of him. As they approached the entrance to the warehouse, Alice saw a transit van with the Amazon logo printed on the side parked out front. The chain and padlock on the entrance gate were hanging loose. She got out of the car, opened it up, and returned to her place in the passenger seat. Stark drove into the warehouse, parked up by the Amazon van, and killed the engine. But he didn't get out. He seemed to be thinking. Alice gave him the space to do that. He took off his glasses and looked at her. It was the first time she'd seen him without those thick-rimmed frames, and she was surprised at how much younger he looked, sharper too. It occurred to her that his avuncular persona and all that business with the extra-strong mints was an act. It was designed to put people at their ease and maybe to make them underestimate him. But all of a sudden, Maxwell Stark did not look like a man to be underestimated. "You're going places, Alice," he said finally. "You're a bright girl, bright enough to know that, I'm sure." Alice nodded. "The trouble is, you're not the first to be in this situation. I've seen it happen before. A promising prospect, exactly the kind of person we need, but they never make it because there are certain parts of the job they can't stomach. Do you follow me?" "I think so, sir," said Alice. "Sometimes the ends justify the means, Alice. The SAS have delivered Polyakov to us, and he is now in the gentle care of 2 MI6 operators in this building. It may be that he sings like a canary the moment we walk in, but in my experience that rarely happens. It can take weeks, months even, to break these people down. We don't have that kind of leisure. We have active military operations all over the world. If General O'Brien has leaked intelligence on any more of them to Polyakov, it means we have men and women in danger of their lives right now." He held up one finger. "You're thinking that confessions extorted through torture are seldom reliable, and you're right, up to a point. But the men who are looking after Polyakov in this facility cut their teeth performing rendition during the Iraq War. They are skilled at enhanced interrogation techniques. They know what they're doing. If you have a problem with it, now would be the time to speak up." Alice glanced at the grey prefab. "No problem, sir," she said. "Excellent. Peppermint?" "I think you can stop offering me peppermints now, sir." Stark inclined his head. "Shall we go?" It was a warm night, but the temperature dropped a few degrees as they entered the building through a dented green metal side door. They were in a large open space. The floor was a concrete slab, the walls concrete panels, sapping any residual warmth. The strip lights hanging from the ceiling buzzed and flickered, but only over the far side of the warehouse. Alice and Stark were in shadow. 2 men stood under the flickering lights. They both wore black balaclavas. A third guy was tied to a high-backed chair, rope coiled around his body and arms, his ankles tightly bound to the chair legs. He was naked. He was trying to shout out, but his voice was muffled because he was gagged with something. The chair shook as he struggled against the ropes, and that was the only other sound in the room, the knock and scrape of the chair legs against the concrete floor. "Shall we?" Stark said. He made an after-you gesture. Alice thought it was oddly gentlemanly given the circumstances. As she drew closer, Alice recognized Polyakov's face from his picture. Of course, he looked different. The rag in his mouth gave him the slight appearance of a goldfish. His eyes were bloodshot, his face pale. She couldn't help looking at the rest of his body, the pallid white skin losing its definition with age, the triangle of dark chest hair, his penis unusually fat. As she grew closer, she could smell something. Urine. There was a puddle under the chair, and liquid dripped from the wood. The 2 balaclavaed men stood silently behind him, hands behind their backs. Alice and Stark came to a halt a couple of meters from Polyakov, just shy of where a rivulet of urine was flowing from the puddle. Polyakov fell silent and stopped struggling. He looked at the 2 newcomers with wide eyes and started to shake his head. "Zdravstvuyte," said Stark in impeccable Russian. "Hello." He nudged his spectacles further up the bridge of his nose. We happen to know you speak English, Mr. Polyakov, so I suggest we conduct our conversation in that language." He smiled. "I say conversation. What I really mean is we're going to ask you questions, and you're going to tell us the answers. If we suspect that you're not telling the truth, we'll ask our friends here," he gestured towards the two men in balaclavas, "to persuade you to do so. In my experience, that usually involves fingers. Is that right, gentlemen?" The taller of the two balaclavaed men walked round to the front of the chair. His boots splashed in the puddle of urine, but it didn't seem to bother him. He held something up, a pair of garden secateurs with green rubber handles. He gave them a couple of test squeezes, then returned to his position behind the chair. Polyakov's eyes were bulging, and he was shaking his head more frantically than ever. The chair scraped and banged, and Alice thought he might topple. Stark raised a calming hand. "Mr. Polyakov, please, such a display helps neither of us. The calmer we can all remain, the more productive this conversation will be." To Alice's surprise, his words had the required effect. Polyakov fell silent again, though he couldn't entirely suppress his trembling. "That's much better," said Stark. He removed a packet of extra-strong mints from his pocket, popped one in his mouth, and sucked noisily for a few seconds. "Now then, we're going to talk about our friend General Frank O'Brien. We're very well aware that he gave you intelligence about a British military operation in Syria. For your information, that resulted in the death of 13 British soldiers, and I have to tell you, the consensus is you should be thrown to the wolves for that. If you'd rather not spend the next 30 years in our frankly appalling prison system, I suggest you tell us right now what other operations, British or otherwise, are currently compromised." He looked at the man with the secateurs. "Would you mind?" he said, wagging a finger at the rag in Polyakov's mouth. The man walked to the front again and removed the gag. Polyakov was talking almost before it was out of his mouth. "You've got it wrong! You've got it wrong!" he said in Russian. Stark sighed regretfully. "Put it back, if you'd be so kind," he said, and the man stuffed the rag back into Polyakov's mouth amid much muffled dissent. Stark took a step back, and Alice emulated him. Stark bowed his head miserably. "Go ahead," he said. The masked man didn't hesitate, other than to give the secateurs another couple of test squeezes. They didn't make a sound as the curved blades closed in on each other. Polyakov started to squeal, each squeal accompanied by another scraping of the chair. The man leaned over and moved the secateurs into position over Polyakov's right hand. Alice was relieved that she couldn't see it happen. Her view of Polyakov's hand was blocked by the masked man's back. She heard it, though, the same slice and crunch that she remembered from watching her mother cut up chicken in their tiny kitchen at home, and she heard the flat splash as the finger landed in the puddle on the concrete floor. Polyakov's squealing went up an octave. As the masked man stood aside, Alice couldn't help her eye being drawn to the detached digit. It looked much smaller now that it was no longer connected to the hand. Blood dripped onto it from the wound. Alice felt nauseous, but managed to remain impassive. "We'll try again," said Stark. His usual polite tone now had an edge. "Which other military operations are currently compromised?" He nodded at the masked man, who stepped round again and pulled the rag from Polyakov's mouth. Polyakov inhaled noisily and started to pant. Alice was reminded of a thirsty dog. But Polyakov wasn't thirsty. He was desperately trying to control the pain, or so it seemed to Alice. His eyes were clenched shut, his face screwed up. After 30 seconds or so, the panting stopped, and his eyes opened. "You've got it all wrong," he said, and he was speaking English now, albeit with a thick Russian accent. "Why do you think I'm hiding in London? Why do you think the oligarch Rostropovich is giving me sanctuary?" Stark and Alice exchanged a look. Then Stark's eyes flickered towards the finger on the floor. "I suggest you tell us," he said. "I was not receiving intelligence from O'Brien. I was supplying it." He grimaced horribly. "My hand!" "What do you mean?" Stark said. There was a catch in his voice. "You don't understand what's happening. You don't know your friends from your enemies." "What the—" Alice put a gentle hand on Stark's arm to silence him. Stark flicked her away, clearly irritated by her intervention. But she persisted. "Sir, think about it. Number 10 were hesitant about us raiding Rostropovich's apartment. Surely that means he's more aligned to us than to the Russian administration." "Rostropovich hates the Russian administration," Polyakov almost shouted. "He was the only person I could trust to hide my family while O'Brien does his work." "Polyakov is a whistleblower, sir," Alice said. Stark shook his head testily. "We heard the tape of Polyakov and O'Brien talking," he said. "We heard O'Brien give him details of the 022 operation." "We heard fragments of a conversation, sir," Alice said quietly. "I demand to see the British Foreign Secretary," Polyakov shouted. "This is no way to treat your allies. Untie me, give me clothes, give me medical assistance." "We heard your conversation with O'Brien, Polyakov, chapter and verse. He was giving you sensitive military intelligence so the Russians could ambush a British unit." Polyakov's wild eyes narrowed. "Give me my phone," he said. "No phone calls," Stark said. "I don't want to make a phone call. Give it to me." Stark nodded at the masked man. He produced a phone and handed it over. "I have only met O'Brien once," Polyakov said, "in Crete. I recorded our conversation. You can listen to it. It will tell you what you need to know." It was a messy business, tapping the fingerprint sensor on the phone with Polyakov's bleeding hand. Stark did it with obvious distaste, holding the phone by the edge gingerly in an attempt not to become bloodied. Polyakov directed him to a recording app. "June the 20th, Polyakov said. "Play the recording." Alice was aware of a strange shift in power as Stark followed Polyakov's instruction. He put the phone on speaker. 2 voices filled the room. Alice recognized General O'Brien and Polyakov himself. They were muffled. It sounded to Alice as though Polyakov's phone had been in a pocket as he was recording, but they were audible. "I don't feel good about this. I'm supposed to be on vacation. We shouldn't be seen together. Your people or my people work out we've been talking. It could blow everything apart. You think I would take this kind of risk without looking you in the eye? I need to know you mean what you say." "You don't need to worry about that. I got the security of the whole damn United States in my hands. That son of a bitch in the Oval Office is unhinged, and I gotta deal with him. And I can't do it without you, right?" "Right." A pause, the clinking of glasses, a low hubbub of voices in the background. Polyakov cleared his throat in the recording. "I have something for you. I'm all ears. The Americans have passed us information about a British military operation in Syria. I have details. 14 men, a nighttime raid on a prison facility to collect some Kurdish militants. Operation call sign 022. My people have passed it to the Wagner Group. There will be an ambush, a massacre." Another pause. "Jesus, 14 men. 022, you say?" 022. "I can't do anything about it." "You must tell the British." "Not possible. If my people have given your people hard intel, and the Brits suddenly change their plans, we got a whole world of problems. Both sides are going to know there's a leak, and our job becomes twice as hard." "Maybe you're right. This is the biggest operation we've worked on. We need to be careful we don't make a mistake." "I need to be careful nobody points a finger at me." Damn, it bites. 14 men. SF by the sound of the op. 14 good men. But what we're doing is more important, grand scheme of things. We gotta accept there's gonna be collateral. Casualties of war. Every soldier knows the risk. Damn, it bites. You'd better get out of here. Anyone sees us. The conversation was suddenly drowned out by the blare of loud dance music. But they'd heard enough. Stark killed the recording. Silence fell on them like a heavy weight. "Untie me," Polyakov said. "Do it," Stark said. He sounded slightly sick. Polyakov's release was an unseemly business. Once the ropes were loosened, he slipped in his own urine, seemingly dizzy from the loss of blood from his wound. He refused any help to put his clothes back on, and it took an age as he awkwardly wormed his damaged hand into his shirt, smearing blood all over the material as he did so. Scruffily dressed, he turned back to Stark and Alice. "Where are my family?" "Safe," said Stark. "I don't trust you. I demand to see the Foreign Secretary, and I demand to see my family. I don't say another word until I see them." "Forget it," Stark snapped. "You'll see nobody until I have more information, and if you don't give me that information, you know what will happen. You said Rostropovich was the only person you trusted to hide your family while O'Brien does his work. What did you mean by that?" Polyakov spat on the ground. Stark turned to the balaclavaed man with the secateurs and nodded. He strode towards Polyakov, who shrank back into his chair. "Get this animal away from me!" Another nod from Stark called the masked man off. Polyakov clutched his bleeding hand. His eyes rolled, and for a moment Alice thought he might faint. Then he seemed to compose himself. He closed his eyes, opened them again. "My government is working with the American president." The sneer on his lips made it quite clear what he thought about that arrangement. "Collusion," Stark said. "Collusion?" Polyakov said it like it was an absurd word. "You cannot even imagine the extent of it." "Enlighten me." Polyakov's eyes were rolling again. "He needs to sit down, sir," Alice said, earning herself an irritated look from her boss. "Talk," Stark said. "My people?" "When you say your people, you mean the Kremlin, the FSB?" "Elements within both, close to the Russian president. They have been supplying—" He frowned for a moment and closed his eyes. Alice thought he was going to pass out and stepped forwards to help him. But then he opened his eyes again, and she realized he had been searching for an English word. "Deep fake," he said. "What do you mean?" Stark turned to Alice. "What does he mean?" "Deep fake video, sir. It's mostly a pornography thing. The faces of celebrities mapped onto porn actors. The technology is very advanced." "Pornography," Polyakov spat. "This has nothing to do with pornography. This is deepfake video footage of the American president's political adversaries meeting with non-terror suspects." "I don't understand," said Stark. "Which terror suspects?" "There are no terror suspects, sir," Alice said. "They're all fake. Their faces are mapped onto the faces of ordinary people the president's political rivals might have met quite innocently." Her mind was rushing. Dots were joining up. She realized she was several steps ahead of her boss, and an icy sensation hit her in the gut. "Sir," she said, but Stark brushed her away. "Do you have evidence of this?" he demanded of Polyakov. "I gave it to O'Brien," Polyakov said. "The original footage and the deep fake footage. Separate files. Anyone looking at them side by side will understand what is going on." "You have copies?" Polyakov looked at him like he was stupid. "You think I would risk that?" "Sir," Alice said. "You didn't upload it somewhere?" Polyakov didn't even bother replying to what he clearly thought was a preposterous suggestion. "I gave it to O'Brien," he repeated. "He knows what to do with it, but he must be fast. The American president is planning something, an attack on his own soil." "When? Where?" "I don't know where." "When, then?" Polyakov swayed. He said something, but it was indistinct. Stark nodded at the masked man, who strode up to Polyakov, held him by both shoulders and shook him. "When?" he repeated. Polyakov's reply was hoarse. "The 4th, he said, of July." "Sir," Alice repeated, her voice urgent. The masked man was helping Polyakov to the ground. Stark was staring at him, apparently frozen by this new intelligence. "Sir, if O'Brien is innocent, we need to move fast. Hereford have sent someone to deal with him. It's happening, sir. Now. He might already be dead." Polyakov looked aghast at her, his face racked with pain. Then, quite unexpectedly, he started to laugh. "They've conned you into doing that?" He shook his head, as though he couldn't quite believe their stupidity. "They've persuaded you to kill O'Brien? Then it's over. All the risks I took have been for nothing." His eyes rolled. "We need to stop it happening, sir," Alice said. Polyakov laughed again. "You will never stop it happening," he said. "Don't you see? We need to speak to Hereford, sir. Tell them to pull the up." "They don't make mistakes, these people," Polyakov said. "There is always a backup plan, always." His voice was fading. "Where is O'Brien now? Jordan? You're taking all the hit in Jordan. Trust me, if the American president has decided to eliminate him, it is with the knowledge of the Russians. They are the same, don't you see? And we will have someone else there, the Wagner Group, ready to finish the job if you call it off." His eyes rolled again, and he slumped heavily onto the balaclavaed man, finally unconscious. Stark stared at Alice. She could see a pulse in his jaw. He suddenly looked 10 years older. He pulled out his own mobile phone, dialed a number, and practically screamed into it. "Get me Hereford on the line! Just do it, now!" Chapter 15. The general might have instructed his guys not to follow her, but Bethany couldn't assume they'd obeyed. It was 7:45, an hour and 15 minutes since she had made contact with the general. His suite was on the 3rd floor. He'd given Bethany, or Sophia, as she'd introduced herself, the room number 318. Bethany took the plushly carpeted stairs, but walked a circuit of the 2nd floor to check she wasn't being tailed. Her destination was hardly a secret, of course, but if she was being followed, she would have to tell the general, or Frank, as he'd introduced himself, so that he could dismiss the over-enthusiastic guard from outside his door. She hoped the procedure she had in mind would be silent, but she had to plan for the unexpected. No tail. Back in the stairwell, she could hear 2 men speaking in Russian on the floor below. Should that concern her? Chances were she could find guests from 20 different nations staying here if she cared to look. She moved to the 3rd floor, found the general's room, and knocked. She couldn't help but be inwardly revolted when he opened the door in his hotel robe. It was a patterned Japanese kimono, knee-length, flimsy satin material. The general was a big guy, and the kimono was almost comically inadequate. His greying chest hair was visible where the lapels crossed, and his military ID tags, which he wore around his neck, nestled half-hidden in the hair. The sleeves stopped a good couple of inches above his wrist. His shins were much paler than his face and hands, and although he was well built, his legs had lost all their hair, like some older men's do, but he seemed pleased with himself. Bethany forced herself to be outwardly appreciative, even though she found the pungent smell of aftershave and martinis unpleasant. "I see you slipped into something more comfortable," she said. "When you spend as much time as I do in uniform, it must be stifling. Are you going to invite me in?" The general raised an eyebrow, stepped to one side, and gestured for Bethany to come in. The door clicked shut. "Nice," she said, looking around the well-appointed room. The blackout curtains were closed, blocking what Bethany's sense of direction told her would be a view of the square at the front of the hotel. There was a comfortable sofa and a dining table, a large TV, and even a small cocktail bar. 2 doors on opposite walls. "I thought soldiers had to make do with grubby little barrack rooms." "Oh, sure, I've seen my share of those." He winked at her like a kindly uncle. Bethany had to stop herself cringing. "But there have to be a few privileges of rank, don't you think?" "Were you going to offer me a drink?" she said. "Name it. Uncle Sam's paying." "He sounds like a very generous uncle." "Well, like lots of uncles, he has his good traits and his bad." There were tumblers, highball glasses, and champagne flutes behind the bar. The tumblers looked sturdiest. "I'll have a scotch," she said. "A girl after my own heart," said the General. He poured 2 whiskies and handed one to Bethany. She was right. The tumbler felt solid in her hand. If she smashed it against the counter, it would provide a sharp, heavy-duty shard, clumsy but usable in the absence of any other weapon. She took a sip of her whiskey. "Take it slowly," she told herself. "Let him make the first move. The more he thinks he's in control, the less he is." "You've a busy few days coming up," she said. "The peace talks. Lots of the heavy lifting has already been done, truth to tell. That's what all these meetings have been over the last couple of days. Hopefully we'll get some ink on paper at the main conference tomorrow. If I manage to stop the Turks and the Kurds shooting each other across the conference table, it'll be a goddamn result. Those are some crazy sons of bitches." He gave a rueful smile. "But they seem to listen to me, so I do what I can. And then back to D.C. You ever been?" "A couple of times." "It's a bear pit, Sophia, and it's about to get a hell of a sight uglier, mark my words." "Oh, yeah?" "Oh, yeah, with yours truly in the middle of it." "Sounds to me like you could do with relaxing before it all kicks off." He held up his whiskey glass, winked at her again, and took a sip. "Hey, I don't normally do this kind of thing, you know." "Liar," Bethany said archly. "Mind if I freshen up?" "Knock yourself out." She pointed inquiringly to one of the doors. "That's the bedroom," the General said. "Well, we don't want to jump the gun," Bethany said, and she headed through the other door. She locked herself in the bathroom, a marble surround to the bath, bright downlighters, the smell of aftershave. She stood for a moment with her back to the door, eyes closed, breathing deeply, calming herself, trying to keep her focus. She thought of her little boy and wondered what he was doing now. That thought got her focused again. The sooner she left this place, the sooner she could see him again. She made a quick audit of the General's toiletries, hotel shampoo and shower gel, a tube of shaving cream, a bottle of Aramis, a packet of Viagra hidden behind a box of paracetamol. She had been prepared to crack open the plastic housing of a safety razor, but it seemed like the General favoured the old-fashioned way. There was a traditional razor on the glass shelf in front of the mirror, and a small white plastic box of spare blades. She slid one of the blades out and took off her shoe. She lifted the inner sole, hid the blade underneath it, then she put the shoe back on. She flushed the toilet and ran the tap for 30 seconds. Then she fixed herself in the mirror and returned to the main room. The General had finished his whiskey and was leaning against the bar. His kimono had slipped a little, revealing more of his chest hair. He appreciatively eyed Bethany up and down, and there was an expectant silence. Bethany walked up to him, taking her time, her lips slightly parted, fixing him with the kind of stare that she knew made men helpless. There was something quietly pathetic about his puppy-dog eyes and the way his breath trembled as he exhaled. She approached him, and as she walked, her mind was making tiny calculations. The General was at least half a head height taller than her. And though he had 30 years on her, he still had a powerful frame. There was simply no way she could overpower him physically. Even if she managed to attack him with the razor blade, he would likely still have the opportunity to call for help. It was essential, therefore, that he was entirely disabled before she made her move. She stood just inches away from him. She could smell the booze on his breath, a mixture of the martinis and the whiskey, neither of them masked by his aftershave. He started to say something, but she put one finger to his lips. With her other hand, she pulled the cord of his kimono. It fell open. He was completely naked underneath, naked and grotesquely ready for action. His body was fit but aging. She slid her forefinger from his lips, down along his chin to his neck, along the center of his chest, stopping just where his stomach protruded tightly. "Which door was the bedroom again?" she said. The hotel bar continued to fill up. It was busy now, but Danny had chosen his position wisely and could still see both exits, the one to his left, by which he had entered, and the one at the far end of the bar. He ordered another drink and waited. The general's guy was still sitting at the main table by the bar. Like Danny, he was sipping from a glass of mineral water, but now lacked the military stiffness that had been evident when the general was present. He picked up his phone from the table. He pretended to scroll through it again while surveying the room and trying to work out how long he would need to sit there. Bethany had left 10 minutes ago. How long would she need? Half an hour? Longer? He found himself thinking of the photographs he'd examined back in Hereford of her previous handiwork. He wished he'd told her not to get creative. The general just needed to be dead. There was nothing to be gained from putting on a show. His phone buzzed silently in his hand. Number withheld. He frowned. Who the hell would be calling him? Only Hereford had this number, which answered the question. He took the call. "Yeah."
"Black?"
He recognized the CO's voice and knew it was important for Williamson to be making the call himself. "Go ahead."
"Abort, immediately."
A beat. "What do you mean?"
"What the hell do you think I mean? 6 have got it wrong. They're being manipulated. You need to get the general safely out of there, whatever it takes."
"It might be too late."
"Make sure it isn't. Tell him that we know about Polyakov and the deep fakes. And Black, you can expect interference, most likely Russian, possibly Wagner Group. They might be on site to finish the general off in the event that you're unsuccessful."
At the mention of the Wagner Group, Danny clenched his jaw. He glanced over at the 2 Russian men at the nearby table, and he flashed back to the final moments of the 022 op. "Roger that," he said. The line went dead. The alarm clock by the general's bed read 8 o'clock. There were 2 kimonos in the bedroom. There was the one that had slid from the general's shoulders to the floor as Bethany had undressed him, and there was the one hanging on the back of the door. Bethany had identified it the moment they had entered the bedroom, and her strategy for the next few minutes had formed itself. The bedroom was large and comfortable. There was a dressing table and a writing desk and 2 deep armchairs. The curtains were closed. There was dusky pink mood lighting. His clothes were folded with military neatness on a high-backed chair. The shiny brown brogues were next to them on the floor, precisely square to the chair. The bed dominated the room, emperor size, a modern 4-poster frame without drapes, plump pillows and embroidered cushions, complimentary chocolates on the pillows. The general was naked, apart from the military ID tags around his neck. He stood between Bethany and the bed, a schoolboy grin on his old face. "Lie down," she told him. He did as she said, propping himself up on the pillows. "I'm going to give you a little show," she said. "Sounds swell," said the general. "I like to take in a show." "You'll love this one," she said, and she started to remove her clothes. Her jacket first, which she dropped onto the floor next to the general's kimono, then her blouse, which she removed to reveal her black bra. She slipped off her shoes. One of them she kicked across the floor, the other, the shoe with the razor blade, she kept upright and accessible. She wormed her way out of her skirt, so that now she was standing there in her underwear. The general's appreciation was evident on his face and elsewhere. Bethany gave him a girlish twirl, mussing her hair as she did so, and he said, "Bravo, hottest turkey in town." "I thought you'd enjoy it," she said. She touched the tip of her tongue to her front teeth and made a coquettish look skywards, as though a naughty idea had just come to her. "Let's play a game," she said. Danny felt his blood burning. He had no way of contacting Bethany, and he didn't know the general's room number. He was momentarily frozen, paralyzed by his lack of options. What the hell was happening? How could he stop Bethany in time? He looked across the room. The general's guy was still slouched in his chair, glass of mineral water in hand. He would know where the general was. Suddenly, Danny had options. Could he be persuaded to give up the general's room number? No chance. Just asking the question would surround Danny with a cadre of suspicious American soldiers. Could he be coerced physically? Perhaps, but that would mean getting him on his own, and if he was well trained, the process could take some time. Danny didn't have time, so he needed another idea. He stood up and hurried towards the far exit and out of the bar. The belts from the two kimonos were soft and satiny to the touch, but they were strong, too. Bethany could tell as she pulled one of them taut, before wrapping it along one arm. She draped the other over her left shoulder so that it covered her bra strap. Then she walked towards the bed, where the general was breathing heavily. He reminded Bethany of a hungry dog waiting for his dinner, and just as a hungry dog will perform any trick for food, she knew that the general was now lost to the moment. The job was as good as done. "Give me your hand, baby," she said. The general did as he was told. His palm was warm and a little sweaty. He was entirely compliant as she tied one end of the loose kimono cord to his wrist and the other to the corresponding bedpost. She put her face close to his as if to kiss him, but drew away at the last moment, teasing him. She sashayed round to the other side of the bed, slowly unwrapping the other kimono cord from around her arm. She didn't even have to ask him for his other hand. He offered it to her, and was silent and meek as she tied it to the opposite bedpost. She stepped back to look at him. His Viagra had done its work, and it occurred to her that under other circumstances her best option would be to present this as a sex game gone wrong. But she didn't have the time for anything sophisticated. She wanted the job done and to be out of here. So the razor was her friend. The general's legs were still free, but without the use of his arms he was effectively out of action. She couldn't drop her pretense just yet. She didn't want his suspicions to be raised, and for him to start struggling and making noise. So she continued to sashay as she turned her back on him and walked over to where his clothes were neatly folded, and picked up his pair of pale blue briefs. She turned and held them up, winking at him suggestively. His brow wrinkled, half confused, half amused, as if to say, "What are you going to do with those?" She walked back towards him. Danny found the fire alarm call point in an instant. It was situated at the bottom of the stairwell just to the right of the elevator, a glass panel framed in red, the instruction to break the glass in case of emergency, written in both English and Arabic. He checked his surroundings. Nobody was watching, so he smashed his elbow into the panel. The response was immediate, a deafeningly loud alarm, high-pitched and quickly alternating between two notes. Danny hurriedly climbed the stairs to the first floor. A military man would know never to use the lift if there was a fire, and so he figured that the general's guy would be there any minute, either to head straight to a room on the first floor or to continue up the stairs. It took about 20 seconds. Guests were already hurrying from their bedrooms, pushing past Danny as he loitered on the half-landing, trying to zone out the ringing sound of the fire alarm. The general's guy pushed against the tide, taking 2 steps at a time. He paid no attention to Danny as he passed. He was looking up, not back, so he didn't see Danny follow him. Bethany stood by the side of the bed and leaned over. She squeezed the general's nose between her thumb and forefinger, and she knew that, at last, he was beginning to realize that something was not right. His body tensed up, and looking down she could see that his excitement was waning. She held his underwear close to his mouth. He would open it eventually, either to breathe or to shout out. When he did that, she would stuff the briefs inside and silence him. But the general was a smart guy. He knew what would happen when he opened his mouth, so for now he kept it clenched. He started to kick violently and to strain against the kimono cords, but Bethany had tied perfect double constrictor knots. She noticed how his hands reddened as the blood supply to them became restricted. A minute passed. His face was becoming red, too. His eyes bulged. She kept the pressure on his nose, keeping the nostrils shut, and then it happened. He needed to breathe. He parted his lips, but kept his teeth clenched as he tried to inhale. That was all she needed. She stuffed the underpants hard inside his mouth, crumpling them into a ball, forcing them between his teeth and pushing them to the back of the throat. He tried to bite her fingers, but the pressure of the material against the back of his mouth made him gag and open his mouth even wider, so she was able to force all the material inside before withdrawing her hand. He was kicking in a frenzy now, arching his body up as he writhed and struggled against the cords. The mattress shifted underneath him, but Bethany wasn't worried. He wasn't going anywhere. She hurried back round to where her clothes were piled on the floor. It would be better to put them on before she did it. Then she could get out of there the moment his throat was cut, and she had confirmed that he was dead. She felt awkward as she dressed, and she realized she was nervous. She breathed deeply and slowed herself down, buttoned up her blouse and smoothed her skirt. Then she bent over, folded back the inner sole of her shoe, and withdrew the razor blade. She realized that the general had been making a regular metronomic squeal, which she had barely noticed as she prepared herself. It grew more frenzied as she held the razor up to the light, establishing that both sides were sharp. A numbness came over her. It was a familiar sensation, her body and mind protecting itself from what was to come. She'd been holding up the razor for longer than she intended. She lowered it, focused on the squealing man on the bed, and approached him. The blare of the fire alarm made her whole body jolt. The numbness instantly dissolved. She spun round, half expecting somebody to burst into the room, but there was nobody, just her and the general. He had stopped squealing and writhing. He was staring round the room as if the fire alarm was a physical presence he was trying to catch sight of, as if it was somebody arriving to rescue him from the horror. But then he seemed to realize that the opposite might be true, that the alarm might speed things up. His writhing became more extreme, his squeals more desperate. Bethany reached the edge of the bed. With the heel of her left hand, she pushed against the side of the general's head to expose his neck fully. The tendons were tense and strained, and she could just make out the high-pressure pulse of the carotid artery. One cut was all it would need, one deft slice. She raised a corner of the duvet with the free fingers of her razor hand, ready to protect herself from the initial spurt of blood. "Good night, General O'Brien," she said. The general's guy left the stairwell at the 3rd floor. The fire alarm was loudest in the corridors. Tiny red warning lights flashed in the ceiling panels. There were 4 other guests in the corridor, hurrying from their rooms towards the stairs. It was enough movement for Danny's presence to be unremarkable to the guy if he even noticed him. Danny followed him to the end of the corridor, where he took a left and disappeared from Danny's field of view. When Danny saw him again, he was holding a keycard to a panel 3 doors down on the left. The door clicked open, and he entered. Danny ran. He caught the door a fraction of a second before it clicked shut and burst into the room. It was a suite. With a single glance, he took in the furniture, the whiskey glasses at the bar, the 2 doors leading off. Only one was open, and the General's guy was standing in the doorframe. Danny could tell from his posture, shoulders hunched, legs slightly apart, that he was aiming a weapon. He hurled himself across the room towards the doorframe and launched his whole body at the guy, slamming into him with a crashing momentum. The guy fell forwards to the ground, but not before releasing a round. It was a handgun round, unsuppressed, and its retort merged with the fire alarm was disorientating. Danny let the full weight of his body crash down onto the soldier to stop him getting to his feet again and taking another shot. As he fell, he took in the room. He saw the General naked and tied to the bed. He saw Bethany, one hand on his head, something in her other hand, looking back over her shoulder. He saw where the bullet from the guy's handgun had slammed into the wall just behind her, throwing out a shower of plaster, and he saw Bethany turn to the General again and raise her right arm. He realized she was moving in to cut his throat. "No!" he shouted. "Leave him!" The General's guy was strong. Despite Danny's weight on his back, he was pushing himself up with his free hand, and he still had a good grip of his weapon. He was aiming at Bethany again, his finger on the trigger. Danny slammed a heavy clenched fist onto his elbow joint. The joint clicked as it broke, and the guy yelled in pain, and the gun fired. But Danny had compromised his aim, and the bullet flew harmlessly under the bed and splintered into the skirting board on the far side. "What the hell?" Bethany shouted, her voice tense. "Instructions from London!" Danny shouted back. "He's not what they thought he was!" The General's guy started shouting for help from underneath Danny, each word followed by a noisy inhalation of breath, shaky on account of his broken elbow. Danny didn't have time to explain. He bore this guy no malice. He was a Yank soldier doing his job, and he didn't deserve to lose his life because of it. But Danny needed him out of the way. He raised his own elbow and crashed it down on the back of the guy's skull. His head jarred hard against the floor, and his body went limp. He'd be out for a good few minutes. Danny loosened the weapon from his hand. It was a Sig Sauer M17 9mm sand-coloured. He stood up and strode over to where Bethany was still perched on the edge of the bed. The General was still wearing his military ID tags, and his eyes were bulging. Something was stuffed in his mouth, and his arms were straining against 2 dressing-gown cords tied to the timber uprights of his 4-poster. Danny didn't need to know how Bethany had got him into this position. He just needed to get him out of it. "Give me that," he said, indicating the razor blade. "What's happening?" Bethany demanded. "No time," Danny said. He grabbed the razor and quickly cut through the 2 cords. The General rolled away from them, almost falling off the bed. He regained his footing and removed the object obstructing his throat. He gagged as he pulled out a fistful of material, and Danny realized it was his own underpants. He raised the cig and aimed it at the naked man. "Get your clothes on," he said. "What in the—" "Get them on! I haven't time to explain. I think there are Wagner Group operatives in the hotel, and I think they've been ordered to kill you if we fail." "Who the hell are you?" "British SAS," Danny said, figuring that it would hold some weight with a man like this. "We know about Polyakov and the deep fakes." He said it with bullish confidence, hoping to hide that the CO's instructions made no sense to him. Whatever they meant, Danny's words hit their mark. The General nodded, but then he pointed at Bethany. "What about her? Who the hell? Long story, no time. Get dressed if you want to live. Do it! Now!" He nodded and hurried over to where his clothes were neatly piled. He was plainly traumatized as he tried to get dressed. He was having trouble coordinating his limbs. When Bethany moved towards Danny, the General visibly shrank away, even though they were separated by the width of the room. "We need to get back to the vehicle," Danny said. "As long as the fire alarm is ringing, we should be able to leave by any exit. There's a fire exit at the bottom of the stairwell. That'll be better than the main entrance, less people to see us go. But we might encounter hostiles on the way down, so I need you and the General to stay behind me." "Why?" Bethany said. Her voice had an edge. She was wired. Hardly surprising. "Because I can't take care of myself." "No," Danny said, and he held up the cig. "Because I'm the one with the firearm, and I think we're going to need it." He bent over the unconscious soldier and felt around his abdomen. He located 2 spare clips for the SIG. He could tell by the weight that they were standard 17-round magazines. That gave him 34 shots, plus whatever was already in the handgun. He stole the clips and put them into his pocket. The general was worming his feet into his shiny brown brogues. "Ready?" Danny said. "Ready," they said in unison, and as soon as they'd said it, the fire alarm stopped. There was a heavy silence. Danny swore. Getting out of it was suddenly 10 times more difficult. He considered the possible routes. They were on the 3rd floor. They needed to get to the ground floor. The lift was out of the question, too confined. He knew from the hotel plan on the exhibition board that there was only one staircase. They would have to use it to get back down to the ground floor. Once there, it would be better to avoid the main entrance, but he didn't think they could avoid going through the bar, and that made him remember something. "There were 2 Russian guys in the bar," he said. "One with sandy hair, polo neck, leather jacket. One with black hair and a black moustache. Anyone starts firing, get out of the way and let me deal with it. Understood?" "I can handle myself in a combat situation," said the general. Danny looked meaningfully at the remnants of dressing gown cord that was still hanging from his wrists. "Let me deal with it," he repeated. The general's pale face reddened, but he puffed out his chest anyway. "I have guys in the hotel," he said. "American guys, good guys. Any more of them get hurt, you're in the glass house for the rest of your goddamn days." "Mate," said Danny, "you've got a 50-50 chance of getting out of here alive. My advice is to do what I fucking say." He gave his weapon the once-over, checking that the safety lever was disengaged, and headed out of the room. "Let's go," he said. Chapter 16. Danny held the SIG with 2 hands. His left supported its weight, his right kept it in position. As his body moved, the firearm moved with it. It was part of him. At the entrance to the general's suite, he stood with his back to the wall by the doorframe. He listened. There was a residual ringing in his ears from the fire alarm. It got in the way of his thoughts, and he had to concentrate hard to drown it out. Were there footsteps outside? Voices? He didn't think so. Silently, swiftly, he stepped out into the corridor, looked both ways, the SIG leading. There was nobody in sight. He checked back over his shoulder at Bethany and the general. For a man who minutes previously had been naked and humiliated on a bed, seconds away from having his throat slit, he looked alert. There was no hint of the relaxed womanizer from the bar. He was a little dishevelled, but sharp around the eyes. You didn't get to his position in the military without a high level of operational awareness. Danny made a minute adjustment in his mind. He was not protecting an incompetent, but someone who could be relied on to manage a hostile situation. As for Bethany, she had a steely aura. Danny knew what she was capable of. "Follow," he told them. They moved at a jog, heading down the corridor back towards the stairwell. Where the corridor turned a corner, he stopped again and listened. The ringing in his ears had subsided, and he could discern no other sound. He turned. The way ahead was deserted. 2 bedroom doors were ajar, one on either side. At the end of the corridor, 25 meters distant, was the door leading to the stairwell. The trio advanced again, still jogging, Danny's weapon still raised. He stopped before they reached the first open bedroom door. Checked for threats. Clear. They advanced to the second open door. Checked for threats. The sandy-haired Russian man with the polo neck and leather jacket never stood a chance. Danny recognized him immediately as the Russian stood there in the bedroom doorway, his weapon ready. He held it like a pro, like Danny, 2-handed, a Russian PL-15 pistol suppressed. But unlike Danny, this guy, whoever he was, hadn't spent untold hours in the killing house at Hereford, testing his reflexes against targets that appeared suddenly and from nowhere until it became second nature to drill bullets into them with perfect accuracy. Danny didn't hesitate. It only took 1 round and it slammed straight into the man's forehead before he could discharge a bullet of his own. He fell heavily to the ground, his forehead a mess of entry wound. Danny maintained his firing position, hyper-aware of the possibility of another threat from inside the room. But there was silence. "Take his weapon," Danny said. There was jostling in his peripheral vision. Bethany got there first. The sandy-haired guy was slumped over his gun. She rolled him onto his back with her right foot bent over and unwound his dead fingers from the pistol. Danny maintained the firing position while she did this.
"I'm a goddamn 5-star general,"
O'Brien said, his voice testy.
"What are you doing giving her a weapon ahead of me?"
Danny didn't bother to answer. He turned back towards the door at the end of the corridor and continued to advance. The general was right behind him. Bethany was behind the general, regularly looking back to check for threats from behind. They reached the door, opened it to access the stairwell. Danny could hear people now on the lower floors. They moved down the stairs, Danny covering the space in front of and below them, Bethany above and behind. The sound of voices grew louder as they descended. Danny knew that as soon as any hotel guests saw him, they'd be thrown into panic, but he wasn't about to lower his weapon, not with the possibility of Wagner Group operatives round every corner. They descended from the 3rd floor to the ground floor before they saw anyone. A group of hotel guests in traditional Arabic dress were congregating around the elevator doors at the bottom of the stairs, 5 men, 3 women. It was one of the women who noticed them first. She screamed and grabbed one of the men, and suddenly there was a panicked hubbub, and Bethany was shouting at them to get on the ground. Danny blocked that activity from his senses. He knew the people at the lift were not an immediate active threat. The immediate active threat was straight ahead of him. The Russian guy with the Tom Selleck moustache was approaching from the entrance to the bar, distance 10 meters. Unlike the sandy-haired guy, he had no visible weapon, though he may have had a concealed carry. Danny had a decision and not much time to make it. Should he fire? The retort of the weapon would be audible across the ground floor of the hotel. It would potentially alert any further Wagner Group operatives to a firefight, not to mention the American soldiers in the building. Quieter to put him down manually, but slower. Decision made. He upped his pace and bore down on the target. Within 2 paces he could see that his guy was reaching for a weapon. His right hand plunged beneath his jacket, feeling for whatever was concealed there. But Danny knew it would take him a minimum of 2 seconds to aim and fire. By that time it would be too late. He braced himself as he ran towards the target and made contact just as the body of his firearm peeped out from under his jacket. There was a brutal thump as he collided with the Russian. As their bodies impacted, Danny wrapped his left arm around the man's neck. He squeezed hard and jerked his forearm upwards and back. There was a stressed clicking sound as his neck broke. His body went limp, and Danny eased him to the ground. The woman by the lift screamed again. Like the others, she was now face down on the ground, but the noise she was making was a problem. Bethany was standing over her, weapon engaged. She gave Danny a "shall I?" look, and for a moment Danny considered it. Her weapon was suppressed, and the woman could be silenced without immediate consequences, but he shook his head. The Wagner Group was one thing, innocent hotel guests, that was another. Not to mention that the more bodies they left behind them, the tougher it would be for them to get the hell out of Amman. "Move!" he barked at Bethany and the general. "Now!" They didn't have time to take even a single step. 3 figures emerged from the bar area, camouflage gear, weapons, American soldiers. They took one look at Danny, Bethany, their firearms, and the prone Russian, and they reached for their guns. 2 things happened. Danny and Bethany got there first, raising their weapons before the soldiers were able to engage, and held them at gunpoint. And the general roared a command. "Hold your fire! That's an order!" The soldiers hesitated, giving each other sidelong glances. They clearly weren't sure if the order was intended for them or for Danny and Bethany. One guy in particular, with a pock-marked face and a monobrow, looked especially twitchy. Danny kept his focus on him as the general strode up to the men. "They're with me," the general said. "You need to get us out of the hotel immediately. You have my authorization to engage anybody you see with a weapon. Go!" Fair play to the soldiers, they didn't fuck around. They immediately surrounded the general and started hustling him into the bar area. Danny and Bethany were not their concern, and they paid them no attention. They followed behind. Danny kept his weapon engaged, scanning the bar as they moved swiftly through it. Guests were returning now that the fire alarm was silenced. Mostly they were talking animatedly to each other. When they saw the armed soldiers hurrying the general across the room and Danny and Bethany following with their weapons in plain view, they tugged at each other's arms and pointed. Awareness quickly spread. A path cleared as other guests hurried away from the armed personnel. Danny distantly heard the woman by the lift screaming again, but he zoned it out and concentrated on the people around him. He was searching for threats, suspicious activity, sudden movements, anything that triggered his finely tuned sense of hostile action. So far, nothing. Maybe Sandy Hare and Tom Selleck were the only Wagner Group operatives on site. They burst into the main foyer, where the exhibition boards were still erected. It was much busier than before. Guests were pouring in from the outside. American soldiers, the guys tasked to guard the entrance, were freaking out, shouting orders and trying to herd people into groups so they could be searched. Hotel staff were patiently trying to encourage people back to their rooms now the fire alarm had stopped. Incongruously, the cocktail piano music had started up again. The general's guys yelled at everyone in their path to make way. The piano player stopped playing. Receptionists retreated from their desks. Somewhere there was the sound of a baby wailing. The other soldiers, when they saw the general surrounded by 3 of his guys being maneuvered towards the exit, started shouting at the other guests to get out of their way. Danny moved and scanned. He had noticed something, an anomaly. His instinct was telling him something wasn't right, but his brain hadn't caught up yet. Then he saw it. 20 meters away, at his 11 o'clock, standing by a marble statuette on a burnished wooden plinth, was a man. White skin, deep-set features, greasy, slicked-back, dark hair, stubble. Russian? Possibly. Ordinarily, Danny wouldn't have looked twice at him, but now he did, because unlike almost everybody else in this large, chaotic reception area, he looked entirely calm. And that made him stand out. He wasn't looking at the general or his guys or at Danny and Bethany with their handguns. He was looking across at the main entrance where another man, blonde hair in a severe parting, shirt and tie, but no jacket, was standing equally calmly. Danny knew a setup when he saw one. They were waiting for the general to get close to them so they could make a hit. He sprinted and put himself in front of the general's guys. One of them shouted at him to move, but he stood firm and pointed over to his 3 o'clock, where at the far side of the reception there was a green emergency exit sign. "That way," he said. The general's guys looked like they were going to argue, but O'Brien cut them short. "Do what he says," he instructed. The soldiers probably didn't like the order, but they carried it out. They immediately altered their trajectory and headed towards the second exit. Danny watched the reaction of the 2 guys he had clocked. They didn't look so relaxed all of a sudden. The blonde guy with the tie caught Danny's gaze. Something passed between them. The dead-eyed look of 2 pros acknowledging each other, respecting each other, and warning each other. Danny knew he'd just looked at the face of his enemy. He lost sight of him as a crowd of hotel guests obscured his line of sight. He cut his gaze away and, still scanning the room for anomalies and threats, followed the general and his guys to the side exit. Here there were members of the hotel staff, a bellboy, 2 waiters, a female member of housekeeping. They receded as the general's guys kept yelling at them to move. 2 American soldiers in camo were guarding the exit. One looked at the situation, and they opened the doors, letting in the night air. The general, his 3 guys, Danny and Bethany, burst out of the hotel and into the street. The hot, humid night air hit Danny, a furnace wave after the air-conditioned atmosphere of the hotel. He quickly took in his surroundings, a busy urban street, solid traffic, fumes, a blur of light from cafes on the opposite side, people passing along the pavement, unaware of what was going on in the hotel. As soon as they saw the American soldiers, however, they kept their distance or crossed the road. Danny turned to the general. "You need to come with us. We'll extract you. Leave your men here." "They're good guys," the general said. "That's why we need them here." He turned to the soldiers. 20 seconds' time. 2 men are going to walk through that door. Blonde guy with a tie, dark-haired guy with stubble. They'll probably be Russian, and they want to nail the general. They most likely have accomplices. Don't let them get anywhere near us. The soldiers looked uncertain. "Do as he says," the general told them again. He nodded at Danny. Danny, Bethany, and the general moved away from the hotel's side entrance and crossed the road. Night had fallen. Car headlamps glowed in the dark. Cars honked angrily when the trio cut in front of them. Danny knew that the sound of the car horns would highlight their position, but it couldn't be helped. If anybody were to fire on them from the hotel exit, the vehicles would act to some extent as a ballistic shield, plus they would slow the shooters down. They reached the opposite side of the road. There were cafes here, spilling out onto the pavement, late-night fruit stalls, a guy selling dates, a few shops boarded up with metal grates. Two Jordanian men, seeing the handguns in Danny and Bethany's fists, shouted out in alarm and fled. Their reaction caused a stir among the other pedestrians, then a panic. Danny blocked it out. He needed to focus on getting the general to their vehicle. The crossroads was 100 meters up ahead. When they reached it, they needed to turn left to get onto the road where their vehicle was parked. Total distance to the car, about 800 meters. He directed Bethany towards the crossroads. As they moved, he looked back across the road at the hotel. So he saw it all happen. The two men Danny had clocked in the reception area had emerged from the hotel exit onto the street. The general's three guys had surrounded them, displaying the body language of a hard arrest, weapons raised, standing round the targets in a close semicircle. There was no sign of the other two soldiers inside the hotel who had opened the door for them. The targets had their hands up. They showed no sign of alarm. Their body language was relaxed. The blonde-haired guy was almost smiling as he looked beyond his closest soldier. Danny followed his line of sight and saw two Western men weaving their way across the road towards the hotel, casually dressed in jeans and T-shirts. One of them was much taller and broader than the other. He had a black, buzz-cut mohawk. It looked particularly odd against the civvies, and pronounced scarring on his scalp. His nose looked like it had been recently broken. Pedestrians moved out of his way as he walked. "SAS scum, I killed two of your comrades with my hands. You will be an easy third." "Turgenev," Danny whispered. He felt a twinge in his shoulder. He stopped, calculated the distances. He was 40 meters from the hotel exit, much too far for an accurate handgun shot. Turgenev and his mate were 15 meters from the soldiers, too close for Danny to get to them before it happened. The street was noisy with traffic sounds. The soldiers wouldn't hear him if he shouted. There was nothing he could do. He found himself momentarily frozen as he watched. The three American soldiers had their backs to Turgenev and his accomplice. It meant the two of them never knew what happened. Turgenev and his companion only revealed their handguns when they were a meter away from the Americans. They raised them so each was pointing at the back of a soldier's head. They fired in unison. Danny didn't hear the sound of the suppressed weapons above the noise of the street, but he saw the guys go down. They slumped mundanely to the pavement. The remaining soldiers started to turn. Did he know what had happened? It hardly mattered. Turgenev nailed him in less than a second. "Motherfuckers!" the general shouted. Danny saw that he and Bethany had stopped and seen the shooting too. He sensed that the general wanted to join the fray. That made two of them. The urge to sprint back across the road to the hotel and deal with the man responsible for so many regiment deaths was almost overpowering, but he mastered it. He grabbed the general's arm and held him back. The shooting had taken place in full view of pedestrians. They scattered, creating several meters of open ground in the vicinity of the gunmen. The two Russian guys from the hotel pointed across the road directly at Danny and the others. Turgenev turned. He saw Danny immediately, and he grinned. Again, Danny fought the urge to return. He saw Turgenev's mate put one sleeve to his mouth. He was obviously speaking on a covert radio, and that meant only one thing. He was communicating with other hostiles. "There's more of them," Danny said. "We need to get to the car, now." 800 meters. They should be able to get there within 5 minutes. They ran in the direction of the crossroads, past open-fronted restaurants and a couple of souvenir shops. Danny was fit and fast. Bethany, too. The general was older and slower, so they had to move at his pace. Mostly, pedestrians moved out of their way. Some didn't. There were collisions and angry shouts. Danny ignored them all. He blocked out the shock of seeing Turgenev, too. He was scanning left and right. Up ahead, his tactical mind making 100 tiny decisions every second. Of the people around them, who was harmless, who was hostile. These were Wagner Group guys, so he was looking for white skin. Only male? Not necessarily. They reached the crossroads and sprinted left into the street where they'd parked. Distance to the vehicle 600 metres. The street was much busier than before. Arabic pop music rang out of cafes. Crowds of young people were congregating on the pavements in the warm night air. There was a smell of grilled lamb and a party atmosphere. It was harder to get through them all, slower, tougher to identify threats among all these people. The younger crowd were reluctant to get out of their way. 20-something men trying to impress their women were bulshy and shoulder-bargy. Danny moved through them like a bullet through steel, gripping the general, aware of Bethany at his shoulder. He saw the car up ahead, distance 35 metres. He upped his pace, his focus now all on the vehicle, and that was why he missed him. The shooter was standing in the doorway of an electrical equipment shop on the other side of the road, white skin, brown beard, backwards baseball cap. He had obviously been waiting for them, and Danny only noticed him in his peripheral vision a fraction of a second before he took his shot. He threw himself at the general to the ground at the exact moment that the retort echoed across the street. The bullet missed Danny, it missed the general, but it didn't miss the old Jordanian guy they were passing at the moment. The victim was comfortably in his 70s and wore a cream dish-dash. The bullet slammed into his stomach, and a red patch spread instantly across his clothes as he clutched the wound and staggered back. Danny was on the ground. He raised his cig and aimed. He discharged 3 shots in quick succession. Each of them found their target, and the gunman collapsed in the doorway. Now there was real panic, screams, pedestrians jumping out from cafes and running from the scene. There were 50 or 60 people in their immediate vicinity. Danny hauled the general to his feet. Bethany was already halfway to the car, and they sprinted after her. Danny made his gun very visible. It ensured any loitering pedestrians quickly moved out of the way. He half expected more shots, but they reached the vehicle unharmed after a few seconds. It had been boxed in by 2 other cars. Bethany was standing on the pavement, protected by the body of the car, her arms and weapons stretched out over the roof as she scanned left and right, searching for threats in the direction of Danny and the general. Danny found the car keys and quickly opened up. "Get in!" he shouted. He pushed the general towards the rear passenger side, then opened the driver's door and threw himself behind the wheel. He stowed his cig in the door, well out of the general's reach. Bethany took the seat behind him, and the 3 doors slammed shut at the same time. He turned the engine over, revved it hard, and knocked it into gear. He sharply nudged the car in front, then reversed into the car behind, repeated the process twice to shift the vehicles boxing him in. Then, when it was possible to exit the parking space, there was a screech of wheel spin, and the vehicle catapulted down the road. Ordinarily, Danny's strategy would be to maneuver a vehicle as safely and calmly as possible. All that Lewis Hamilton shit was for wankers, but right now he needed speed. There could still be more shooters in the vicinity. A single bullet in a tire, and they'd be in even more trouble than they were now. They were still in the centre of the city, and they needed to get out as quickly as possible. One hand on the wheel, he slammed his free fist on the horn to clear the way of the few stray pedestrians ahead of him, then accelerated up through the gears. Average speed down a narrow street like this, maybe 20 miles per hour. Danny hit 50 and continued to accelerate. In his rearview mirror, he could see the general looking behind them. "Get down!" Danny shouted. "Get out of sight!" The general did as he was told, crouching down in the back seat just in time. A bullet hit the rear window. The glass splintered but remained whole. Bethany lowered her sitting position to protect herself. "Stay down!" Danny shouted, and he kept his foot on the accelerator. The road bent round to the right. Danny followed it with just the faintest whisper on the brake pedal. Blue emergency lights came into view, a police vehicle blocking the road at right angles. Distance 40 metres. He slammed the brakes and pulled a hard left into a side street. The rear tyres lost traction, but he went with it and was back in control in a moment. He heard sirens and knew that the police vehicle was making chase. "You just killed 2 men," the general shouted from the back. "The police get us, we ain't getting out of a man this side of Christmas." Danny didn't reply. The general was stating the obvious, and anyway he needed to focus on the road. The side street continued for 50 metres before emerging onto another busy thoroughfare where the traffic mercifully was moving. Danny slammed the brakes, then merged more sedately onto the thoroughfare. He was sweating profusely, and he could hear Bethany breathing hard. The general sat up. He looked back at the cracked window rather gingerly, then faced forwards again. "I think you owe me a goddamn explanation," he said. "Quiet," Danny said. With one hand on the wheel, he located his phone and dialed into Hereford.
Go ahead.
"We have him. We're still in central Oman, but we're heading out." He didn't mention Turgenev.
Make for your original drop zone. We're sending in a stealth chopper to pick you up at 0400 hours. Does that give you enough time?
Time check, 20:37 hours. He estimated they had 40 miles to travel, and some of that was off-road. Roger that. He killed the line and dropped the phone into his lap. "I said," the general repeated, "you owe me a goddamn explanation. That crazy bitch was one cut away from killing me." "Call me that again, lover boy, and I'll finish the job." "Cut it out," Danny said. He realized he had to choose his next words carefully. The message from Hereford had been cryptic. "Tell him that we know about Polyakov and the deep fakes." When he'd said it, O'Brien had become immediately compliant. But what the hell did it mean? "I'm getting you out of Jordan," he said, "right now, but you have to tell me everything about Polyakov." "Tough shit, soldier," the general said. "That's need to know, and you don't need to know." Danny glanced in the rear-view mirror. The general looked like he meant what he said. Through the cracked rear window, he saw the distant glare of flashing blue neon. "The Oman police are on high alert," he said. "Easiest thing in the world for me to pull over right here, wait for them to catch us up." "What? Are you stupid?" "I just saved your life, pal, a couple of times over. Don't make the mistake of thinking that means I give a shit about you. We pull over now, I like my chances of getting away better than I like yours." "Don't be an idiot." "For a guy who had his dick hanging out half an hour ago," Bethany said, "he's got a gob on him." "Just tell me about Polyakov," Danny said, changing lanes to get ahead more quickly. "I can't guarantee your safety, so if you have intel that needs sharing, now's the time to share it." A moment of silence. O'Brien frowned, taciturn, unsure of himself. He looked back at the neon light. "Fine," he said with great reluctance. "I'll tell you about Polyakov." Chapter 17. "Polyakov's an FSB agent, but I guess you know that, right?" The general didn't wait for Danny to confirm or deny. "He came to me with certain information." "Wait," Danny said. "He came to you?" "That's what I said, Einstein. He was blowing the whistle on the Russians. Hard intel about the Kremlin's collusion with the Oval Office. It's hardly a secret that I'm no fan of the president, so he figured I was the guy to approach. He figured right." "No," Danny said. The general was obviously lying. "I read a transcript of your conversation with Polyakov in Crete. You gave him intel on the movements of the 022 unit in Syria. I read it with my own eyes." "You read it wrong. Or you read what somebody wanted you to read. 022 was the SAS operation, right? Polyakov told me the Russians were going to ambush it and that they'd had the intel from the White House. I couldn't act on that information. If I'd warned the British, the Kremlin and the White House would have known there was a leak. Couldn't do it. Polyakov's intel was too big. Had to accept that there'd be some collateral damage." "That collateral was my unit mates," Danny said. It was a task to keep his voice level. Silence. "You were on the op that was compromised in Syria?" the general said. Danny nodded. "I'm sorry for your loss," the general said. He spoke the platitude with a bland expression. "That all you can say?" "What's your name?" the general asked. Danny didn't reply. "I'm a goddamn 5-star general in the United States Army. You think I can't find out your name?" "Danny Black." "Okay, Danny Black. In case you didn't notice, I just lost 3 good men to a couple of Russian hoods. They've got wives and families too, not to mention that this psychopathic bitch was a split second away from killing me, so spare me the victim act, huh? Truth is, Polyakov's intel is bigger than all of us. If I had to compromise 022 again, or put my men in the line of fire, I'd do it." Danny breathed deeply, felt the air travel into his lungs and back out again, forced himself to stay calm because he knew anger was no use to him.
So, what was it? He said. Polyakov's intel, right. The deep fakes,
the general said, as if that explained everything. Danny glanced at him in the rear-view mirror and saw that he was smiling.
You don't know about the deep fakes, right? You were just passing on a message from London.
The bustle of Amman was all around them, but they were on the fast-moving northbound flyover. There was no sign of police and no indication that they were being followed, yet Danny couldn't relax. The regiment is picking us up in the desert, he said, close to the Israeli border. We're going to have half the Jordanian police force looking for us, not to mention the Wagner group. I'm going to do my best to get you out of here alive, but there's no guarantees. If this intel is so important, you should tell me what it is now, in case you don't make it out.
You're a smart guy, Danny Black. I've met a few of you boys from Hereford, and I can't say the same for all of them.
He leaned back in his seat, and all of a sudden he was no longer a scared target, fleeing from danger. He was the alpha male, who had wasted no time hitting on Bethany in the hotel bar. It occurred to Danny that it took a special kind of self-confidence to go from being naked, tied up, and humiliated to this. O'Brien was not a guy to let stuff get in his way. He cleared his throat.
Collusion between the Oval Office and the Kremlin. That's no big story, right? The Russians helped the president get elected in the first place. They encouraged him to withdraw support from NATO and Europe. Sure, we haven't seen a smoking gun, but we all know it's been happening.
Danny said nothing. He was a soldier, not a politician.
What we didn't know, what nobody knows, at least not publicly, is the extent of it. Our president has developed a taste for power. I guess that when you have more money than you can spend in several lifetimes, your appetites become more rarefied. Fortunately for the United States, the Founding Fathers predicted just such an eventuality. They wove certain checks and balances into the U.S. Constitution. No president of the United States is permitted to serve more than 2 4-year terms. The general obviously liked the sound of his own voice, but he was talking. That was the main thing. Danny kept quiet and let him continue. Of course, you tell an autocrat that he's not allowed to do something, you can be pretty certain he'll start trying to find a way to do it, right? Look at that ex-KGB jackal in the Kremlin. The moment his tenure as president comes to an end, he fixes his sights on the post of prime minister and starts increasing the scope of prime ministerial authority. He frames it as the will of the people. It's how tyrants work. Bit by bit, they chip away at the structures intended to prevent the abuse of executive power. Bit by bit, they whip the people up into a frenzy of paranoia. They tell them that their livelihoods and their safety are under threat by external forces. Think Hitler and the Jews. They persuade them that the only solution is more authoritarianism. It's a seductive message. It works. History tells us that the result is never happy. Polyakov, Danny reminded him. The general nodded. Polyakov's your regular FSB careerist, but when he found out what the Kremlin and the Oval Office were plotting, it was too rich even for his Russian blood. He came to me because he knew I was a vocal critic of the president, and because I might be in a position to do something about it. About what? The general pointed at Bethany. Can she be trusted? He said. Bethany was staring straight ahead. She showed no sign that she was even listening to the general, nor did she react to his question in any way. Yeah, Danny said, a short answer because the long one was complicated and couldn't be spoken out loud. Okay then, this is what I believe to be happening. The Oval Office is planning what I can best describe as a right-wing coup. To do that, the president needs a scapegoat, and the Kremlin is helping him make one. There will be a terror attack. My understanding is that it will take place on the 4th of July. That's an important day for us Americans, Independence Day, right? A terror attack on the 4th of July is like, bombing Buckingham Palace on the Queen's birthday. It's an affront to all patriots, and patriots, or at least those who make a song and dance about how damn patriotic they are, they're the president's base.
They're the ones who will be most outraged and most susceptible to what comes next." "I don't get it," Danny said. "If the Americans know there's going to be an attack, what are they doing to stop it?" "You're not listening, soldier. They don't want to stop it. They're making it happen. They're actively manipulating known jihadists, funding them, planning the whole damn thing. And then, when the outrage is at its highest and the president has addressed his rallies and the crowd are baying for Muslim blood, that's when they release the deepfakes." "What are the deepfakes?" "Video footage of the president's political rivals meeting with known terror suspects. He has form, right? Smearing his rivals any means necessary. But this takes it to the next level. The meetings are fakes. They take totally innocent footage of totally innocent meetings between the president's rivals and ordinary folk, and they map the faces of terror suspects onto the images. It's completely convincing. You wouldn't know the difference. Even the top tech guys analyzing the footage wouldn't be able to tell it's a deepfake. So, the Oval Office makes this footage public, and the narrative writes itself. The liberals and left-wingers are hopelessly compromised, they'll say. There's an existential threat to the United States, they'll say. It requires a change in the Constitution to give the president a firm hand, they'll say. You ever seen one of those goddamn rallies of his? Well, I haven't, trust me. He whips those people up. They get this idea in their head, they'll never let it go. It'll happen." "I don't get where the Russians come in," Danny said. "They made the deep fakes." It was Bethany who spoke, not the general. She was still looking straight ahead, and her voice was emotionless. "When I was working at MI6, we knew about it. They've been on to the potential of deepfake technology for a long time now. It's a natural extension of the way the Kremlin thinks. Fake news, electoral interference, social media manipulation. We thought they were developing the technology for blackmail purposes. We were wrong. But why the Russians? Why would they be doing this? Isn't it obvious? The president is their puppet. They can't believe their luck. They're pulling the strings of the man in the Oval Office. They want him in there as long as possible." "Right," said the general, "and if I know the president, which I do unfortunately, he'll be quite certain this is all his great idea and completely oblivious to the fact that he's been totally played. And I guess I don't need to tell you what a threat it is to global security to have a Russian stooge in the White House." "No," Danny said. He was thinking of poisonings on the streets of the UK. He was thinking of the horrors he'd seen in Syria. He was thinking of the Wagner Group and Turgenev. "You don't have to tell me that." They were doing a steady 30 miles per hour along a northbound dual carriageway. The lights of Amman glowed all around them. The traffic was fluid, and the dual carriageway well lit. He checked his mirrors, making a mental note of the cars surrounding them. Then he said, "The fragment of conversation between you and Polyakov that ended up with MI6 doctored to fit their narrative," the general said. "Look, I don't know what MI6 and Hereford have been told, but the fact that they sent you two to assassinate me means they're playing you Brits as if they were the goddamn New York Philharmonic. It means they know you're onto them." "Not necessarily. He's got other reasons to want me out of the way." "What reasons? You think a coup like this happens by itself? Who does every tin pot dictator in every banana republic need on side before they make a power grab?" And immediately it became clear. "The army," Danny said. "Right, and you know what? In the U.S. military, the president is pretty popular. Talks the talk, finds the funding, and he's developing a taste for battle. But he's got one big pain in the ass. You. Me, without my support, it's hard for him to keep the military on side. He'd like to get rid of me, but I'm a tough guy to fire, even for him. He'd face a revolt from the Joint Chiefs for a start. I've been expecting some dirty tricks to oust me so he can install one of his own in my place. I was on the lookout for it. I didn't expect this. And by making the British complicit in your assassination, it keeps us quiet if we ever find out what's really going on. Like I said, New York Philharmonic. And if you fail to finish the job, the Wagner Group are on site to finish it for you, as you say. Thanks for dealing with those guys, by the way." "I haven't finished dealing with them," Danny wanted to say, but didn't. Instead, he responded to the General's acknowledgement with a curt, "You're welcome." He slowed down as they approached a large roundabout. Danny circled it 3 times, maintaining his vigilance of the vehicles around him, checking for trails. He saw none. He left the roundabout and accelerated back up to 30. "So, the 4th of July attacks happen, and you go on CNN to say the president was behind them," he said. "You'll get laughed out of town." "Sure, unless I have evidence." "Do you?" "I have the footage, before and after, the raw material and the deepfake. Look at it side by side. Nobody's going to be in any doubt about what's going on." "So, you do what? Let the attacks happen? Let the president release the deepfakes and then out him?" He couldn't hide the distaste in his voice. "More collateral." "No," the General said. "Military targets are one thing, civilian targets, that's a whole other can of worms." "So, what's your tactic?" "A preemptive strike. I release the footage in advance. Use whatever weight my name and authority carried to accuse the president of planning a coup. But nobody's going to believe you," Danny said. "The president will deny it straight out. It'll give him an excuse to remove you from office. You'll be totally discredited." "Discredited? I'll be more than discredited. I'll be a laughingstock, paranoid, a fantasist. It'll be the end of my career, but it'll stop him doing it right. Guy can hardly deny the whole thing and then go through with it, and deep down the man's a coward. Trust me, I've sat in a room with him, looked him in the eye. He's a draft dodger. Spends his life blaming other people for his own mistakes. If he knows someone's onto him, perhaps he'll think twice before trying something like this again." They drove on in silence for a minute. "I don't believe you," Bethany said. "Well, sweetheart, I guess I'll have to learn to live with it. I believe your guy here has his orders to extract me from Amman, so I suggest—" "Why wait?" Bethany interrupted him. "If you know the president's been trying to oust you, why haven't you released the footage already while you're still in office?" "Isn't that obvious?" "Not to me." "The peace conference," Danny said. "It's a big deal," the General said. "The Turks and the Kurds keep knocking chunks out of each other. It destabilizes the whole region." "It's destabilized anyway," Danny said. "Right. So any chance we have of calming tensions goes to the dogs if these peace talks fail. Like it or not, I can bring the warring factions to the table. I know the decision-makers. I can appeal to their better natures. End of the day, peace doesn't happen through military action. It happens round the table. It happens with handshakes, not mortars. You just need to get the right guys in the room. Better or worse, I'm one of those guys." The General looked out of the side window. "Well," he said, "I was one of those guys. I guess they're on their own now." There was silence as they drove on. "It's what the Russians want," Danny said. "Huh?" the General replied. His thoughts had obviously been elsewhere. "The Russians have been supporting the Syrian regime. The Syrians want the Kurds out of the way, so destabilizing the peace process by taking you out, it's what the Russians want." "Oh, sure," the General said. "Two birds, one stone. The president gets to put in a puppet to control the army. The Russians get to control the conflict in the Middle East. Lot of good reasons for sending a hot chick with a razor blade into my hotel room. Doesn't mean they know I'm on to them about the deep fakes." "Where's the footage?" Danny said. "Have you uploaded it somewhere?" "I guess there's a reason you're a soldier and not a software engineer," the General said. "What are you talking about?" "He can't store it on the cloud," Bethany said. "Not something like this. The FSB, the NSA, they'd be all over it." "Your little lady's right," said the General. "Only time to put that material on the internet is when I want to make it public. And that has to be at a time of my own choosing. Polyakov gave me the footage on a memory stick, and that's where it stays. I don't transfer it to any computer or any device connected to the internet." "So, where's the memory stick?" Danny asked. The general didn't reply. "You're going to have to tell us sometime," Danny said. "Sooner or later. You know we'll get it out of you if you don't. You threatening me, soldier?" Danny didn't reply. Another silence filled the car. "It's back in D.C., the general said finally. "Safe." "Where in D.C.? "You're persistent, Black," the general said. "I like that in a soldier, but you might as well stop asking me that question. It's somewhere safe is all I'm saying. And before you make any more veiled threats of enhanced interrogation, remember that as soon as you deliver me up to your superiors, this ceases to be your problem. I'm still a 5-star American general, and right now your bosses are working out how to stab each other in the back and shift the blame for ordering an assassination attempt on me. They're not going to make a bad situation worse." Danny thought of Sturrock, and he knew the general was right. An overhead road sign directed them towards various suburbs of Amman, including Assault, which told him that they were heading in the right direction, northwest. Time check, 20:58 hours. 7 hours till they needed to be at the pickup point, which Danny estimated was still 30 miles away. There were tenement blocks on either side of them, but the road ahead was clear, and he had just increased his speed from 30 to 40 when it happened. The vehicle was a BMW X5. It had been on Danny's shoulder in the other lane of the dual carriageway for no longer than 30 seconds, but in that moment every instinct he possessed shrieked at him. Everything was wrong. The X5 was accelerating up the inside. Its windows were tinted, and as it sped up, the rear passenger window was sliding down. "Duck!" Danny shouted. "Now!" Both Bethany and the general reacted quickly. Bethany slumped in his seat. The general crouched. Danny had only a fraction of a second to strategize. He could accelerate further, but the X5 was the faster vehicle and would surely catch them up. Better to slam the brakes, force the X5 to overtake at the moment of Danny's choosing. It would put them momentarily and unexpectedly in the line of fire as the two cars came alongside each other again, but the shooter would be disorientated, and the shot would be almost impossible. Danny checked his rearview mirror. The car behind, a white hatchback, no indication that it was hostile, was 25 meters away. He allowed the X5 to creep closer in the adjacent lane. Its nose was in line with the back of his vehicle. In his wing mirror, he could just see the muzzle of firearm protruding half an inch from the open window, preparing to take the shot when they came alongside. He hit the brakes hard. The tires screeched on the road, and the handling became loose. The X5 whizzed past. Danny caught sight of the shooter. Shaved head, leathery skin, not Arab. More than likely a Wagner Group Russian. He had a long-barreled pistol, suppressed. Then he was out of sight ahead of them, and all Danny could see was the firearm protruding from the rear passenger window, a muzzle flash as it fired too late across the road. There was a sudden, urgent sound of a horn, increasing in volume from behind. The white hatchback was closing in fast. He yanked the steering wheel to position the vehicle into the other lane behind the X5. The white hatchback shot past, its horn still blaring. The X5's brake lights lit up. The distance between the two vehicles quickly closed from 15 meters to 5. The shooter was leaning out of his window, now aiming backwards towards Danny's vehicle, weapon raised, ready to take a shot directly at the windscreen. There was an exit up ahead, 30 meters. Danny yanked the steering wheel again, maneuvering his vehicle to the exit. He saw another muzzle flash in his peripheral vision, and this time the pistol's bullet was not harmless. It slammed into the windscreen of another small car that had innocently found itself behind the X5. As Danny accelerated towards the exit, he saw the windscreen shatter. The small car veered sideways and collided with another vehicle. A third car smashed into the back. A pile-up was happening on the dual carriageway behind them, but Danny couldn't focus on that. The driver of the X5 had realized that Danny was making for the exit. He was swerving too, heading for the same exit, but he was too far ahead. He couldn't cross the traffic to make the exit in time. Danny could. As he left the dual carriageway, he half-watched the X5 speed out of sight, away from the pile-up. Then the exit road twisted round to the left, and Danny had to brake heavily to avoid a collision of his own with another vehicle in front. "What the hell?" the general shouted. "Won't you keep a handle on this goddamn vehicle?" Danny didn't answer immediately. His ears were filled with more horns sounding at him as he brought the vehicle back down to a safe speed while checking ahead, back, behind for any more threats. They were on a much narrower road now, which was winding uphill into one of the busy districts on the outskirts of Amman. They were heading southwest, which took them in the opposite direction to their route out of the city centre towards the RV point. Sweat was collecting in the nape of Danny's neck. His mouth was dry. He inhaled deeply to bring down his pulse, forced himself to think rationally. Only then did he speak. "They know which vehicle we're in," he said. "They're tracking us somehow." "A tracking device on the car," said Bethany. She sounded a damn sight calmer than the general. "It's possible. Even if there isn't, they know our registration number. We can't guarantee they don't have contacts in the Amman police." "What do we do?" Bethany said. "We need a different car," Danny said. "And we need it now." Chapter 18. Cincinnati, Ohio, 13:30 hours, Eastern Standard Time. Hamoud and his family were not used to airports. They stood close to each other as if for protection, almost touching but not quite. Even Melissa was quiet. They had a single shabby suitcase between them, the only one they owned. Rabia had carefully packed it with the family's clothes, old but clean and neatly pressed. They each wore more layers of clothing than they really needed to save space. Hamoud himself had eschewed the robe he normally wore to prevent his scars hurting, in favour of 3 tops and a jacket. They were all too large for his bony frame, as were his jeans. He would be much too hot when they arrived in Orlando, but the concourse here at Cincinnati Airport was air-conditioned, and he was so thin that he sometimes found it difficult to keep warm. For now, he was glad of the extra layers. He carried the suitcase in one hand and the FedEx package in the other, gripping both of them tightly, as if somebody might rip them from him. Crowds bustled past the family, swerving round them and making no attempt to avoid staring at Hamoud's gruesome facial scar as they stood gazing up at the departure screens. The 15:25 flight to Orlando was there, sandwiched between flights to Los Angeles LAX and New York JFK. "We need to go to the check-in area," said Rabia. "Come on, children, stay close." There was a line to check in, maybe 20 or 30 people. It took half an hour to reach the desk, but it felt longer than that. Anxiety burned in Hamoud's chest. Surely they would be turned away, or worse. The lady at the check-in desk looked kind, but would she call for security when she realized Hamoud and his family were trying to board a flight under false pretenses? Hamoud was understandably nervous of men in uniform. Each time he saw one of the airport security guys with their peaked caps and their weapons on display, he suppressed a shiver. He had to stop his mind flashing back to the prison camp. He had to look at his wife and children to remind himself that everything was much better now. There was a tremor in his hand as he gave the lady the documents. She didn't seem to notice. "Where are we travelling to today, sir?" she asked. "Orlando," Hamoud said. He had to repeat himself because the word stuck in his throat first time around. "Orlando." She was silent as she checked the documentation. Hamoud scratched his palms hard. His children were either side of him, looking up at the desk wide-eyed. He realized they were nervous too. Nervous that this was all a mistake and their trip wasn't really going to happen. The woman kept looking up from the documents to glance at Hamoud, and he knew she was looking at the scar on his face. Then she smiled at the children, and it was as if the whole family exhaled at the same time. Hamoud lifted the suitcase onto the conveyor belt to be weighed. Rabia took the boarding passes and gave the children a grin and a thumbs up, and they were clearly so excited Hamoud thought they might hyperventilate. And as they walked away from the desk, asking their mum 1,000 questions about where the airplane was and how long it would take to get there, and if they would be allowed on all the rides or just some of them, Hamoud felt a little lighter. As they walked towards security, he listened to the children's chatter and Rabia's patient responses, and it all felt real. Then something made him stop. The security area was very busy. There were more lines at the luggage and body scanners. Airport staff were shouting instructions over the crowd, belts and shoes off, tablets and laptops out. A man in a suit stood at the far end of the scanners. He appeared official, but he wasn't shouting like the other members of staff. He was looking across the security area directly, or so it seemed, at Hammud and his family. Hammud caught his eye and inclined his head. Then a large African woman in a colourful headdress stepped in the way, and Hammud couldn't see him any more. When the woman moved on, the man in the suit had gone. Hammud searched for him, but there was no sign. Rabia touched his arm tenderly. She gave him that inquiring expression that he knew meant, "Are you okay?" He smiled and nodded. He was okay. Everything was fine. He took his son's little hand, and together they walked to the body scanner. Finding a car would be easy. Finding the right car, that was a different matter altogether. Danny ditched the Passat in a dark, quiet alley. On either side were the back entrances to restaurants, cafes and shops, bins overflowing with rubbish. "What about our suitcases?" Bethany said. It was true. Danny was still in his suit, Bethany in her jacket and skirt, but this wasn't the time or place to change, and they could hardly move quickly and carry their cases at the same time. "We'll leave them," he said, even though leaving such evidence of their presence breached just about every standard operating procedure Danny could think of for a covert op like this. Question of priorities. If they were being tracked, they had to move fast. "What do we do?" the general said. "Rent something?" Danny gave him an incredulous look. "You've been a general too long," he said. "Then we steal something, but not just anything. The driver needs to be in it so that we can get the keys, and it needs to be something run down." "Crap," the general said. "If we're going to take a vehicle, we'll take something modern and reliable that we can count on to get us to the extraction point." Danny shook his head. "The better the car, the richer the owner. The richer the owner, the more likely the police are to take him seriously." He opened up the boot of the Passat and located his night sight, which he stowed in his shoulder bag along with the cig. He turned to Bethany and the general. "Hold hands," he said. "Look like a couple. It'll stop people interfering with you. Follow me at a distance of about 20 meters. I need to be able to see you every time I look back. Stop if I stop." He pointed at some litter in the gutter and some Arabic graffiti scrawled on a nearby wall. "Looks like we're entering a rough area. Keep your heads down. Don't make eye contact with anybody. Don't get into any arguments. We don't want anyone to remember us." If Bethany and the general felt patronized by his comments, they didn't show it. But the general did look uncomfortable, and Danny guessed he wasn't relishing the idea of holding hands with the woman who'd been seconds away from slaughtering him like a pig earlier that evening. It was Bethany who made the first move, grabbing his hand in hers. It occurred to Danny that as foreigners they would attract attention, despite presenting as a couple, and that maybe he should leave them here in this deserted street while he found them a new vehicle. Not an option. The operation had been turned on its head. The general's safety was his responsibility now, and he wanted to keep Bethany White close at hand. He cleared his mind and focused on his strategy for the next couple of hours. They had to get out of this Amman suburb and return to the drop zone in the desert. The sooner they got out of country, the better. "Let's move," he said. They walked to the end of the side street and took a left into a much busier road. It was narrow and cobbled, and on a steep hill. Danny was right about this being a rough area. There was nothing overt, but the signs were all there. Groups of young Jordanian men in Western clothes congregating outside grotty bars. Music seeping from third-floor windows, flung wide open against the heat of the night. Shops closed up with sturdy metal grates, the stench of drains. There was traffic, too, a constant line of cars crawling up the hill in the darkness. Danny's sense of direction told him that this route was still heading southwest-northeast. He suppressed a moment of anxiety at the need to get back onto the main northwesterly route out of town. It was important that they lost the Wagner Group trail, otherwise they'd be leading them directly to the RV point. Exhaust fumes were thick in the air. Appropriating one of these vehicles on the main road through this suburb was out of the question. There were too many people around to see it happen. He considered looking for a taxi and getting the driver to take them to a deserted area before overcoming him and stealing his car. Bad move. Vehicles for hire could routinely have tracking devices fitted. They wouldn't know until they saw the Jordanian authorities bearing down on them. No, he needed a private car. Nothing fancy, just like he'd told the general. He checked behind him. Bethany and O'Brien were following. Danny himself was drawing attention from passers-by. In this district, his suit marked him out. He took care not to catch anybody's eye. A misinterpreted glance could easily lead to trouble. He couldn't quite be the grey man dressed like this, but he could at least be monochrome. Danny had been walking for a couple of minutes when he spotted an opportunity. Up ahead, a young man was leaving a bar. There were two things that made Danny notice him. The first was the set of car keys in his hands. The second thing was his gait. He was having a little difficulty walking in a straight line. He'd been drinking. Danny felt a moment of gratitude that alcohol was not frowned upon in Jordan to the same extent as in other Muslim countries. He locked onto him like a guided missile. He was the perfect target, a driver easy to overcome and unlikely to go to the police, at least until he'd sobered up, by which time Danny and the others would be in a stealth chopper out of here. He had to slow his pace to keep an unremarkable distance from his target, who was still weaving erratically as he walked. When the guy turned into a side street, Danny loitered for a few seconds at the corner. He watched his target stop to take a piss against a closed-up shop before continuing along the street and stopping by a parked vehicle. Danny couldn't see what type of car it was at first because his view was blocked by another vehicle parked in front of it. He upped his pace, striding over the stream of urine that trickled down into the gutter. He checked once to see that Bethany and the general had appeared at the street corner and were waiting there for a moment just as he had. The guy was fumbling with his keys and seemed completely unaware of Danny as he approached. Danny could smell the booze on him from a good 3 meters away. He instinctively sized the guy up. He was 5 inches shorter than Danny for a start. He was wearing Western clothes. The loose material of his badly fitting leather jacket told Danny that he had a light frame, was unlikely to be strong. Danny bore the guy no ill will. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. He didn't want to hurt him, but he did need to put him out of action for a while. He checked his surroundings. Other than Bethany and the general, Danny and his target were the only people in the street. He approached him from behind, and before the target even knew what was happening, wrapped his right arm around his neck and covered his mouth with his left. The secret was to asphyxiate him sufficiently that he passed out, but not so much that he would suffer any long-term consequences. It meant waiting for the precise moment that his body went limp, then releasing. He struggled, of course, a flailing of the arms, a writhing of the body, but he was entirely helpless against Danny's strength and skill, and he soon passed out and dropped the car keys onto the ground. Danny allowed the body to relax into his grip. He held the guy under both arms and dragged him away from the car to a nearby doorway. Danny sat the guy down so that he slumped into it, just a drunk, sleeping it off. At least that's what any passer-by would see. He picked up the car keys and turned to signal to Bethany and the general that they should approach, but they were already halfway up the street. They'd dropped the pretense of being a couple and were no longer holding hands, but striding purposefully in Danny's direction. Danny opened up the vehicle. It was a yellow Nissan, maybe 10 years old, and took the wheel. The interior stank of stale tobacco. The windscreen was grimy with dust. That suited them well. He turned the engine over and checked the fuel gauge. It was 3/4 full, enough, he hoped, if they had a straight run. Bethany took the passenger seat. The general sat in the back. It was a smaller car than the Passat, and the general looked correspondingly larger in the rear-view mirror. Danny retrieved the GPS unit from his shoulder bag, switched it on, and set it to direct them to the drop zone. He handed it to Bethany beside him. "Guide me," he said. He placed his cig in the door and then pulled out into the road. He glanced at the drunk guy still out in the doorway, but put him from his mind. It would be a while before he raised the alarm, and longer before anybody acted on it. "Left at the end of the road," Bethany said. He accelerated. It felt good to be in an anonymous car, untracked, unmarked. He knew not to let his guard down, but the worst of the job was probably behind him. They drove in silence, punctuated only by Bethany's directions as she read them off the GPS. It took them through back streets of Oman that Danny would never have navigated without help. He was glad of Bethany's calm co-piloting. It meant he could concentrate on his driving and his situational awareness. Not that it proved necessary. There were no trails, no SUV with hidden gunmen pulling up alongside and taking shots. It was an ordinary, uneventful journey up and down the hilly urban terrain of Oman. And so Danny allowed a corner of his mind to wander to consider everything the General had said. If he was right, and was telling the truth, it meant Danny now found himself at the centre of a global conspiracy that led all the way to the Oval Office and the Kremlin. A foolish American president plotting an atrocity on his own people in order to justify a power grab, and all this orchestrated and masterminded by the Russians. Danny was no politician. He was just a soldier who did as he was ordered most of the time. But this sickened him. It also made him wary. Knowledge like this was dangerous. Powerful men would kill to keep it secret. He glanced at the General, who was looking thoughtfully out of the window at the passing street scenes. The conspirators wanted him dead because of who he was, and not because of what he knew. Just imagine the energy they would put into assassinating him if they realized he was onto them. The same went for Danny, of course. To the Oval Office in the Kremlin, an SAS grunt was 1,000 times more expendable than a 5-star general. They'd kill him without thinking, and as for Bethany... He glanced at her beautiful face as he drove. She was incredibly calm, given everything that had happened. But for her to have this knowledge would make MI6 even more determined that she should be silenced permanently for fear that she would use it as leverage. Had Bethany worked that out? She knew how the security services thought and operated. If she shared any of Danny's intuition, however, she was hiding it well. Not for the first time, he felt a certain grudging respect for her. He would still do what he was told when the time was right, but his enthusiasm for that particular part of the job was waning fast. It took an hour for the urban sprawl of the city to subside. They found themselves on a straight motorway, clusters of buildings here and there on either side, moderately busy traffic in either direction. Danny settled into the slow lane, sedate, unremarkable driving. "We follow this for about 40 miles, Bethany said. "Then we have to go off-road. You think the car's up to it?" "It's going to have to be," Danny said. "We'll make it." As he spoke, he was checking the vehicle behind him in the rear-view mirror. He couldn't discern its make or colour because its headlamps were bright, but he could see that it was starting to overtake. Rapidly. It drew up alongside the Nissan. Its passenger window was open. The man in the passenger seat looked too big for the car. He had a buzz-cut mohawk, Turgenev. His scarred scalp was sweating, and he was looking directly at Danny with that gloating grin. And then quite suddenly Turgenev's vehicle veered into Danny's. It was just a nudge, but the other vehicle was larger, and the momentum was such that Danny momentarily lost control. The Nissan screeched to the side of the road, the steering wheel spinning through his hands. "What the fuck?" he hissed as he gripped the wheel again and drove into the skid just in time to regain control of the vehicle and bring it back into the lane. "Did you see him?" the General shouted. "It was the asshole who wasted my guys!" "He's done a lot more than that," Danny growled. Turgenev's vehicle was 20 meters in front, but its brake lights were on and the gap was closing. Danny couldn't work it out. They'd switched cars. How could anybody still be onto them? And then, just as Turgenev was alongside them again, he realized what was happening, and he cursed his own stupidity. "They're going to hit us again!" Bethany shouted. All her calmness had deserted her, and there was real panic in her voice. Danny maintained his speed, staying level with the other car, holding his nerve. If he was going to avoid a collision, he had to time it just right. Just right. He accelerated. Turgenev's car did the same in order to keep level. He accelerated some more. Same deal. The cars behind them were hanging back, clearly aware that something dangerous was going on. That suited Danny just fine. He needed the space. He accelerated a third time, waited for Turgenev's driver to catch up, and then he waited for it to swerve. He could see that Bethany's knuckles were white as she gripped the GPS unit. Hold it. Hold it. The vehicle closed in. Danny waited until the two cars were separated by barely a meter. Then he hit the brakes. The Nissan slowed. Turgenev's vehicle shot ahead and swerved into Danny's lane, but the resistance it was expecting from the Nissan wasn't there. It overshot the lane and careered into the hard-baked terrain at the side of the road. Danny knew the driver had lost control when he saw the wheels on one side of the vehicle rise from the ground as the Nissan sped past them. In his rear view, he saw the car roll. It landed on its roof and slid 10 meters across the ground away from the road. Then it spun, and its momentum righted it again, but pointing in the wrong direction. Smoke was belching from its engine. Danny reckoned the vehicle was out of action. "How did they know where we were?" Bethany demanded. "What the hell's happening?" Danny didn't answer. He was looking for a place to stop by the side of the road where there would be some cover. There was something he had to do, and he only had a few minutes to do it before his pursuers caught up with him again. He saw a suitable location soon enough, an abandoned petrol station, run down and boarded up, no sign of any pumps. He manoeuvred off the road and brought the vehicle to a halt behind the main building, where weeds and debris littered the ground, the kind of place most sensible people would avoid. He killed the engine, killed the lights, grabbed his cig and jumped out of the car, opened the rear passenger door and pointed the cig at the general. "Get out," he said. "What the hell? Get out now!" The general hesitated for a second, then did as he was told. "I don't know what you think. Take your clothes off. You're insane. Do it now." Bethany had also exited the Nissan and was staring at Danny, a questioning look in her eyes. Danny ignored her. "Now!" he repeated. The general started with his sports jacket. As he wormed his body out of it, Danny took the jacket and felt inside the pockets. There was an asthma inhaler and a wallet. He removed the canister from the inhaler and checked the plastic casing. Nothing. He looked through the wallet. Several credit cards, some American dollars, nothing else. He dropped the jacket onto the ground and indicated with a wave of his cig that the general should remove his pink shirt. He scowled at Danny as he unfastened the buttons and handed it over. The shirt was crumpled and sweaty. It smelled bad. It was not the crisp, clean article of clothing he had been wearing when he entered the hotel bar 6 hours earlier. Danny checked the breast pocket and the hem. Nothing. He dumped the shirt with the sports jacket. "Trousers," he said. Wordlessly, the general kicked off his brown brogues. They were still shiny. He removed his trousers and handed them over. Danny checked them. Pockets, lining, hem, belt buckle. Nothing. The trousers joined the rest of the general's clothes pile. O'Brien was standing in his socks and underpants, the same ones that Bethany had stuffed in his mouth, and his humiliation was plain to see in his face. Danny was about to tell him to strip completely when he remembered the brown brogues. He pocketed the cig, then bent down to pick them up. They smelled of boot polish and foot odour, and were warm and moist inside. Danny removed the inner sole from the right shoe. Nothing. The inner sole from the left. There it was. The tracking device was no bigger than a mobile phone's SIM card, but thicker. It was stuck into a recess in the sole of the shoe. Danny picked it off with his nail and held it up. "It wasn't the car they were tracking," he said. "It was you." "How the hell did they plant that thing on me?" the general said. "I don't know. Doesn't matter now. Get dressed." Bethany walked towards Danny. The general was scrambling to get his clothes back on, seemingly embarrassed to be seen by her. But she showed no sign of interest in the older man. She was interested in the tracking device. "Destroy it," she said, "or just leave it here on the ground. They won't be able to track us then." "Yeah," Danny said. She was right. No tracking device, no trails. He dropped it on the ground and prepared to grind it with his heel, but then he stopped. He looked back along the road. He could just see the headlamps of Turgenev's car blazing into the darkness a couple of 100 meters away. He squinted. There was no doubt about it. A figure was standing in front of the burning car. Even at this distance, Danny could tell that he was taller and broader than the average man. "Turgenev," he muttered. "The guy with the mohawk," the general said. "Yeah," Danny replied. "The guy with the mohawk." He thought of the 022 operation, of Bullethead and Chinese Mike, of Dougie and his daughter. He remembered the ambush and the airstrike and the burned and butchered bodies littering the blast site. The carnage that Turgenev had orchestrated. He thought of their fight and of Turgenev's promise to kill Danny with his bare hands. He thought of the 2 SAS patches he had on his jacket, and of Turgenev holding the heads of decapitated SAS men. Danny Black was a regiment man. It was in his blood, and from his very first day in Hereford one rule had been instilled in him: there are consequences to killing SAS men. 200 meters, he thought. I could deal with him now. It wasn't an option. Turgenev was likely to be armed and would see him coming, not to mention that the police would likely be on the scene at any moment, as well as any Wagner Group backup. If Danny wanted to deal with that mohawk-headed fucker, he'd have to think a bit smarter. He checked his watch. 22:59 hours. The stealth chopper would be at the pickup point at 0400. That gave him 5 hours. He consulted the geography of the area in his head. Their current location, the drop zone 40 miles to the northwest of Oman, the location of the ruins where they'd hidden the smuggler's lorry. If he was to go back there, it would involve a 10-mile detour to the south. He had enough time, just. He bent down again and picked up the tracking device. "Get dressed," he told the general, "and get back into the car." Chapter 19. It was a short hop from Cincinnati to Orlando. The children had squealed at takeoff and landing and had been almost unreasonably excited when the kind air stewardess had handed them a complimentary Coke from the drinks trolley. Rabia did not ordinarily allow them to drink soda, but today she did so with an indulgent smile. It was almost enough to make Hamoud forget about the unpleasant stares he and his family had received from some of the passengers on this Delta flight. There was something about airplanes in America that made those stares more aggressive. It was probably a 9/11 thing, Hamoud supposed. At least, and as far as he was aware, none of the other passengers had demanded that his family leave the plane before takeoff. He had heard of that happening. When they arrived in Orlando, the children's excitement was irrepressible. Even Malik, who was normally so quiet. Almost every poster at the airport showed an image of the Cinderella castle, or thrill-seeking kids on a roller coaster, or Mickey Mouse. Malik and Melissa pointed at every single one. Hamoud and Rabia gently ushered them along the corridors of the airport towards the exit, through the crowds, and out into the departure area. A man was waiting for them here. He wore smart clothes, a blazer and dark trousers, and he held up a blackboard with the name Hamoud al-Asmar clearly written in white chalk. Hamoud stopped. The man's face was familiar. He tried to place it, but it eluded him. "Hamoud, are you all right?" His wife and children had gone on ahead for several meters before realizing that Hamoud was not with them. They had turned back and rejoined him. "Hamoud, what is the matter?" Hamoud smiled. Nothing, my love," he said, and he tousled his son's hair as the little boy stared up at him. "Look, there's our transfer." Rabia preened herself. They would never take a car service in the ordinary course of events. "It's like being the President of the United States," she told her children rather grandly. "Come along." They made themselves known to the driver, who was very polite. He offered to take their bag for them, but Hamoud declined. He wasn't used to such service, and it made him uncomfortable. The driver led them out into the hammer-blow heat of a Florida summer. Hamoud felt a bead of sweat dripping precisely along the vertical scar on his face. They headed into the parking lot, where the driver's minivan was parked. "Make yourself comfortable, folks," he said as he slid the door open for them. There were 2 rows of seats in the back of the minivan. The children took the back row to themselves, another thrill for them, while Hamoud and his wife took the front row. It was pleasantly cool in the air-conditioned van, and a country music station played softly as they exited the parking lot and headed away from the airport. But Hamoud couldn't relax. He could see the driver's face in the rear-view mirror, and was even more certain now that he recognized him. He thought hard. The harder he thought, the more the man's identity slipped from him. "Relax," he told himself. "Try to forget about it. If you're not thinking so hard, maybe it will come." "We're nearly there, children," he said. The kids squealed with joy, and the Rabia laughed fondly to hear it. And it was as she laughed that it came to him. He hadn't been able to place the face, because he'd only seen it for a split second earlier that day, watching Hamoud from a distance as he and his family passed through security at Cincinnati. He felt a twist of anxiety in his gut. What could this mean? Were they being followed? Did this man mean them harm? He didn't seem harmful. He was driving calmly at 50 miles per hour, eyes forward, paying no interest to Hamoud and his family. It was paranoia, he told himself, nothing more. It couldn't be the same person. Why would an Orlando transfer driver be loitering in the security area of Cincinnati Airport? He wouldn't. Hamoud was mistaken. It was as simple as that. He was being foolish. He wasn't well in his mind. He had to remember that, for his own good and for the good of his family. He held his wife's hand and tenderly squeezed it. They were going to enjoy their holiday, and his confused thoughts were not going to get in the way. "This is fucking insane," the general growled. "You were one of my guys. I'd have you court-martialed." Danny said nothing. "You should throw that goddamn tracker out of the window," the general said. "Any one of those vehicles," he pointed vaguely out of the Nissan's windows to indicate the other cars on the motorway. "Any of them could be one of these Wagner Group nutjobs. You want them to try to take us off the goddamn road again?" "They can try," Danny said. Bethany kept quiet. Danny guessed she was conflicted. Like the general, she no doubt wanted to get to the pickup point as quickly and as safely as possible. She was surely thinking about her kid and getting home to him as quickly as she could. But at the same time, if anybody understood the desire for revenge, it was her. She had killed for it in the past, risked everything for it. Bethany White most certainly understood how Danny was feeling. The traffic was thinning out. They were heading west, back towards the Israeli border. Desert terrain faded into the night on either side of them. Danny had reset the GPS unit to guide them back to the Roman ruins where they'd met their fixer and left the smuggler's lorry. It would mean any minute now going off-road and heading across the desert. The Nissan was hardly the ideal vehicle for such a journey. Danny didn't care. It would do. He would make it work. "It's insane," the general said again. "You want me to leave you by the side of the road? Say the word." Silence. Danny could tell the general was considering a different line of argument. "You any idea how important it is I get out of here in one piece? You think your goddamn sideshow is more important than the security of the United States of America? You'll get out of here in one piece. It's a war crime, you know that? It's a bona fide black and white cut-and-dried war crime. Jesus, I'm trying to expose a conspiracy at the highest level, and you're off on some personal vendetta?" "It's not a personal vendetta," Danny said. "I'll tell you what it is. It's a disaster in the making.
You got any idea what will happen to me if it's discovered that I've been involved in this madness? Nobody's going to discover anything. How do you know that? How can you possibly say that? Because the Russians won't want anybody asking questions about why they were trying to assassinate a 5-star general, an SAS man, and a former MI6 officer. In any case, we don't have a choice. We have to deal with these Wagner Group guys. It's an operational necessity. The hell it is, the general said. We're heading to a covert RV with a British chopper in the Jordanian desert close to the Israeli border. If we don't deal with these guys, we'll lead them straight to it. They're serious players. I've seen them in action. I'm not going to compromise the guys coming in to pick us up. I'm not going to risk another massacre. You're finding excuses, the general said. The guy with the mohawk is called Alexander Turgenev, Danny said. He's smart enough to orchestrate an ambush on an SAS unit. He's smart enough to track us this far. You really think we should underestimate him? Not to mention that you just watched him shoot 2 of your men in the back of the head. Are you seriously telling me you don't want to see him dead? Of course I want to see him dead, the general said. But there are more important things at stake. They're not more important to me, Danny said. And anyway, we'll make the RV, trust me. The general fell silent. The ruins are 10 miles due south, Bethany said quietly. She was holding the GPS unit and reading the screen. Danny nodded. Despite everything, he appreciated her implied approval. He slowed gradually and pulled up on the side of the road. Cars were passing now, at a rate of about 1 every 30 seconds. He couldn't risk anyone seeing them take the Nissan off-road. He waited a full 2 minutes before there was a suitable gap in the traffic. Then he killed the headlamps and eased the vehicle off into the darkness. Luckily, the moon was bright enough for him to see his way. The lights of the motorway receded behind him. The desert stretched out in front. He drove at a steady speed, not so fast that the weak chassis of the Nissan would be damaged by the pitted terrain, not so slow that the Wagner Group would catch them up before he had a chance to welcome them. The hard-baked earth crunched monotonously beneath the tires. Sure, the quad bike they'd dropped in with had been by far the better vehicle for terrain like this, but Danny had been trained to adapt to circumstances. He had been trained, too, to maintain his observational skills at all time, and he did that now. He was being tracked. He knew that beyond question. But there were unknowns. How many guys were tracking him? What vehicles were they using? How were they armed? Would they realize that Danny was leading them into a trap? What kind of countermeasures would they deploy? As Danny drove, he maintained an acute awareness of his surroundings. At the same time, he put himself into the heads of his enemies. They would know that he was off-road now. They'd be following him, but they'd also be wary of a guy who'd already dealt with 2 carloads of their men. They would be persistent and uncompromising, but they would plan their approach and their attack a little more carefully. That would give Danny the time he needed, he hoped. They cruised across the desert, the silence only broken by Bethany's occasional suggestion that Danny alter his trajectory to keep on track. It took the best part of an hour for their destination to come into view, the stone remnants of the Roman ruins protruding from the ground, the copse that hid the smuggler's lorry, the rough road leading away from the ruins back towards Amman. Danny stopped the car 50 meters from the edge of the ruins, took his night sight from his shoulder bag, and exited the vehicle. The ancient stones glowed a pale grey in the moonlight, which was bright enough now to cast stubby shadows onto the ground. It was absolutely silent. There was no breeze, no sound of desert animals. The whole area was as still as a photograph. He scanned a full 360, searching minutely for movement, threats, anything that indicated the Wagner Group was close. Nothing. He got back in the car and drove further into the ruins. He needed to choose his position carefully, somewhere in the center of the ruins, because he wanted the low stone walls and protruding columns to act as a kind of camouflage.
The busier and more broken up the area looked from a distance, the easier it would be to hide the objects Danny had in mind. He also wanted to be close enough to the stone walls that he could make tactical advantage of them. So he parked up in a circular open area with a diameter of about 15 meters, a section of wall forming the perimeter, but broken up here and there to allow access. He parked the car to one side of the circle, blocking a gap in the perimeter. Then he turned to the others. "This is going to take me half an hour to set up," he said, "maybe 45 minutes. You need to position yourselves at the edge of the copse and keep stag. I need to know the moment you see anybody approaching. You can do that?" The silent stares he received from Bethany and the General told him exactly what they thought of the suggestion that this task might be beyond their abilities. "If we're going to do this," the General said, "let's get it done." Danny left the tracking device in his footwell. Then they left the car and ran towards the copse. Bethany took up a position behind the tree line, facing the road, the exact position from which they'd watched the fixers approaching the previous night. The General moved across the copse, checking the view from various positions. Danny noted that his footfall was soundless. He might be top brass, but he still had a soldier's stealth when he needed it. Danny himself headed to the smuggler's lorry. It was exactly where they'd left it, on the far side of the copse from the road. He recovered the keys from where he'd buried them beneath the tree with the distinctive knot and shook them clean. He opened up the back, climbed up into the lorry, and allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness inside. He saw a long-handled torch and closed the door of the lorry before switching it on. The light was filtered red, and it gave the interior of the truck a fiery glow. Danny took stock. His memory of the contents of the lorry hadn't failed him. There were claymore mines and huge spools of wire, and heavy-duty sets of wire cutters. There were blocks of C4 plastic explosive. There were detonators. There were 2 Dragunov sniper rifles. There were Kalashnikovs with underslung grenade launchers. There were pistols. There were wooden crates filled with RPG warheads. With a grim smile, he saw that the crates were wrapped in old woolen blankets to protect them. There were boxes and boxes of ammunition. It was a heavy-duty arsenal, enough gear to cause death and destruction on a massive scale. Danny wondered about its original destination. Had he stumbled across hardware intended for some gruesome, sickening act of terror? Was it intended for the people of the West Bank to be able to defend themselves? It was impossible to know for sure. But one thing was certain. This gear was about to be repurposed. It belonged to Danny Black now. Before he made use of it, however, he needed a fire. It was the work of a couple of minutes to gather an armful of deadfall from the floor of the copse and a pocketful of dried leaves that crumbled almost to dust at his touch. He carried it to the center of the circular clearing and made a wigwam of smaller twigs. He stuffed the dried leaves at the bottom of the wigwam. He patted down his pockets and found the wallet of hotel-branded matches he'd taken from the bar. He struck one, lit his tinder, and gently blew on it until the wigwam caught. During jungle training, it had been instilled in him that the most important ingredient for a good fire, after fuel, oxygen, and heat, was patience. Look after a fire when it's young, it'll look after you when it's old. It wasn't always easy to be patient. As the twigs smouldered, he looked out across the desert, checking for a sign of anybody approaching. Nothing yet. He knew it was a matter of time. He added larger bits of firewood, perhaps a little earlier than he should, but he got away with it. The wood was desert dry and burned readily. In 4 or 5 minutes, it was burning well enough to leave. He hurried back to the lorry, climbed inside, and turned on the torch. He took the longest, heaviest spool of wire. There was several 100 meters of it at a guess, certainly sufficient for his purposes. He hauled it over his shoulder, grabbed a set of wire cutters, and killed the torch. Then he exited the vehicle, locking it behind him to make sure nobody else got a chance to raid the sweet shop. He ran with it to the part of the tree line that was closest to the Nissan and the circular clearing, distance about 30 meters. He started rolling out the wire towards the clearing. The wire was very fine, and once it was on the ground, almost invisible if you didn't know it was there. When he reached the clearing, he looped the wire around the low stone perimeter wall. Where it crossed the gaps in the wall, he camouflaged it further by covering it with loose grit. Once he'd made a full circle, he rolled the wire back towards the copse, laid the spool next to the beginning of the wire, and made a cut. He stripped the ends. Now he had 2 terminals, ready to deliver an electric charge to his hastily constructed ring main. Danny ran through the copse to check with Bethany and the General that they hadn't spotted anybody approaching. Negative from them both. He returned to the lorry and opened it up again, switched on the torch. Red glow. He helped himself to an armful of detonators and plastic explosives, closed up the lorry, sprinted back to where he'd left the spool of wire, slung it over his shoulder, pocketed the wire cutters, and took his armful of gear to the circular clearing. Danny's hands were large, his fingers thick, but he worked with the deft skill of a seamstress. He moved round the loop of wire and made a cut every couple of meters. At each break in the wire, he spliced in 2 more lengths of several meters. Some of these he laid outside the perimeter of the circle, some inside. So now there were 10 branches of wire leading in and out of the circle, each ending in a double terminal. One of the interior branches snaked to the underside of the Nissan. He connected a detonator to each of these terminals, then sunk the blasting fuse of each detonator deep into a block of C4 plastic explosive. He was sweating heavily now and breathing deeply. A good 15 minutes had passed since he had started laying his trap. The fire was burning well. He laid some more fuel on the flames, then took another moment to check his surroundings through his night sight. Nothing. Just the still, silent, wide expanse of the desert. He turned his attention back to the primed explosives. He needed to hide them better. He quickly moved the C4 nearest the Nissan to underneath the vehicle's fuel tank. The remainder he either dug into the ground or positioned close to the stone perimeter wall on the inside of the circle. The wall would force the blast to focus in one direction, doubling its efficacy. But that wasn't enough for Danny. He was a regiment man, and he had the regiment's approach. When he attacked, he wanted that attack to be sudden, brutal, and instantly deadly. He didn't want a fair fight. He wanted to dominate the field of conflict utterly. So he ran back to the lorry, opened up, shone the torch, and went to work on the wooden crates containing the RPG warheads. He loosened the blankets wrapped round the crates, he'd need those in a bit, then turned his attention to the boxes themselves. Normally, they would require a tool to jemmy them open. Danny didn't bother with that. The wooden cases were dry and brittle. Their lids came off with a vigorous tug, splintering as they came away from their bases. He carefully lifted out the warheads. They were solid and heavy, their metal casings strangely cool in the warm night. Danny carried them 2 at a time back to the ring main. The air smelled of smoke, and the fire was burning brightly. He placed a warhead next to each block of plastic explosive. When the C4 exploded, the warheads would detonate. Anybody in the vicinity would know about it, for a few seconds at least. "We got company." Danny looked up from where he was placing the last warhead. He hadn't heard Bethany approach, and he didn't like that she'd managed to creep up on him like that. She pointed across the desert, and Danny followed her hand. He immediately saw the lights. They were distant, probably a couple of miles off, and they disappeared as soon as Danny saw them. He knew what they were, though. Headlamps, a single set, one vehicle, which had driven into a dip so that the headlamps were no longer visible from Danny's position. "Get back in position," Danny said. "Keep watching." "If I didn't know better, I'd think you wanted me out of the way. You don't need me keeping stag. You know they're coming." "Fine," Danny said. "You still have your pistol?" "Of course." 5 minutes' time, we're going to have a lot of dead Russians on our hands. Your job is to make sure they really are dead when the time comes. You can do that?" "Of course." "Then get back behind the tree line." He pointed towards the copse, to a position about 20 meters from where he was setting himself up. "Make sure you're out of sight. There might be shooting, and I want you out of the line of fire." "How chivalrous!" "That's got nothing to do with it. You're no use to us with a bullet in the head. Go!" Bethany headed back into the copse. Danny checked the time. 00:29 hours, 3.5 hours till they needed to be at the pickup point. Danny still had items to set up. He ran to the Nissan and found the lever by the driver's seat to open up the bonnet. The battery was at the right-hand side of the engine block. He carefully removed both terminals, then lifted the battery out of the engine and closed it up again. He ran with this back into the copse and left it by the 2 loose ends of the ring main. Back to the lorry. He gathered up the blankets that had been cushioning the RPG crates. There were 10 in all. He only needed 9. He carried the blankets back to the clearing and arranged them carefully around the fire. The flames had subsided now. The embers glowed and crackled. He kept a distance of a couple of meters between the fire and the material. He made 3 piles of 3 blankets. 1 blanket rolled lengthwise to mimic a body. 1 blanket bundled to mimic a head. The 3rd blanket draped over the 2 to make the whole ensemble look like a sleeping person. It was a crude pretense, but Danny knew that people would tend to see what they expected to see. A campfire in a deserted location would likely be surrounded by sleeping people. Nobody would think it remotely unusual. Yeah, any luck, they'd see what they wanted to see. He returned through the copse to the lorry. He took a Kalashnikov, grenade launcher, ammo and box of tubular grenades, then delivered them back to the car battery and the ring main terminals. He loaded the Kalashnikov with a full magazine of 7.62s and a grenade. Back to the lorry, where he grabbed the Dragunov sniper rifle and a box of rounds. Back at the car battery and in the shelter of the trees, he took another look through the night sight. And he allowed himself another grim smile as he saw what was happening. Now there was more than a single vehicle approaching. He counted 4. No, 5. 1 more had appeared. They had turned off their headlamps and were advancing on the Roman ruins from Danny's 10, 11, 12, 1 and 2 o'clock. A formation advance centered on the tracking device that was currently broadcasting its position from the driver's footwell of the Nissan. Danny looked around. No sign of Bethany. She was well hidden. He ran through the copse and found the general, who was keeping Stag in the opposite direction. "Any vehicles from your direction?" he asked. "Zip," the general said. Danny could tell he was still pissed off, but he was taking his lookout duties seriously. "You know your way around a sniper rifle." "You kidding? I was U.S. Army champion 3 years running." Danny checked the terrain from this direction through his night sight. He had a good view, and there was no sign of any approaching vehicle. "This way," he said. He led the general back to where the battery, the ring main terminals, and the weaponry were stashed. He pointed to the Dragunov. The general eyed it hesitantly. Danny crouched down by the battery and gripped the 2 terminals of the ring main. He looked out from the tree line. Even without the benefit of the night sight, he could see figures approaching. 10 guys silhouetted in the moonlight. He could see the outlines of their bodies and of the weapons that were slung across their chests. He tried to pick out Turgenev's distinctive height and physique. He couldn't, and he felt a dig of disappointment. He told himself to focus on what was ahead of them. The men were advancing carefully on the clearing. Current distance from the kill zone, 60 meters. "In case you're coming down with a bad case of ethics," Danny said quietly, "might be worth remembering that those 10 guys think they're about to kill you. We don't put them down, all of them. That's what they'll do." The general still didn't pick up the Dragunov. Danny felt a grudging respect for him. The guy obviously wanted to do the right thing. He clearly took the view that they should have escaped these Wagner Group operatives rather than massacre them. But he hadn't been on the ground when 022 walked into the Russian ambush. He hadn't seen his mates butchered and mangled. He hadn't fought Turgenev. Danny glanced sidelong at the general. In that moment, He didn't see a powerful man who had a seat at the table with the most influential people in the world. He saw a soldier, in the dark, on ops, and he knew what he had to say. "You saw them kill your men outside the hotel, right? You watched them do it, and you don't want them to answer for that." Danny didn't need to watch for the general's response. He knew what it would be. As he remained crouched down by the battery, looking out across the Roman ruins, he heard the general load and prime the sniper rifle before putting himself down in the firing position. There was total silence. The fire glowed a burnt orange, occasionally spitting sparks into the air like fireflies. The figures approached, slowly, moving with stealth, distance 55 meters. Danny could see now that they had their weapons raised, the butts pressed into their shoulders. They looked like pros, a good amount of space between each man so that they didn't present a bunched-up target, approaching on foot from a distance to avoid disturbing their own targets with the sound of their vehicles. But Danny could tell they were making a big mistake. Their weapons were all pointing in the direction of the clearing, at the fire and the dummy bodies. They had fallen for his staging. They were seeing what they wanted to see, without expecting the unexpected. "Who actually is the broad, anyway?" the general said very quietly. "Not one of yours, that's for certain, knowing how USF guys are about chicks in your ranks." Danny didn't answer. He kept his focus on the approaching men. Distance from the kill zone, 50 meters. "Where is she?" the general asked. Danny tensed up. "Close." "I'm going to level with you," the general said. "If she didn't make it through this ambush, I wouldn't be weeping at her graveside." "Keep your mind on the fucking job," Danny said. The truth was, it had occurred to him that now was a good time to take Bethany out. She wouldn't be expecting an attack, not when they were working together like this, and one more body in the massacre that he was planning would cause fewer questions to be asked, like hiding a branch on a log pile. Why then was he resisting the idea? Why was he persuading himself that in the light of the mission change he needed direct confirmation from Hereford before taking Bethany out of the picture? He couldn't answer that question, and now he put it from his mind. "Your silence speaks volumes," the general said. "I gotta tell you, I don't like her being in possession of that pistol she took in the hotel. You should have seen the look in her eyes when she was in my hotel room. Just shut the fuck up and don't move," Danny said. "They see movement behind the tree line. They'll know it's a trap." The targets were still approaching very steadily. There was a sudden breath of wind. The fire embers flared. A cloud of sparks drifted towards the copse, and with them a warm smell of wood smoke. Danny held the ring main wires close to the battery terminals, ready to make the connection when the moment was right. His hands were completely steady. Unlike the general, he had no compunction about what he was about to do. Distance from the kill zone, 30 meters. 20. They were among the Roman ruins now. The moon cast their shadows over the standing stones and dilapidated walls and columns. As a unit, they were breaking up a little. 5 guys were moving ahead to the clearing. The remainder lagged behind, covering their mates, but still advancing once there was a gap of about 7 meters between them. They continued their advance in 2 lines. Danny was pleased he'd placed his explosives both inside the ring main and outside it. The first 2 guys were inside the clearing now. Their weapons were pointing down at the dummy blankets, and they glowed slightly in the light of the embers. Danny touched one end of the ring main to the negative battery terminal. 3 more guys entered the clearing. The remaining 5 were just outside it, almost in a semicircle, covering their unit mates. A shout. "Russian!" It rang out across the desert. One of the guys in the semicircle had lowered his weapon. He was pointing at something on the ground. It was clear he knew something was wrong. He'd seen Danny's trap. It was too late. Danny touched the loose wire to the positive terminal. The explosion was instantaneous and immense. The detonation of 10 blocks of C4 was enough to send a shockwave through the air and emitted a crack so thunderous that it momentarily numbed Danny's ears. It was nothing, however, to the harsh, brutal clatter of the RPGs. They detonated in such quick succession that the individual explosions almost became one. Danny's view of the clearing became completely obscured by the vast geyser of dry earth and shrapnel that spat violently up from the ground, scorching and impenetrable. The sound of raining shrapnel followed the noise of the detonations, like nuts and bolts hammering on a steel roof. But this too was quickly drowned out by a third explosion. Danny had laid one RPG under the fuel tank of the Nissan. It did its work. A black and orange flash flowered deep in the cloud of dust and shrapnel. There was a deafening crack of combusting fuel, a thick plume of black smoke, and a crunch as the Nissan itself shifted position and its chassis crumpled. Then the screaming started. Danny couldn't see the men. The cloud of smoke and grit was still impenetrable. He had to rely on his ears to tell him how many were dead and how many, unfortunately for them, were still alive. He could make out 4 individual screams. They were the mindless, desperate screams of men in such agony that it blocked out all other thought. They were shrill, they were hoarse, they oozed panic and pain. When after 20 seconds the cloud started to dissipate, Danny saw why. One guy was on his knees. The skin on his face was shredded and burned. He no longer had features, just a red mask of blood and bone. As he screamed, he brought his fingertips up to his face, but he plainly couldn't bear to touch the wounded flesh. A second guy was staggering by a low wall. He had a jagged piece of shrapnel embedded in his chest. The shrapnel was too large to have come from the RPGs. It must have flown off the Nissan, which Danny could now see lying on its side, shrouded in hot flames and burning smoke. A third guy was on fire. He must have been close to the Nissan when the fuel tank exploded. His hair was ablaze, his clothes too. He was running around in a circle like a demented dog. His screams were the most hoarse, but no quieter for it. A fourth guy had lost his arm just above the elbow. His screams were more of a whimper, breathless and staccato, like the individual rounds of a semi-automatic. He was holding the stump with his good arm, staring at it with a burned, blistered face. There was no blood. Danny assumed that the heat of the blast had instantly cauterized the wound. The dead were the lucky ones. Killed instantly, they didn't have to endure these agonizing final moments before the inevitable came. Their bodies were strewn around the ruins, some of them partially dismembered. One guy was half covered by the dummy blankets. Another was slumped against the burning Nissan, his body smouldering as the flames began to eat it. Danny watched, listening to the agonized shouts and the crackle of the flames, and he remembered the bomb site in Syria and the state of his dead mates, and he couldn't help feel a surge of satisfaction. The general was shifting position. Danny could tell he was about to take a shot, most likely to put one of the screaming men out of his misery. "Hold your fire," he hissed. "These guys need finishing off. It's inhumane." "Not yet," Danny said. "I mean it, not yet." He was looking past the kill zone now, at the line of vehicles in which the Wagner group had arrived. These guys might be mercenaries, but they were also soldiers, and among soldiers there was a code. You help your mates when they're in trouble. If there were any further targets still in the vehicles, these screams would most likely bring them running, but if they thought there were shooters behind the tree line, they would have no choice but to retreat. Danny's job would only be half done. It happened after a minute, a long minute, filled with the diminishing screams of the men and the greasy stench of burning fuel. 3 car doors opened. 5 more guys appeared. Danny felt his stomach lurch. One of them was substantially taller than the others. Danny could just discern the outline of his buzz-cut mohawk. Turgenev was here. Like the others, he was armed with a rifle. Danny guessed they'd been waiting to check if any enemy personnel showed themselves. But they didn't have Danny's patience, and the sound of their companions screaming was too much for them. Turgenev's 4 mates sprinted towards the kill zone, but Turgenev was smarter and held back a little. As they ran, Danny picked up his Kalashnikov. He aimed so that the dull-grey tubular underslung launcher would fire a grenade between the 2 leftmost guys. When they were 10 meters from the clearing, he fired. The launcher made a hollow, echoing pop as it spat its contents, and the stubby grenade flew visibly through the air. When it exploded, its effects were as devastating as Danny intended. Shrapnel peppered the two guys in a sudden, shocking burst. They went down, the screams adding to the bitter yells of their mates. They writhed on the ground, entirely out of action, minutes or even seconds from death. Now, however, the remaining 3 Wagner Group guys knew they were going to come under fire. They hit the ground, Turgenev about 10 meters behind the other 2, and crawled to cover behind bits of protruding ruins, Turgenev behind a column, the other 2 behind a low wall about 20 meters away. They were out of sight, but Danny knew their counterattack would come at any moment. He threw himself to the ground, Kalashnikov by his side, and pressed himself into the earth alongside the prostrate general. They were hidden in the darkness behind the tree line. Danny also knew that the gunfire, when it came, would be the random spray of shooters hoping for the best. The wounded men stopped screaming almost at the same time. A dense silence settled. Then the gunfire came. It was the harsh cough of 2 automatic weapons releasing short bursts towards the cops. Danny was aware of bullets slamming into the trees above him, of bark splintering and falling to the ground. He saw 2 muzzle flashes from the shooters' firing points behind the low wall to his 1 o'clock, about a meter from each other. A bullet ricocheted from a nearby tree. He felt a vibrating thud pass through his arms, and for a moment he thought he'd been hit. But he hadn't. The gunfire stopped. Silence returned. The muzzle flashes had given Danny their precise location. Bad mistake. They were close enough for Danny to take them out with a single burst once they showed themselves again. He moved very slowly and quietly up into the firing position, aimed his Kalashnikov set to automatic, and rested his finger lightly on the trigger, kept his breathing shallow. Waited. 30 seconds passed. 45. The shooters popped up like jack-in-the-boxes. Danny fired. There was nothing, just an impotent click. His rifle had a stoppage. He swore silently and went through the motions of clearing the stoppage, a process so familiar he could do it in seconds. He tried to fire again. Nothing. He realized that the vibrating thud must have been a stray round hitting the weapon. It was fucked. The target started firing again. Danny slammed himself back down to the ground. The incoming was more on point this time. Was it luck? Had they seen him? Danny didn't know, but now Turgenev's 2 mates had emerged from their hiding position. They were firing in turn, short bursts towards the cops as they approached. Danny was pinned down, unable to move, unable to defend himself. Distance, 20 meters. The closer they came, the more danger he was in, because they would spot him if he moved. His rifle was out of action, but the grenade launcher could still be okay. The grenades were stashed several meters to his left. Could he risk rolling to them, reloading and firing? How long would that take? Several seconds, by which time the advancing guys would only be 10 meters away, and they would see him for certain. Rounds landed left and right of him. Too close, much too close. "Put them down," he hissed to the general. From somewhere to his right, a shot rang out. The single dead thump of a sniper bullet. He saw one of the guys fall, and even before he hit the ground there was a second shot. A bullet hit the head of the second guy, causing a grotesque fountain of blood and brain matter to spurt from the shattered skull as the man slumped heavily to the ground, which left Turgenev himself. He appeared from behind a column 30 meters distant, his weapon engaged. He had clearly made an accurate judgment of the general's position, and he fired a burst. For a sickening moment, Danny thought the bullets had hit their mark, but then he heard a third shot from the sniper rifle. The general wasn't hit, but his third round went awry, and Turgenev was still standing huge and hulking and about to fire again. What he didn't know was that his hesitation had given Danny the time he needed. He rolled over towards the stash of grenades, grabbed one, and loaded it quickly into the underslung launcher on his Kalashnikov. In a single deft movement, he pushed himself upright and aimed at Turgenev. There was another almost silent click as he launched the grenade. It fizzed towards the target and hit him directly in the upper leg before he was able to fire on the general. The grenade exploded, knocking him onto his back. Danny couldn't see the extent of the wounds, but he didn't need to. He could hear the screams, worse than any of the others. Even Turgenev was in no position to fight back with an injury like that. Neither Danny nor the general moved. Together they'd put down 15 men. There was no guarantee, however, that there were no more enemy personnel waiting in the vehicles. The Nissan was still burning, still pumping out black smoke. There was a second, smaller explosion. The burning corpse that was slumped against the side of the car fell forwards. Danny waited a minute, ignoring Turgenev's screams, then lowered his Kalashnikov and grabbed his night sight. He focused in on the cars. The glow of the burning Nissan compromised the NV capability a little, but he was able to check each vehicle for the sign of occupants. There was none. "We're good," he said. Both men stood up. Danny saw something in the general's face that he recognized. The wired, bright-eyed excitement, tinged with relief, that routinely followed a successful firefight. "Nice shooting," Danny said. "You look like you could use a hand," the general replied. He grinned. "Been a while since an old-timer like me was allowed on the front line." He nodded towards the clearing. "That was quite a trap you laid." "If a job's worth doing," Danny started to say. He peered at the screaming Turgenev. "We should talk to him," he said. "See if he has any intel we can use." The general nodded. Danny lowered his Kalashnikov. It was useless now, and drew his SIG. He kept it raised, two-handed, as he approached the screaming man, then stowed it as he stood above him. The burning Nissan was just 5 meters away. It radiated immense heat, enough heat for it to scorch Danny's skin. Turgenev was lying between him and the fire. The network of scars on his scalp almost glowed red in the night, and the mohawk was crisping up in the heat and giving off the acrid stench of burning hair. It didn't seem to bother Turgenev. What bothered Turgenev was his leg. The grenade had exploded against his quad. His trouser leg had burned away, and the leg had split open. The meat of the muscle was fully on display, and Danny could see a narrow shard of bone extending from thigh to knee. There was not much blood. The skin and what remained of the trouser leg was smouldering. Danny reckoned he had a bit of life in him yet. He knelt down by his side, aware of the general looking over them. He put one hand over the man's mouth to muffle his screams. "Hello, Turgenev?" Turgenev's pained eyes widened. Perhaps he was surprised that Danny knew his name. "I've got medical supplies," Danny continued, "and a way out of here. You do what I say. You'll live. You don't, I'll throw you on that fire while you're still alive. Up to you. You understand what I'm saying?" Danny removed his hand from Turgenev's mouth. Turgenev took a large intake of breath. Danny thought he was about to spit at him, but he didn't. "Name your target," Danny said. Turgenev panted some fast, shallow breaths, an attempt to start speaking. "O'Brien," he whispered finally. "Who gave the order?" "You think they'd tell us that?" He closed his eyes and shuddered. "What do you know about a 4th of July terror hit?" Turgenev opened his eyes again. "America," he whispered, and he managed a grin. The same grin he'd given Danny in the Syrian desert. The same grin he'd worn in the picture they'd shown Danny of him holding the decapitated heads of 2 SAS men. Danny wished he could waste him right then, but he held back. "I'm going to give you some pain relief real soon," he said. "But you've got to tell me everything you know first. What's happening on the 4th of July? Turgenev's grin became even broader. "The 4th of July," Danny pressed. "What's happening on the 4th of July?" "Not the 4th of July," Turgenev rasped. "What do you mean, not the 4th of July?" "They changed it." Danny looked up at the general. O'Brien had a sick expression on his face. "When?" he said. "Today," Turgenev said. and his grin became a sneer of complete contempt. "Where?" Danny said. "Where's it happening, Turgenev?" Turgenev looked from Danny to the general, back to Danny. "Fuck you," he said. "Just shoot me, now." Danny nodded slowly. He stood up. "We've got everything we're going to get out of him," he said. But the general didn't even seem to be listening anymore. He looked stricken, panicked. Danny stared down at Turgenev, who was still grinning madly at him. Then he bent down again and mustered all his strength. He needed it to roll Turgenev towards the burning Nissan. He had to grip the huge man's clothes and use his feet as well as his hands to move him. 2 rolls would do it, he reckoned. He grunted, and Turgenev struggled, but the grenade wound had sapped his strength, and he was now no match for Danny, who grimaced against the heat of the flaming car as he manoeuvred Turgenev closer to it. When Turgenev was just a meter from the car, Danny had to jump back because the heat was too intense. Turgenev started screaming again, in Russian this time, so Danny had no idea what he was saying. He didn't care. He watched with grim satisfaction as Turgenev's clothes caught alight, followed by what remained of the hair on his head. Turgenev writhed and shouted. He tried to wriggle from the flames, but now he was the flames. His whole body was burning. The scarred skin off his scalp shriveled and smouldered. His face seemed to melt. The open wound on his leg, wet and fresh, was the last to burn. His screams faded, and though there was still some movement in his body, he was as good as dead. Danny didn't need to see any more. He turned to the general, who was watching Turgenev in horror. He seemed to shake himself out of it. "I thought I had plenty of time before the hit," he said. "We need to get the deepfakes out there. You have to tell me where the footage is." "I already did. Washington, D.C. That's not enough. Not now. Exactly where is it?" "I'm not gonna tell you." "Why the hell not? You heard what he said." "I have my reasons." "That better be damn good, because people are gonna die." And before the general could point out that they were standing in the middle of a bloodbath, he added, "Civilians are gonna die." "I can still get there in time. They're 7 hours back." "Tell me where it is. We can get someone there right now." "Not gonna happen, soldier." The general's face glowed in the light of the flaming vehicle. "I tell you, you tell your superiors this goes all the way up to the highest level of government, and you'll forgive me for being suspicious about the motivation of governments, right? Your prime minister's in no position to stand up to my president. This thing will get swept under the carpet. I'm not gonna let that happen." Danny knew determination when he heard it. It crossed his mind that the general might need a taste of the medicine he'd just given the Wagner group, but he instantly dismissed that thought. What he needed was the general's trust. He wasn't going to buy that with violence. "Get your clothes off," he said. The general raised an eyebrow. "We need to put your clothes on one of these bodies," he said. "Your ID tags, too. It won't fool anybody for long, but if the Russians think they've nailed you, it might make them look in the wrong direction." He turned his back on the general and looked at the bodies strewn around the clearing. The guy with the butchered face was closest in build to the general. He was wearing khaki trousers and a black T-shirt, both torn and blood-spattered. There was a bad smell about the body, where it had started to leak fluid from its various orifices. Danny removed the garments. The corpse was heavy, the process fiddly. When he turned, he saw that the general was down to his underwear again. They swapped clothes, and Danny went about the even more cumbersome business of redressing the corpse. It took a couple of minutes, by which time the general had put on the dead man's clothes. They were a tight fit and a mess, but they would do. "Give me your tags," Danny said. The general unclipped the necklace with his military ID and handed it over. Danny put it round the corpse's neck. Then he grabbed it under its arms, hauled it to its feet, and manoeuvred it onto his shoulder in a fireman's lift. He and the general turned to face the cops. "Jesus," the general whispered. Danny froze. Bethany was standing at the tree line, facing them. Her right arm was extended, pistol in hand. She was pointing the gun in their direction. The 2 men stood side by side, Danny with the corpse still over his shoulder as she strode towards them. "What the—" Danny started to say. Bethany was 10 meters from them when she started to fire, 5 shots in quick succession. Danny was aware of the general looking down at his chest, as if expecting to see bullet wounds. But there were none. Danny realized a moment later that she was not shooting at them, she was shooting beyond them, and he quickly turned in time to see one of the Wagner Group guys who had been put down in the original blast. He was a mess. His face was burned and blistered, and one arm was hanging off, but the other was raised, and he had a handgun aimed at Danny. Not for long. Bethany released another round, and it slammed straight into the hostile's chest. He slumped heavily to the ground, and there was an immediate heavy silence. The general was breathing heavily, Danny too. "Thank you," he muttered. Bethany glanced calmly around the Roman ruins, the burning Nissan, the butchered bodies, the corpse on Danny's shoulder. "And they say I'm sick," she said. "If you boys have quite finished playing, do you think we should get out of here?" Danny ignored the sarcasm and surveyed the scene. He had the strange sensation of seeing it for the first time, as though a mist of rage and determination had fallen over him prior and was only now clearing. The Roman ruins were a death site. The state of the corpses was shocking. Turgenev was a smouldering husk. Bethany was right that they needed to move quickly. If the sounds of gunshots and grenade explosions didn't attract people, the plume of black smoke snaking up from the Nissan certainly would. "You want to finish your job," he said. Bethany displayed no qualms about delivering precautionary headshots to each of the remaining dead men. She made an uncompromising sight, silhouetted by the moonlight, arms straight, head slightly inclined. The retort of each gunshot clapped across the terrain. Each corpse juddered slightly. The stench of Turgenev's burning body filled the air as she quickly went about her work. "Maybe it's not such a bad thing she's still with us," the general said. "Maybe," Danny said. He turned his back on the ruins. The Wagner Group were no longer his concern. He knew that word would get back to their paymasters of what had happened here. Maybe they would think twice before putting the regiment in their sights again. He thought of the 022 crew and felt a moment of grim satisfaction that he'd done right by them. Bethany and the general followed him back to the copse, back behind the tree line, where the Dragunov was lying on the ground. He dumped the body. It fell onto its back and stared at the treetops, mouth grotesquely open. Danny examined the face. The hair was burned away, and the skin scorched down to tissue, yet it somehow still retained a whisper of its previous features, and those features were not the general's. He drew his sig and aimed at the face, fired 2 rounds directly into it. The retort of the shots clattered loudly around the copse and across the desert. The bullets did their work well. Even Danny, no stranger to such things, was repelled by the sight of the gouged flesh, exposed skull, and bleeding eyeballs. He didn't linger on it. The general was standing behind Bethany, grimy, sweating, and bloodied in the corpse's original clothes. He looked at her, then at Danny, a questioning look on his face. Danny made no response. "Pick up all the gear," he said, indicating the sniper rifle and the ammo. "Get it back in the truck. We'll take that to the pickup point." Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed a couple of ammo crates and turned his back on the ruins. The glow of the burning Nissan cast his shadow long into the trees, which faded as he walked back to the lorry. Chapter 20. The children had never stayed in a hotel. Every aspect of it delighted them. The ice machines in the corridors, the foil-wrapped cookies on the coffee tray in their twin room, the bouncy single beds and ensuite shower room, the interconnecting door that led to their parents' double and which Rabia insisted must be propped open at all times. Hamoud didn't mind. They hadn't been intimate since his return from Guantanamo. It was impossible for him, and she was very patient. The hotel was vast, a triangular mirrored building with calming lakes in the grounds. Hamoud knew it was not the most expensive hotel in the resort. It was separate from the parks themselves. They would need to catch the free shuttle bus each day. But that was all right. The truth was that he shared his children's excitement. He smiled as he watched Rabia examine the miniature bottles of shampoo and body lotion in their own ensuite. She wasn't accustomed to luxury. There was no hope of staying in the rooms for long. The children were desperate to head straight to the parks, even though it was gone 6 in the evening. Hammud found their passes in the FedEx package, and before Rabia could even unpack their suitcase, they walked to the bus stop outside their hotel that would shuttle them to the Magic Kingdom. "I'd like to go on Space Mountain," Malik said quietly as they walked. He tugged gently on his sleeve. "Me too," Melissa agreed, more buoyant than her brother as usual. "Me too!" Hammud and Rabia smiled at each other and held hands as Melissa chatted happily. She fell silent once they reached the bus stop, however. There were 3 other families waiting, white American families. They sat in the early evening sun, all baseball caps and Mickey Mouse T-shirts, all chewing gum and sun-kissed skin, and they stared at Hammud and his wife and children as they approached, and shuffled further up the bench to avoid having to sit too close to them. No words were spoken. They weren't necessary. The difference in skin color between Hammud's family and the others said it all. That, and the overt expressions of distaste on the faces of the American holidaymakers. Hammud's children sat silently between their mum and dad. They understood, perhaps without even knowing why, that it would be unseemly of them to make an exhibition of themselves. Hammud wished he could persuade them otherwise, but that would be hypocritical because he and Rabia shared their discomfort and their reticence. How could they not, when they received this treatment wherever they went? Hammud felt self-conscious about his beard. The scar on his face, which made him look so suspicious and unsavory, throbbed in the heat. They all sat in silence, Hammud scratching his palms as they waited for the bus. The back seats were free. The family settled into them, and soon the children became animated again. They could see crowds congregating around the entrance to the Magic Kingdom and the turrets of the Cinderella Castle peeping into the sky. They held the children's hands firmly as they stepped off the bus. There were hundreds of people here, all bustling to pass through the entrance turnstiles. It would be very easy to get lost. There was music playing, a brass band. Hammud couldn't see it, but the jaunty, happy music made him smile again. The family stuck close to each other as the momentum of the crowd swept them towards the turnstiles. Hammud fumbled one-handed for their passes. He experienced a moment of anxiety. What if they didn't work? What if it was all a con? But the turnstiles allowed them through, and suddenly there they were inside the park, the crowds dispersing around them, his children trembling with anticipation. They could see the castle directly up Main Street. The brass band was louder, and up ahead there were people in character costumes waving and greeting all the new arrivals. Donald Duck put his arms around a delighted toddler. Mary Poppins, complete with umbrella, was surrounded by young girls. Captain Jack Sparrow held aloft a wooden cutlass. Hammud turned to his children. Their cherubic faces stared up at him. "Where first?" he asked. "Space Mountain!" they squealed. "Please, Daddy!" "Let's go, then." Hammud laughed. "I bet you'll scream more than I do." Malik cocked his head and gave him a queer look. "Dad," he said, "you're never like this." Hammud understood what his boy meant, that he was never happy like this. His innocent observation made Hammud catch his breath. He crouched down so that he was at his son's level and put one hand on his cheek. He said nothing, but realized he was experiencing a moment of clarity, of lightness, that had eluded him for years. For the first time almost since he could remember, there was no feeling of anxiety or dread or paranoia in his chest. There was just gladness and optimism, and he made a pact with himself to try to keep hold of those feelings. But they didn't last long. As he stood up, he saw another character standing by a kiosk that sold Coke and corn dogs. Hamoud only knew that the character was called Goofy because the kids had watched him on TV. Goofy was alone. None of the other punters had approached. There was something about this character that kept people away. Hamoud could feel it. He had comedic, oversized white gloves. He had removed one of them and was clutching it under his other arm. With his free hand, he held up a cell phone. Hamoud had the unnerving feeling that this man was taking his photograph. If that was true, it was done in a second. Goofy dropped his phone into the front pocket of the waistcoat he wore. Then he slipped the glove back onto his hand. He made no obvious attempt to get away immediately. Instead, he did the opposite. He stood his ground and waved enthusiastically at Hamoud and his family. The children waved back. Goofy threw back his head in a gesture of hysterical laughter. He rubbed his ribs as though deeply tickled. Then, with another wave, he skipped off and disappeared into the crowds.
"Did you see that?"
Hamoud asked Rabia. "See what?" Rabia's expression stopped him. "Please don't do this," it seemed to say, "for the children's sake." He looked back after Goofy, but the character was nowhere to be seen. His son was pulling him by the arm, desperate to get started. "Nothing," Hamoud said. "It was nothing."
"Space Mountain!"
The family made its way further into the park. The smuggler's lorry handled the desert terrain far better than the Nissan had. They sat in a line at the front, Danny at the wheel, the general next to him, Bethany by the passenger window. The atmosphere had changed. Bethany, who up until now had been engaged and proactive, was distracted. She once again held the GPS unit and occasionally gave Danny an instruction to alter his direction of travel. Other than that, she gazed out of the window and said nothing. Danny guessed she was thinking about her boy and when she might next see him. Until this evening, she'd had a road map: kill the general, escape Amman, get home, see the kid. That plan had been blown apart. No wonder she was pensive. She would be wondering what was going to happen next, if she would be allowed home. Danny had quickly briefed her about the intel they'd extracted from Turgenev. She had listened intently, but he suspected she was merely calculating how it affected her. She couldn't know that the change in circumstances had led to a change in her own fortunes. Danny wasn't going to waste her now that the nature of the mission had changed. He would wait until his orders were updated. The vibe between Danny and the general had changed too. There's a closeness you only get from fighting alongside someone. It wouldn't make them friends for life, nothing like. Danny was a regiment grunt. O'Brien was top brass. Different people, different worlds. But there was a bond of sorts, a wary camaraderie. They had respect for each other, even though it was not articulated. Danny didn't agree with the general's refusal to reveal the location of the deep fake footage. But he knew he wasn't going to change the old guy's mind, and deep down he couldn't deny the general had a point. Leaving a job like that to the politicians was not a way of making it happen. Some jobs you just had to do yourself. The glow of the burning Nissan soon receded from the rearview mirror. Danny once more negotiated the desert terrain by moonlight. He estimated that it was 45 clicks to the drop zone where they could expect their pickup, 2 hours' drive off-road. It was 0130 hours. It would get them on target with 30 minutes to spare. "Why would they move the date of the attack?" the general said, after they'd been driving in silence for half an hour. Danny had no answer. Who could guess why people who would dream up a plan like that did anything? "It's a common strategy," Bethany said. "If you bring forward the date of an attack at the last minute, it mitigates the risk of an information leak." "Either that," the general said, "or they knew I was onto them." "Maybe," Bethany said. "We still don't know where, who, or how," Danny said. "That's why it's so important I get to D.C. If I expose the deepfakes before they happen, there's no way they can go through with it." Danny put his head down and continued to drive. He would never have recognized the drop zone at first. It was just a featureless patch of flat desert terrain, hard-packed earth with a few scraggly weeds struggling their way through the cracks. Once they'd disembarked from the smuggler's lorry, however, he noted the wadi where they'd dug in the chutes, and he knew for certain they were in the right place. He scanned the surrounding area with his night sight, checking for threats, but there was nothing. The drop zone had been chosen for its isolated location, and it had been chosen well. "When they get here," Danny said, "they're not going to want to stick around. They're sending in a stealth chopper, so my guess is they'll have breached Israeli and Jordanian airspace without permission. They won't want anybody to get a whiff of what's going on. Be ready to board as soon as the skids are on the ground." The general leaned against the front of the lorry. He stared at his shoes. His eyes narrowed, his face calculating. Bethany said, "Where will they take us?" "My guess would be Cyprus," Danny told her. "They'll put me on a flight home from there?" "That's up to them, not my call." "You'll tell them that I was going to do what they wanted?" For a killer, she sounded weirdly vulnerable. "You'll make sure I see my son again?" "I'll tell them what happened," Danny said. They fell into silence. Danny didn't expect to hear the chopper until it was almost upon them. The stealth capability of a Black Hawk kept the noise of the rotors to an absolute minimum. He saw it, though, a black ink spot against millions of stars, flying low towards their position, and gradually the sound became audible. The flight crew selected an LZ approximately 30 meters from their position. As the chopper touched down, Danny could discern the pointed, angular shape that allowed it to cause minimum radar splash. The side door was closed, of course. That was necessary for the stealth capability. It opened the instant the chopper was on the ground, by which time Danny, Bethany, and the general were jogging towards it. 2 members of the flight crew in camo gear ushered them urgently into the aircraft. If they were surprised by the sight of this mismatched trio, Danny still in his battered, dirty business suit, Bethany dishevelled in her once glamorous two-piece, the general in the bloodied gear they'd stolen from the dead Wagner Group guy, they didn't show it. They simply secured the chopper again. By the time Danny and the others were seated in the dark interior of the Black Hawk, they were already airborne and speeding west out of Jordan. If Alice Goodenough had been allowed to talk about her job to her friends in the pub, which she wasn't, she would have to admit that it was not nearly as intriguing as it sounded. Most of her time was spent in her tiny office at her computer or on the phone. Sure, she dealt in secrets, but those secrets had to be typed up and analysed and shared with the appropriate personnel. Intelligence work was 95% admin. At least, that's what she'd have said before now. Everything had happened so quickly. Stark had arranged it all with a few phone calls from the echoing Park Royal warehouse. The paramedics, who had arrived in an unmarked ambulance within 10 minutes to take away the unconscious Polyakov, guarded by the 2 MI6 operatives who specialized in that type of work. The car that had taken both her and Stark to Heathrow, their nearest airport, and directly onto the tarmac without the need for passports or security checks. The Learjet that had been waiting for them. What would her friends have thought if they'd seen her travelling like a pop star? What would her mum say? Not that they were on board to enjoy the facilities of the private jet. It was simply, Stark explained, the quickest way of getting from A to B. A being London, B being the British military base in Cyprus. "We have an operative extracting O'Brien from Jordan as we speak," Stark told her. "We need to be the first to debrief him." It was Alice's first time on an army base. As they stepped off the Learjet into the warm Mediterranean air at 4 a.m. local time, she was surprised at how busy it was. A military vehicle was waiting for them as they disembarked, one of many that were driving across the tarmac, their headlamps glowing yellow in the darkness. There was the thunder of a jet taking off, and Alice saw the lights of 2 helicopters circling overhead. The soldier driving the truck looked to Alice barely old enough to shave. He, for his part, couldn't hide his surprise at the arrival of a young black woman with colourfully braided hair, painted nails, and a nose stud, accompanied by a stout, dapper, balding older man. He drove them to a secure area cordoned off by armed soldiers. There was a single-story building here, constructed from sectional concrete panels. Another armed guy at the entrance. Alice could tell from Stark's confident stride that he'd been here plenty of times before. He led her into the building, and she found herself in a busy military ops room. Maps on the walls, soldiers in camo gear with headphones and boom mics at laptops, all male. Unlike the driver, these men barely seemed to notice Alice's arrival. They were too focused on their work. Stark walked up to an older guy on the far side of the room and had a brief conversation with him. The older guy looked over at Alice, who stood by the entrance feeling awkward but trying not to show it. He nodded and pointed to a door leading to another room. It was a sparse waiting room, a couple of uncomfortable sofas, a broken coffee machine. Alice and Stark sat down. Stark put a peppermint in his mouth and hummed a tune. "What now?" Alice said. "Now?" Stark sounded surprised at the question. "Now we wait. And we hope our chap in Amman is up to the job. There was an RV scheduled in the Jordanian desert at 0400 hours. We should expect them back here at about 5:30. They sat and waited. Exhaustion overcame Alice's adrenaline, and she found her chin dropping often to her chest, her eyes closing. Each time she jerked herself awake again, she saw that Stark was sitting calmly opposite her, his hands on his stomach, eyes open. She wished she could match his alertness, but she simply couldn't. When 6:30 came, he had to shake her awake. "They've arrived," he said. "I've asked for them to be brought directly to us." Alice roused herself. She was angry that she'd fallen asleep, but Stark didn't seem to care. He was pacing the room now, hands behind his back, throbbing with anxious energy. "Is the General alive?" she asked. The question was answered for her as the door opened. 3 people entered. They brought with them a stench of sweat and fuel. If Alice thought she was an incongruous sight, she was nothing compared to this mismatched trio. She could tell which one was General O'Brien, well-built, well-tanned, a thick head of silver hair, handsome, no doubt about it, but he had a slightly wild look in his eyes you might not have expected. He wore an ill-fitting pair of khaki trousers and a black T-shirt. Both were torn, and the trousers spattered with something dark. Alice had a nasty suspicion it was blood. His skin and hair were dirty, and there were bags around his eyes. There was a woman. She was blonde and very beautiful, in her early to mid-30s. She was as dishevelled as the General. She was wearing what had once been an elegant shirt and jacket. Alice couldn't imagine what she had been through to make her outfit look as it did now. As beautiful as she was, there was something about her that Alice didn't like. Could she detect a coldness? Alice prided herself on being a good judge of people. She decided that this was a woman to be avoided, if possible, and respected, if not. The third person intrigued Alice the most. He was tall and broad-shouldered, scruffy black hair, and a day's stubble. He wore a suit that was a little tight. It was torn in places, and the shirt was spattered with blood and dirt. He had a steely frown, dark eyes, a square jaw. She couldn't stop looking at him. "Welcome to Cyprus, General O'Brien," Stark said. "Would you like a peppermint?" "No, I don't want a damn peppermint. Who the hell are you?" "I'm a representative of Her Majesty's government," Stark said, smoothly avoiding having to say his name. "I hope you haven't been overly inconvenienced." "Overly inconvenienced?" O'Brien laughed harshly. He pointed to the dark-haired man. "This guy hadn't been so quick off the mark, Her Majesty's government would have assassinated me a few hours ago." Stark smiled blandly, admitting nor denying anything. The dark-haired man stepped forward. "I'm black, and you know the rest," he said. "We need to talk. That is, I'm going to talk, you're going to listen. Sit down." Alice could tell Stark didn't like being spoken to like that. His cheek twitched, but he said nothing, just sat back on the sofa. Alice did the same. The other three remained standing. Black spoke. Alice listened, first in astonishment at the extreme nature of their insertion into Oman, in alarm when she understood the role the blonde woman, it transpired that her name was Bethany, had to play in all this, in horror at the gravity of the conspiracy the General had revealed to them, and finally with a sense of growing panic when she learned that a major terrorist atrocity was going to take place today. She wasn't stupid, of course. She could tell he was glossing over parts of his account. Why, for example, did he lead the Wagner group into an ambush when he could have simply discarded their tracking device? She realized that she might have to accept that the reality of operations on the ground did not always align with the MI6 playbook. And anyway, if he hadn't done that, they wouldn't have learned that the attack had been brought forward. Stark didn't seem to share her concerns. He had his fingers pressed together and his eyes closed. She knew he was listening intently. When Black finished, Stark remained like that for a full 30 seconds, silently processing. Then he opened his eyes. "I take it, General O'Brien, that you are unwilling to share the location of the deep-fake footage with me?" The General pointed at Stark with a "this guy knows what he's talking about" gesture. "Damn right," he said. "Can you blame me?" "Not in the least," said Stark. "It seems to me that you have precious little reason to trust politicians. But you can perhaps trust me?" "Don't blame you for trying, buddy, but that's not going to happen. How quickly can you get me to D.C.? No Homeland Security, obviously." "In time for you to stop a terror attack that's going to happen today? That's going to be a challenge even for us. But I'll make some inquiries." "Make them fast. With the time difference, today hasn't started yet in the U.S. But if these guys can change their plans once, they can change them again. If we don't publicize these deepfakes, the attack could happen any minute. We might even be too late as it is." Stark inclined his head and left the room. Nobody spoke. Alice sat silently, trying not to stare at any of this strange trio, without success. She was shocked by what she'd heard, astonished by the dangers they had encountered in and around Oman, faintly sickened by the idea that but for her investigation into Polyakov, the General might now be dead. The silence in the room thickened. She found it almost unbearable. She jumped, but was relieved when Stark entered again. "It's in hand," he announced. "We'll get you into D.C. at the earliest opportunity, but I have one or two conditions. The first is that we keep all knowledge of this operation from Number 10. They're simply too compromised, too reliant on the approval of the American administration. I can't guarantee that they wouldn't put the brakes on the operation the moment they hear of it." "Suits me," said the General. "What else?" "Danny Black and Bethany White will accompany you." As he said it, Alice happened to be looking at Bethany. She was standing behind Danny and the General, and Alice was certain she was the only person in the room to notice Bethany's reaction to this news. It was quite brief, barely a flicker, before she regained her composure. But like all MI6 officers, Alice had been trained to observe, to read and interpret people's responses. There was no doubt about Bethany's response. Shock, suspicion, the dawning realization of something sinister that she forced herself to suppress. Then it was gone. She was expressionless again. "I see no reason for that," the General objected. "Once I'm in D.C., I know what to do. This is my play, not yours." "Forgive me, General," said Stark. "I don't blame you not trusting us, but right now we have only your word and a forced confession from Mr. Polyakov about the matter in hand. You'll allow me a little mistrust too, I hope. It seems to me that you work well with your new friends, and I'd feel much more comfortable if they were with you, just to make sure you do what you say you're going to do." This is an American matter. No, General, you claim your president is planning a right-wing coup. You claim he is prepared to sacrifice innocent civilians in the process. You claim two of the world's superpowers are intimately entwined in a conspiracy to subvert democracy and the rule of law. This is a matter for us all. He smiled. You should be thanking us. I'm assigning one of our top SAS operatives for your protection, not to mention an extremely experienced MI6 officer should you need any intelligence expertise on the ground. Ex-MI6 officer, Bethany White said. A beat. My understanding, Stark said, is that you have very good reasons for remaining on message. The look of poison that Bethany White gave Stark was chilling. But there was no evidence of that poison in her voice when she said, I suppose I do. And I might remind you, General O'Brien, that there is absolutely no possibility of you re-entering the United States without our help. Your face is well known, after all, and if the Homeland Security officials fail to recognize you, their facial recognition systems most certainly will. The General didn't immediately reply. Alice watched him intently as he stared into the middle distance. He was clearly thinking deeply. Eventually, he nodded his agreement. How do we do it? He said. How do we get into the States without anybody knowing? May I say, Stark said, that I admire what you're doing. When you release the deepfake footage and expose the conspiracy, you will, of course, be laughed out of D.C. Spare me the Oscar speech, will you? No Oscar speech, General O'Brien, far from it. If you fail to locate the footage in time, questions will be asked as to whether you refuse to tell us its location because you were too concerned about your own position. You saying I'm risking civilian lives? I'm saying questions will be asked. It won't be a good look. I don't care what it looks like. I'm just a soldier, end of the day. We do what needs to be done. How do we get into the U.S.? Danny Black asked. I'm a humble intelligence officer, Stark said. Such matters are not my area of expertise. The military personnel in the next room will brief you. He raised one hand to indicate that they should go through to that room. Good luck, gentlemen. Oh, and lady, of course. Danny Black, Bethany White, and the General exited wordlessly. Stark watched them go, his eyes half closed, his face unreadable. Alice waited until the door was closed. Then she waited a moment longer. Then she asked a question that was perplexing her. I understand why Danny Black needs to accompany the General, she said. They need to make a covert border crossing, and the SAS are trained to do that. But why does Bethany White need to go? Surely her role in all this is over. At first, she thought Stark hadn't heard her. He was still staring after the others, as though he could see through the wall. Then he seemed to shake himself out of a reverie. You're a smart young lady, Alice, he said. If they manage to stop this conspiracy, it will be in large part down to your efforts, but I'd advise you not to ask too many questions from here on in. There are some things you're better off not knowing. He stared through the wall again. Alice remembered the fleeting expression on Bethany White's face when she learned she was to be part of the insertion into D.C., and a suspicion formed in her mind. Chapter 21. The briefing occurred on the move. Danny, Bethany, and the General strode across the tarmac to a waiting Land Rover, accompanied by a thin man with a thin moustache, whose camo gear seemed too big for him, but who was clearly in charge of the ops centre in the adjoining room where they'd met with the spooks. He'd introduced himself by his surname, Forshaw, and he spoke as they walked. We're in direct contact with Hereford. They're fully aware of your projected movements. Great, Danny said. Be good if we were too. Forshaw let the sarcasm pass.
We have a Royal Navy frigate currently heading into NS Norfolk."
"What's that?" Bethany asked.
"Naval Station Norfolk," the general said. "Biggest naval station in the world. 3,500 acres of Norfolk, Virginia, home to 150,000 military personnel and their families. Hell of a place. Home for the U.S. Atlantic Fleet."
"The frigate is scheduled to dock at Norfolk in about 2 hours. We've sent word to the captain to delay that for several hours. We have a C-17 incoming from Bryce Norton as we speak. We'll give her the chance to refuel, and then we'll get wheels up. She should be able to get you across the Atlantic in about 11 hours. You'll board the frigate, and then it'll dock."
"This gives us hardly any time," Danny said. "What if the hit's already happened by the time we get onto U.S. soil?" "We have to take that chance," the general said. "I'm not revealing the location of the memory stick. I don't trust anyone but me with it." He frowned. "If the hit's on the West Coast, that buys us a bit more time." He didn't sound optimistic.
"Hang on," said Bethany. "How do we get from the plane to the boat?"
"We free-fall in," Danny said.
"Onto the boat?"
"No, into the water." She gave him a slightly sick look. "Don't worry about it. You did fine last time." "It's only the last inch that kills you," the general said with a grim smile.
The old joke was received about as well as it had been when Danny had told it before they dropped into Jordan.
"A long time since I did a free-fall into the ocean," the general added.
"We have a 4-man special boat service team on standby to free-fall in with you," Forshaw said. "SBS headquarters in Poole are making a request to the Americans to allow a training drop in the vicinity of the frigate. Story is that it's an anti-terrorist training exercise to recreate a similar scenario to the QE2 incident back in the 70s when the regiment dropped some guys into the Atlantic to deal with a bomb scare on the ship. The aircraft has permission to land in the USA, refuel, and take the 4 SBS guys back home. You'll actually be 7, of course, but with 3 sets of tandem jumpers, it'll look like 4 guys on the radar splash. If the Yanks want to make any inquiries, the 4 SBS guys will be on site to answer their questions. They'll tell them they dropped in solo. The frigate will have a rib in the water to load you up. Oh, that's a rigid, inflatable boat," he added for Bethany's benefit. "Once you've docked, you can pose as Royal Navy, and you'll be able to get off the naval station quickly." "I thought you said it was home to the U.S. Atlantic Fleet," Bethany said.
"Right,"
said the general. "So won't security be off the scale?"
"Sure, if you want to get on the base. Getting off's much more straightforward. There's going to be hundreds of crew members on that frigate that want to get straight off the base and into the nearest town to start drinking," Danny said. "Men and women. They'll be busing coachloads of them off-site. We'll be able to lose ourselves in among them."
"But there'll be cameras, right?"
"I'll deal with that."
"Once you're away from the naval station," Forshaw said, "you'll have a vehicle waiting for you. Then it's over to you."
"What's the journey time from Norfolk to D.C.?" Danny asked. He was working out timings in his head. 3 to 4 hours, the general said. They had reached the Land Rover. The driver had opened all the doors and was waiting behind the wheel to drive them off. "How long until the C-17 gets here?" Forshaw didn't immediately answer. He looked at the sky for a few seconds, then pointed to the west. Danny saw the lights of an aircraft in the distance. "That's your ride," said Forshaw. "Let's get going." They climbed into the Land Rover and drove across the tarmac. It was midnight in Florida, and Hamud's family were asleep. If he lay very still, he could hear his children breathing in the next room. Hamud and Rabia had carried them, half asleep, back to the hotel from the nightly firework display at Magic Kingdom. They'd seemed to grow heavier the sleepier they became. Hamud felt ashamed that he'd appeared to find it more difficult to carry Malik than Rabia did Melissa. He reminded himself that he was not, even now, back to his full strength, but it didn't really help. To cheer himself up,
He thought back over their evening as he lay next to his sleeping wife. The wonder on the children's faces as they walked through the park, absorbing the sights and the sounds. Their sweet patience as they stood in line for the rides, and their screams of excitement for the few minutes that each ride lasted. The way they craned their necks and widened their eyes during the firework display. The way they begged to be allowed to come back and see it again the following night. The fireworks! Hammud had never seen anything like it. It was astonishing to him that such an extravagant display could take place every night. He remembered reading somewhere that gun crime always increased in the vicinity of Walt Disney World during the firework display, because the sound of the fireworks masked the gunfire. He didn't know if that was true or not, but he did know that somebody could have exploded a small bomb this evening, and the sound would have been quite well camouflaged. The thought unnerved him. He pictured his family standing in that enormous cooing crowd, eyes aloft, unable to defend themselves against an explosive device. He shook his head against his pillow. He was not in control of his thoughts. Sometimes it was as if a person with a remote control was switching the channel in his head. Why would he want to imagine such catastrophes when they were almost certain not to happen? He was torturing himself, and he'd had quite enough of that from other people. Hammud was naked, but still very hot. He climbed out of bed quietly so that he didn't wake Rabia, and put on the Mickey Mouse robe that he had found hanging in the wardrobe. He crept into the adjoining room and looked at his children. Moonlight was shining on them through the window, and they looked very peaceful. He took his keycard and tiptoed out into the corridor. The lights were dim, but still brighter than the dark room, so he couldn't see very well as he made his way to the ice machine. It buzzed noisily 10 meters along the corridor. There was a tube that dispensed plastic cups. Hammud took one and half filled it with ice. He was about to take it back to the room where he would fill it with water from the bathroom tap when he stopped. His eyes had grown used to the dim light now, and he saw a man standing at one end of the corridor. Was he of Middle Eastern ethnicity? He didn't seem to be looking at Hammud, or even to have noticed him. But it was strange. Even stranger when he turned and saw another brown-skinned man at the other end of the corridor. Why would they be standing there, as though guarding the place? Hammud felt an urge to be back under the covers next to his wife. He shuffled hurriedly back to his room, head down, clutching the plastic cup, avoiding eye contact with the man he was facing. He reached the door to his room and tapped the keycard to the sensor. A red light turned green, and he was about to open up when he glanced both ways along the corridor. The men were still there, still ignoring him, but he noticed something else. The room opposite, number 297, had a strip of light leaking out where the door met the floor. 2 dark shadows interrupted it, the width of feet. Hammud imagined somebody standing on the other side, listening. His spine froze, as cold as the ice in his cup. He hurried back into his room. He could sense Rabia sitting up in bed. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Where have you been?" "Ice," he said. I was hot." He didn't fill the cup with water. He climbed straight back into bed, still wearing the dressing gown. They lay there, each of them aware that the other was wide awake, but neither of them wanting to break the silence. Inside room 297, a man stood listening. He had brown skin. He wore a grey T-shirt and jeans. He heard the door of the room opposite open and close. Then a voice in his earpiece said,
"Clear."
He turned and walked back into the room and nodded at the other man sitting cross-legged on the floor. He was a weird-looking guy. It wasn't something you could easily put your finger on, but the man in the grey T-shirt had spent a long time with him, encouraging his crazy jihadist tendencies, and so he'd had plenty of time to work out that it was something to do with the shape of his face. It was unusually long and thin. When he'd had a beard, the face had seemed even longer and thinner, like a cartoon character. It had worried the man in the grey T-shirt because the face was so distinctive. It was hard to go unnoticed in a crowd when you looked like that. Now, though, he had a smart new haircut and was clean-shaven. He still looked a bit odd, but not totally peculiar. Without the face fungus, he at least wouldn't turn heads. The only problem was the way he kept touching his chin, clearly not used to the unfamiliar absence of a beard. Read any of the counter-terrorism manuals, and you'd learn that was a classic indicator. Tonight, however, nobody in the crowds would be observing the tics of the people around them. They'd be too busy looking at the sky. The guy had apparatus spread out on the thin hotel carpet in front of him. Orange blocks of plastic explosive, a detonator, a coil of thin cable, a small battery pack, a knife, several transparent bags of nails, a needle and thread, and a baseball jacket a few sizes too big for him. It had white arms and a black body, and on the back a cheerful picture of Donald Duck and his cheeky nephews. As the man in the grey T-shirt watched, he turned the baseball jacket over and started to cut neatly into the lining. "You know what you're doing, brother," the man in the grey T-shirt said. He took pains to disguise his American accent. The man on the floor didn't look up, but he nodded as he reached for one of the packets of plastic explosive. "I have done it many times before," he said, before adding more quietly, "but never for myself." "You'll be a martyr," said the man in the grey T-shirt. "Inshallah, people will say your name for 100 years. My rewards will not be in this world," said the man on the floor. "They will be in the next." "Your place in paradise is assured," said the man in the grey T-shirt. He watched him for a moment, then quietly left the room. He walked along the corridor towards one of the men standing watch. "Is he doing it?" said the man quietly. "You bet," said the man in the grey T-shirt. No need to hide his American accent now. "You think he suspects? He thinks we're his best buddies. It's like he's blind to everything except, the thing." "The thing?" His companion was clearly amused by the euphemism. "He shaved his body yet?" "Just his face. He'll shave his body tonight, probably. Ritual thing, chest, arms, legs." His companion pointed to his groin to indicate another area that would be shaved. "So you're in for a treat watching him do all that." "We could always swap." "Not a chance, my friend." They stood in silence for a moment. "This is a crummy hotel." "I've seen worse." "Oh, yeah." "Sure, but it doesn't matter. We'll be out of here tonight. 9:15 tonight, we'll have earned ourselves enough dough to get the presidential suite in the Grand Hyatt." "I guess going to be quite the firework display, huh? Couple of extra bangs, that's what the Tories come for, right? Bangs?" "Right." A beat. "I better get back to him." "Sure, bet of luck he'll be getting lathered up already. Allah Akbar, huh?" "Yeah, Allah frickin' Akbar." The man left his companion and walked back down the corridor towards room 297. He stopped just outside it and drew a deep breath. He put himself back into character, the white jihadist, sympathetic to the bomber's cause, his friend, his brother. He touched his keycard to the sensor and re-entered the room. His brother was packing plastic explosives into the baseball jacket. He stood and watched. 0700 hours. It was a bright, sunny morning, but Danny felt anything but. His body ached with tiredness. He realized he was losing track of the days as well as running out of time. The hit could happen in a matter of hours, and they were still on the wrong side of the Atlantic. The C-17 was on the ground, surrounded by vehicles. Engineers called to each other across the tarmac, checking the landing gear, moving up and down the open tailgate. Nobody paid Danny, Bethany, or the General much attention as they made their way up into the dimly lit aircraft. "Home from home," Bethany said, looking around at the interior, which was just as stark and utilitarian as the Hercules they'd used for their insertion into Jordan. There was a triple line of uncomfortable-looking seating up front, and a number of hammocks fixed to the sides. A few wooden storage crates. Danny didn't know what they contained. Otherwise, this personnel carrier was close to empty. "Don't get too comfortable," Danny said. "An insertion into water is a little different." "How so?" Danny was about to explain when he saw 4 figures in Cry-Precision camo gear walking up the tailgate, slightly silhouetted by the morning light outside. Their clothes and the huge waterproof bags they were lugging told Danny that these were the SPS guys who'd be accompanying them. He left Bethany and the General and strode forwards to meet them. As he drew closer, he recognized one of the guys. Damien Parker had been on a few training exercises with Danny in the past. He had a ruddy face and looked a hell of a sight younger than he was, but he was a good man. Danny held out his hand. "How you doing, mate?" "Fucking busy times, Danny," Parker said. He introduced the rest of his team, Alex Lewis, Rob Emerson, Dave Gordon. Danny shook hands with each of them in turn. "Did you come straight from the office?" Emerson asked, indicating Danny's suit. "Something like that," Danny said. Parker peered into the aircraft. "I don't want to know what you're up to," he said, "but do you mind if I do the briefing once we're up and running?" "We're in your hands getting into the water and onto the ship," Danny said, "however you want to play it." "Well, let's get up in the air first," Parker said. Danny led them back up into the body of the C-17. Once they were inside, he could tell that the SBS guys recognized the General's face, even if they couldn't quite identify him, but they said nothing about it. Their gazes lingered on Bethany. It wasn't often that someone as beautiful as her found their way onto a mission like this. Their appreciation went unremarked upon, however. They were too professional for that. A Lodi approached them. "We'll be refueling twice in mid-air," he told them. "Once over UK airspace, once mid-Atlantic, wheels up when you're ready." "Have you jumped before?" Parker asked Bethany and the General. They nodded. "So, here's what you need to know about landing in the water." Parker pointed at Lewis, Emerson, and Gordon. "These 3 guys are going to jump first. Lewis and Emerson in tandem, Gordon solo. I'll be in tandem with you," he indicated the General. "We'll follow Lewis and Emerson. Danny and the lady will follow Gordon. We get into any kind of trouble, they'll be waiting for us in the water to help out. We'll be jumping from about 14,000 feet, and we'll cut away our chutes when our feet hit the water. You need to expect to go straight under the water. We're expecting the sea state to be calm, but don't let that fool you. The water will be cold, and your natural instinct will be to breathe in. Unless you want a lungful of salt water, and you don't, you need to clamp your mouth shut and concentrate hard on not inhaling. You'll be wearing a life vest. As soon as you're submerged, you need to inflate it. It should bring you to the surface in a few seconds. Once we're above the water, Lewis and Emerson will help us unclip our tandem harnesses. We'll then wait in the water until a rib from the frigate picks us up. Bit of luck, it'll only be a couple of minutes, but it might be longer. The most important thing is that you keep away from the cutaway chutes and avoid getting tangled in the lines. Is that all clear?" Bethany and the General nodded again. Parker pointed at one of the waterproof bags they'd brought aboard. "We have the dry suits and rigs here. We'll get changed when we're about an hour out. Questions?" There were none. They all strapped themselves in for takeoff. As the C-17 accelerated along the runway, Danny realized that for the first time in days, he felt a sense of calm. There was something reassuring about being in transit. Here, in the belly of an RAF flight, surrounded by military personnel, he could be sure of one thing. For a few hours at least, nobody would be trying to kill him. That thought made him glance at Bethany. They were separated by a couple of empty seats. She was sitting upright, staring straight ahead. She displayed no emotion. Danny couldn't read her. He wondered if she seemed even more brittle than usual. He felt a moment of respect for her. She'd pushed on through this mission and kept her head. Very few people could manage that. He felt a pang of guilt for what was to come. They gained altitude. Danny unclipped himself from his seat and made his way to one of the hammocks. He lay on it and succumbed to the weariness that had been pressing in on him. He was asleep in seconds. Parker woke him. It felt like only minutes had passed, but Danny could tell from the SBS man's demeanour that they were closing in on the drop zone. "We're an hour out," he said over the noise of the jets. "Time to brief and prep." He checked his watch. It read 16:46 hours. He put it back the requisite 7 hours, 09:46 hours local time. Parker handed round dry suits. There was nowhere for Bethany to have any privacy as she changed. She took herself up to the front of the aircraft, where there was an area less illuminated by the dim interior lighting. It didn't stop the men all glancing over as she undressed in the shadow and awkwardly pulled on the tight dry suit. Even the general watched, which surprised Danny. He'd have thought the old boy would have wanted to forget about the sight of Bethany semi-naked. Danny kept her in his peripheral vision. She still had the pistol she'd taken from the Wagner Group guy back at the hotel in Amman. He saw her stow it in a waterproof pouch in the dry suit. He did the same with his cig as he changed. His phone was dead. He found an external power pack in Parker's rucksack and plugged it in to recharge. The SBS team were already rigged up. Life vests, fins hooked to the front of their dry suits, free-fall rigs for Parker, Emerson, and Gordon, tandem harnesses for Parker and Emerson, helmets. Parker was talking intently to the general, clearly repeating the details of the jump. Gordon handed Danny a tandem harness, a helmet, and a free-fall rig. "It's been checked," he shouted. Danny didn't care who had checked. There was no way he'd use a chute without giving it the once-over himself. He checked the packing and the strapping, and once he was completely satisfied all was as it should be, he put the rig on his back. He unplugged his recharged phone and put it in the waterproof pouch with his cig. They had 45 minutes to kill before the jump. Danny and the others took seats along the sides of the aircraft. The time passed quickly. A loadie gave them the signal, and he walked over to Bethany. "You ready?" he shouted over the engine noise. She smiled at him. The brittleness had suddenly gone. She seemed softer. It made him wary. "This is getting to be a habit," she said. "Different to last time," Danny said. "A lower jump, no oxygen, but we still have to fall stable. You remember what to do?" "I'm a fast learner." They moved further to the back of the aircraft before clipping themselves together. Parker and the general were waiting for them by the tailgate. The remaining 3 SBS guys were packing up gear at the front of the plane, but they soon joined them. Lewis and Emerson clipped themselves together, while Gordon remained solo. 7 people, 4 radar splashes. The Yanks would have no idea that this seemingly routine training jump was actually a covert op. The tailgate opened. They had flown west with the sun, so it was a morning light that entered the C-17. There was a brisk, biting chill as the cold air entered the plane, and the external noise of the jets doubled in volume, making it impossible to speak. The Atlantic stretched out to a hazy horizon. There was no sign of any ships below, and that figured. The guys planning the drop would have made sure that DZ was out of view of shipping, in case anybody noticed that 3 of the chutes were carrying personnel in tandem. The loadie by the red jump light held up 5 fingers, and then 2 minutes later, 3. The parachutists positioned themselves according to Parker's previous instructions. The tandem team of Lewis and Emerson to the left of the tailgate, with Danny and Bethany close behind them. Gordon to the right, with Parker and the general behind him. The jump light turned green. Lewis, Emerson, and Gordon fell from the C-17 out into the clear air. Danny, Bethany, Parker, and the general followed close behind. The sound of the aircraft instantly disappeared, replaced by the rush of wind as they accelerated through the air towards the Atlantic, which sped up to meet them. Danny saw in the distance the dot of a ship, and he knew that must be the frigate. But he kept his main focus on Lewis and Emerson, and when they deployed their chute, he deployed his just seconds later. The rush of air dissipated, the chute flapped open above them, and then they were drifting. Danny used the steering toggles to follow Lewis and Emerson's path. He could feel a wind blowing from the south. Lewis and Emerson turned into it. Danny did the same. He had performed freefall jumps into water not nearly so often as onto land, maybe 6 or 7 times in his whole career, and never operationally. He knew, however, that one of the greatest dangers was cutting away too early. In the past, the SOP had been to cut the chute away when the parachutist was a couple of feet above sea level, but distances over water could be deceptive, and Danny had heard of guys cutting away 100 feet too soon. Not a good idea, especially in a tandem rig. Nowadays, the trick was to cut away as soon as your feet hit the water. So, as well as concentrating on Lewis and Emerson's position, he focused on the ocean. The glint of morning sunlight on the surface, the curling flash of an occasional white horse. He estimated that he and Bethany were separated from the SBS guys by 100 feet of altitude. He saw them cut away as they hit the water. "Get ready," he told Bethany. "Remember what they said about not inhaling." Bethany didn't reply, but he could feel her chest expand as she drew a breath and held it. 30 feet. 10. 5. Water. Danny yanked the cutaway handle at his shoulder. He felt the chute separate from his body. The cold was no less shocking for being expected, the silence no less sinister, even though he was prepared for the darkness and the sense of disorientation that naturally accompanied a sudden submerging. He had to work hard to prevent the instinctive panic. He was good at it. Bethany, still attached to him, wasn't. As they plunged deeper, he felt her flailing with panic. She wasn't dealing with the sensory overload. He could tell that she was trying to find the inflating cord on her life vest, but she couldn't work out where it was and was desperately grabbing different bits of her apparatus. Danny was experiencing the overload of his senses too, but his muscle memory kicked in and he yanked the inflating cord on his own life vest. He felt the pressure of the vest against his abdomen, but it wasn't immediately sufficient to stop their downward momentum. He opened his eyes. Bethany was little more than a shadow in the underwater gloom. She was fumbling for her own inflating cord, unable to find it. He stretched out one arm, located it immediately, and tugged. The second life vest made the difference. They rose towards the surface. The gloom dissipated. Seconds later, they broke through the water into the open air. They both inhaled deeply, and it felt as though Danny's ears were inhaling the sound of the ocean too. The SBS guys had predicted a calm sea state, but there was a noticeable swell that blocked his view not only of the horizon, but also of his immediate surroundings. He couldn't see the frigate. He couldn't see the SBS guys. He couldn't even see the cutaway chute. "You're okay," he shouted. "We're safe." She replied with a nod. Danny noticed that she was shivering as she gasped for air, and he felt protective. "I've got you," he told her. "Move your limbs, arms and legs. Do it!" She started treading water, and Danny copied her movements so they were bobbing in sync. The current turned them, and the swell raised them, and Danny saw their chute and its lines just a couple of meters away from them. They kicked away from it. And then Lewis and Emerson were there, appearing as if from nowhere. They had unclipped themselves from their tandem harness and had obviously donned their fins because they were cutting speedily through a mound of swell. Emerson reached them first and helped them unclip from each other. Lewis moved close to Bethany, ready to help her if she got into trouble. Danny caught sight of her face for the first time since the jump. Her skin was very pale, her blonde hair plastered to her cheek. She looked vulnerable, bobbing in the vastness of the Atlantic, and although Lewis stuck close, it was Danny she looked to. He could feel his own body temperature dropping, and was relieved to hear the approaching buzz of an engine. It grew louder very quickly, and as the swell raised him again, he saw a large black rib approaching. Beyond it, he caught a glimpse of the frigate, grey and immobile in the distance. Then the rib was alongside them. A coxswain leaned over the side, shouting at them to board. Danny kicked his way to the rib and remained in the water as the other guys helped Bethany. He clambered over the side. The rib only had one other crew member at the wheel. He followed the coxswain's instruction to sit behind him next to Bethany. He could almost sense the relief coming off her. It only took a couple more minutes to collect the others. The general looked in pretty good shape for an older guy. He swam powerfully towards the rib and barely needed any help boarding. Then they were speeding back towards the frigate, bouncing on the waves, spray everywhere, the air a mixture of salt and fuel fumes. Apart from the Royal Navy vessel, the ocean was deserted in all directions. Their insertion into American waters might have registered as a radar splash, but he was confident that no American eyes had witnessed it. He couldn't help noticing, though, how the generals scanned the horizon constantly, as though searching for some unseen watcher. They were travelling against the current, so it took longer than Danny expected to reach the frigate. Maybe 15 minutes later, its vast hull loomed above them, and the ocean itself seemed to shake with the rumble of its idling engines. Overhead, a crane jutted out over the deck railings. It supported a heavy winch, which lowered a set of ropes and carabiners down to the bobbing rib. The SBS guys fastened the ropes to anchoring points on the rib, and in seconds they were hauled aloft. Danny saw Bethany gripping her seat so hard that her knuckles turned white. The SBS guys almost looked bored. This manoeuvre was so routine for them. The crane lowered them onto the deck. A man stood there to greet them. He was dressed in blue naval uniform and wore a full black beard flecked with grey. His eyes were sharp and blue, and he spoke cheerfully with the remnants of a Liverpudlian accent that sounded out of place here in the middle of the ocean. "I'm Captain Mitchell," he announced, "and you're very welcome aboard." Danny stood and shook hands with him. "How long till we dock?" 4 hours?" He seemed to notice Danny's frustration. "Sooner, if possible. I've got a boat full of men and women who've been at sea for several weeks, and we've just delayed their arrival into Norfolk by 8 hours. I'll be honest with you, they're getting thirsty." With a twinkling smile, the captain turned and led them along the deck. Chapter 22. The chef at the breakfast bar made the children pancakes shaped like Mickey Mouse's head and flecked with chocolate drops. They stared at their breakfast in awe, as if unable to process that something so extravagant and delicious could be theirs to eat. Rabia nursed a bowl of fruit and a glass of orange juice, and fondly watched the kids take their first bites and close their eyes in ecstasy as they chewed. Hamud had nothing but a small cup of strong coffee. He wasn't hungry, but he was tired. He hadn't slept. The dining room was very large, but only half full. Perhaps 100 people, half of them children, none of them sitting anywhere near Hamud and his family. A young child had pointed at his scar and started crying. His parents had hurried him along to another table much further away. Disney characters, in their huge, colourful costumes, were moving from table to table. There was Baloo the bear, pretending to steal a young boy's chocolate milk. There was Cinderella, white gloves up to her elbows, gracefully curtsying at a table of wide-eyed girls. Chip and Dale were messing around at the far end of the restaurant. They had frightened a baby in a high chair and were putting their hands to their mouths in false alarm. Hamud was sweating. He was scratching his palms under the table. He was looking from character to character, and he realized he was searching for Goofy. For the Goofy who had taken his picture yesterday. Or had he? "Is everything all right, my love?" His wife put one hand on his, and he smiled in return and took a sip of coffee. There was no Goofy. None of the characters were paying him or his family the least attention. He was about to point at Chip and Dale because he knew their antics would make her laugh when something caught his eye. It was a security camera, positioned over the entrance to the restaurant and angled so that it was pointing directly at Hamoud's family. A surge of panic rose in his chest, and he fought to control it. He shut his eyes. In an instant he was elsewhere. He was sitting alone in a foul cell, cross-legged on the floor, a tray of food that only a starving person would countenance eating, a camera above the door pointing at him. The flashback was sharp, vivid. He could see every streak on the concrete walls and every tiny dot of rodent droppings on the floor. He could smell the toilet in the corner and taste his thirst. He could hear the footsteps of the guard outside. And then he opened his eyes and was back in the restaurant, his family staring at him as he continued to scratch his palms under the table. "My love?" I'm sorry," he said. "I think I have an upset stomach. I'm going to the washroom. Shall I see you up in the room?" The children were munching again. Rabia squeezed his hand. "See you up there," she said. Hamoud left the restaurant. The elevator that would take him back up to his room was straight ahead. The reception desk was to his right. He stood for a moment, contemplating the two. He looked over his shoulder to check that his wife couldn't see him. She was out of view. He walked up to the reception desk. There was a small line, and he had to wait a couple of minutes to be seen. Long, sweaty minutes. His mouth was dry, and his palms itched. He forced himself not to scratch them, because that would make him look even more nervous than he already did. He had never tried anything like this before. "May I help you, sir?" The woman behind the desk was plump, with bleached hair scraped tightly back. She smiled, of course, but it was the fixed, forced smile that Hamoud recognized so well, the smile of a prejudiced American attempting to hide their true feelings. Her eyes kept flickering to his scar, and Hamoud could tell that she was making unfavorable judgments without even talking to him. "I'm sorry," Hamoud said, keeping his voice low so that the person behind him in the line would not overhear. "But I've lost my key card. May I have another?" "What room number would that be, sir?" He hesitated before delivering his lie, then cursed himself for hesitating, and so he stuttered and had to repeat himself. "Room 297, he said. He knew he'd blown it the moment the words were out of his mouth. The receptionist couldn't hide her suspicion. She typed at the terminal in front of her and said, "I'm sorry, sir, the guest in room 297 checked out this morning." "Room 298, Hamoud said, a bit too quickly. "Mr. Al-Asmar." He patted down his pocket. I'm sorry," he said. "I found it." He pulled out his key card and showed it to her. I'm very sorry." He could feel the heat of embarrassment on his cheeks. He bowed slightly and shuffled away from the reception desk, hurrying towards the elevator. What had he been thinking? Even if he had somehow managed to persuade the receptionist to give him a key card to the room opposite, what then? Would he really have entered? What was he hoping to find? He stopped. He had seen something out of the corner of his eye. He turned to get a better view. It was one of the men he had seen in the corridor last night. He was striding towards the exit. Another man was following him. He looked Middle Eastern. He was wearing a baseball jacket with Donald Duck on the back that looked rather too big for him. But it wasn't the colour of his skin that made Hamoud stop, or the clothes he was wearing. Hamoud recognized him. He knew that face. He had seen it before. He tried to think when and where, but the memory was slippery, and he couldn't grab it. The guy in the baseball jacket exited the hotel. Hamoud stood where he was, his face screwed up as he tried to remember. Then he noticed people watching him, and he felt self-conscious. He hurried over to the elevator and called it. On the second floor, he forced himself not to look at the door to room 297. He was embarrassed by his clumsy attempt to get the key card. Inside his own room, he sat on the edge of the unmade bed, scratched his palms, and waited for his family to return. Captain Mitchell had assigned them a dedicated ops room, a sparse, windowless area below decks that vibrated with the frigate's engines. The SBS guys didn't join them. They hadn't asked why Danny, Bethany and the General needed a covert insertion into the US, and Danny had the impression that they were determined not to find out. A wise call in the circumstances. There was a trunk of mismatched clothes waiting for them in the room. Danny and the General stood outside to give Bethany the privacy to strip out of her dry suit and change. When they re-entered, she was dressed in nondescript jeans and a loose-fitting T-shirt. Her hair was matted from the salt water, and she still looked cold. Danny found an oversized jumper among the clothes and gave it to her. "Keep warm," he told her, and she didn't argue. She turned her back as Danny and the General changed. At first, the General put on chinos and an open-necked shirt, but that didn't work for Danny. "You look too much like yourself," he said. "We don't know if or how the media are going to present your disappearance from the hotel, but we've got to assume you're going to be on most TV sets in the States. You have to disguise yourself better." He found a black hoodie emblazoned with a New York Yankees logo. The General put it on and raised the hood. He had a dazed stubble and dark rings under his eyes. The effect of the hood was to make him look like the kind of guy most people would want to avoid. He certainly didn't look like top brass. Danny found a hoodie for himself. This one had a Harvard logo, pretty much the closest he'd ever get to a university. It wasn't very clean. It reeked of another man's sweat. That didn't matter. In fact, it was an advantage. It meant people would avoid him, too. He put an old denim jacket on over it. He took his cig and phone from the waterproof pouch in his dry suit. He checked the pistol over. All good. The General pointed at Bethany. "I want her weapon," he said. Danny stowed his cig in the inside pocket of his jacket and his phone in his jeans. He took a moment to consider the General's request. It made sense. As soon as they set foot on American soil, O'Brien was in danger. He might need to defend himself, and maybe Danny had been too trusting, allowing Bethany to be armed in the first place. She wasn't reliable, and the time was surely approaching that he needed her to be unarmed in any case. "Hand it over," he said. He expected an argument, but it didn't come. Bethany handed the pistol to the General. They waited. Time crept slowly. An hour. 2, 3. The General paced the small room anxiously. Eventually, there was a knock. Danny opened the door. A naval rating stood there, red-faced and pimply. He looked barely old enough to be out of school, and his acne spread all the way down his neck. "Secure Constable Hereford," he said. "I'm to take you to the bridge." "Wait here," Danny told Bethany and the General. "Try not to kill each other while I'm gone." The bridge was busy but quiet. The captain sat at his control post, watching his men as they went about their business of preparing the frigate for docking. Danny could see the eastern seaboard of the United States up ahead through the windows. There were 3 other naval ships in his field of view. A vast mackerel sky suggested that the weather was about to change. The rating led him to a comms post, where Danny put on a headset with a built-in boom mic. "Go ahead," he said. He recognized the CO's voice, every word crisp and clear, despite the distance of several thousand miles.
"I've been briefed,"
said Williamson.
"Sounds like you've had a busy night.
"Roger that, sir."
Sometime you and me are going to have a little chat about your detour."
"Yes, sir." A pause. "It was the Wagner Group, boss. The same people who targeted the 022 convoy."
"Understood."
said Williamson. A beat.
"You have Bethany White with you?
"Yes, sir."
You understand why?"
"Not entirely."
"Because now that the op has evolved, US soil is the best place for her to end up dead. The Yanks are going to sweep this whole thing under the carpet. If they can do some of our tidying up for us, so much the better."
"Understood, sir."
Prioritize the general. The frigate should get your feet on solid ground at about 1500 hours local. It's crucial that he broadcasts those deepfakes, even if it happens after the terror attack. We have no lead on when or where the attack is going to take place. This is the only way to put the skids on the president's conspiracy. But when it's done, finish your mission.
Danny stared through the window of the bridge. Naval Station Norfolk was fast approaching.
"Do you copy?"
the CO asked. "Yes, sir," said Danny. "I copy." The line went dead. Danny removed the headset. The rating was standing nearby. Danny could tell he was trying to glean something from his end of the conversation, but was disappointed. He was just a kid, and Danny had learned that kids were often a little starstruck in the presence of an SF guy. He gave him a friendly smile. "What's your name?" he said. "Jack," the kid said. "Do me a favour, Jack. Find me a pair of binoculars. Meet me on deck." Jack reddened at the neck, not from embarrassment, Danny perceived, but from pride at being included. He scurried away. Danny left the bridge and went to fetch the others. There was not a cloud in the sky. It was the perfect weather for a day in the parks. They were busier than yesterday. The crowds made Hammond more nervous than usual. They seemed to have the same effect on his children. They stayed closer and were less exuberant. Perhaps they were just tired. Hammond made a special effort. He shouted with mock glee as they sped round the big Thunder Mountain Railroad. He cooed and pointed as their sedate boat bobbed its way around It's a Small World. He had his picture taken with a pirate, whose ahas became less enthusiastic when he saw the real scar down Hammond's right eye. But whenever he knew his family was not looking, he was like a lighthouse, the beam of his gaze rotating in circles around him. What was he looking for? Another cartoon character taking his photograph? Familiar faces out of place? A brown-skinned man in an oversized baseball jacket, whom he still simply could not place no matter how hard he urged his brain? He saw none of them. As they sat at a refreshment stall and guzzled Coke from enormous cups, a rare treat for them, of course, he maintained his surveillance under the guise of taking in the view. He saw children, some dragging their parents by the hand, others wilting in the heat. He saw adults, some of them so enormous that they required the use of mobility vehicles. He saw Walt Disney World staff, all tans and smiles. He saw characters clowning around with the visitors, animated despite the heat, but he saw nothing suspicious. Why then was the urge to scratch his sweaty palms so overpowering that he felt the need to cool them down on his Coke cup? It was the face, the long, curious face that he recognized but could not identify. He was so close, but each time he thought he had it, it slipped away again. He felt like a drowning man grabbing at a life raft, only to find that the touch of his fingertips perpetually nudged it out of reach. They finished their Cokes, and the children, revived now, grabbed their parents' hands and dragged them off to the next amusement, whatever that might be. Danny, Bethany, and the General stood on deck as the frigate docked. There were very few other crew members outside. Those that were walked with purpose. They clearly had jobs to do, and they paid the trio scant attention. The docking was an impressive manoeuvre. The ocean churned all around them. There was spray and the vast grind of engines, but for all its bulk, the vessel moved with an almost delicate precision as it drew up to its berth alongside one of a long line of concrete piers. There was an aircraft carrier at the next berth. Beyond that, huge grey destroyers and a variety of supply vessels. As they docked, Danny watched the conning tower of a sleek black diesel-electric sub break the water to the northeast. The activity wasn't limited to the water. An aircraft of some description was circling in the distance. Closer by, 3 Seahawks were coming into land. Beyond the pier was a huge area where at least 200 military vehicles were parked up. There were more vehicles moving along the pier itself. Supply lorries mostly, but also armoured trucks and 3 buses. It was these that drew Danny's attention as the frigate came to a halt by the pier and vast ship-to-shore mooring lines were thrown from the vessel. The buses were parked in a line. It was hard from a distance to judge accurately the space between them, but Danny estimated about 20 metres. In front of the leftmost bus was a tall post, and it had something mounted on it. Danny could not quite make it out, but he thought he knew what it was. Right then, Jack appeared with the binoculars Danny had asked for. "Good man," Danny said. He took the binoculars. Jack stood at a respectful distance of a few metres while Danny put the binoculars to his eyes. NS Norfolk appeared through the lenses in greater detail. It was huge, a vast flat area, dotted with hangars and runways and roads and accommodation blocks, and all the infrastructure of a busy military base. Danny couldn't see its boundaries. He adjusted the binoculars and focused in on the buses and the post in front of them. The object mounted on the post was a camera, as Danny expected. Security would be high on a naval base like this. He doubted there would be airport-style facial recognition, but there would be some level of CCTV surveillance, and he was seeing evidence of it now. He had no means of knowing whether his attempt to stage the general's death back in the Roman ruins outside Amman had worked. He needed to plan for the worst-case scenario, and that meant avoiding all video surveillance if at all possible. He scrutinized the position and angle of the camera. It was pointing downwards and just to the right of the leftmost bus. The middle bus was likely in its field of view, not the bus on the right. Danny lowered the binoculars and turned to Jack, gave the spotty rating his friendliest smile. "Do me a favour, bud," he said. He pointed in the direction of the buses. "You see those 3 buses?" Jack nodded. "I'm guessing they're to take crew members off-site." Jack grinned. "Party time," he said. "We've been a long time at sea. They'll be hitting the bars the moment they open. You joining them?" "Bit early for me," Danny said. "But you see the bus on the right? I need you to get a message to whoever's in charge that we need to be on that bus, and once we're off-site, the driver's going to have to stop for us when I tell him to. Can you do that for me?" It was almost comical, the way Jack nodded casually, as if this was something he did every day, then turned and almost sprinted back along the deck. Danny raised his binoculars again and monitored the activity on the pier. There was much toing and froing. Military vehicles approached and service lorries. Already there were people disembarking from the frigate. Danny focused in on them and saw a couple of official-looking US Navy men leading the 4 SBS guys to a vehicle. Just a quick word, no doubt, to confirm that their training exercise was just that. Danny knew he could rely on them to keep quiet about their extra tandem loads. Jack was slightly out of breath when he returned. "This way, guys," he said, before remembering that Bethany was one of their group and flushing a little. He led them below decks. There was much activity now. Sailors hurriedly squeezed their way through the narrow corridors, plainly eager to get off the frigate, and paying Danny and the others almost no attention. Jack led them down into the noisy, dirty hull of the ship, where the grinding sound of the engines vibrated through their bodies. Here there was an exit, where a metal platform had been laid between ship and pier. A group of crew members had congregated here. They were full of boisterous good humour, and although Danny and the others drew a few glances from them, they were clearly more concerned with their trip onto land than with this mismatched trio who had joined them. One guy stood slightly apart from the others. Jack went to talk to him, pointing out Danny, Bethany, and the General. He nodded, made a quick head count, and then divided the sailors into 3 groups, before indicating which bus each group should board. Danny, Bethany, and the General were in the right one. Danny winked his thanks to Jack, who ballooned with pride, and then they walked down the platform and along the concrete pier towards the buses. The trio walked in the middle of their group, heads down. The bus's engine was already turning over when they reached it, an impatient and rather sweaty driver sitting at the wheel flicking through his phone. Danny took a seat next to Bethany. The General sat in the seat in front, next to a sailor who obviously had no idea who he was and was more interested in talking excitedly to the guy across the aisle from him. The bus filled up quickly. The doors hissed shut. There was room enough on the enormous pier for the bus's wide turning circle. It trundled away from the frigate and made its way towards the exit of Naval Station Norfolk. It was a 15-minute drive around a perimeter road that passed inlets on the left and the outskirts of the huge naval station infrastructure on the right. This was just a blur in Danny's peripheral vision. He kept his eyes forward, head slightly down, avoiding any interaction with the other passengers. They reached an exit, a lowered barrier manned by several U.S. Navy personnel. The bus came to a halt. The doors hissed open again, and Danny felt a lurch of anxiety.
"What's happening?"
Bethany whispered. Danny stopped himself from peering down the aisle to check. His mind turned over. Had the SBS guys messed up? Did the Yanks have some way of knowing that the four-man drop wasn't what it seemed? Getting out of this naval station ought to be straightforward. Had they hit an obstacle? Danny felt hemmed in. The bus offered only a single exit. Even if they managed to get off, leaving the naval base when it was on a security lockdown was a whole other proposition. A man walked along the aisle. He had a square face and a humourless expression, as though this busload of boisterous Brits was somehow beneath him. He was doing nothing, however, but counting heads. Danny tensed up as he approached the General. Would a member of the U.S. military recognize O'Brien at a glance despite his hoodie? He didn't, nor did he look twice at Danny and Bethany. A minute later, he had alighted, and the bus was driving through an open security cordon and out of the base. Danny stood up. There was a lull in the buzz of conversation on the bus as he moved up the aisle and towards the driver. It was a wide road, but mostly deserted. Any vehicles Danny saw were military, not civilian. The sky was changing. The mackerel clouds had become stormier. Bad weather was on its way. "You've been told to stop for us?" he asked the driver. Just a surly nod by way of response. Danny stayed standing at the top of the aisle. He didn't have to wait long. After a couple of minutes, he saw a black SUV parked up on the side of the road. It was an anomaly, a civilian vehicle abandoned here in the middle of nowhere. "This is it," Danny told the driver. At first, he thought the driver wasn't going to stop. Then he understood his passive aggressiveness for what it was. The driver only hit the brakes once they'd passed the SUV. The bus came to a halt 50 meters beyond the vehicle. The driver opened the doors without taking his eyes from the road. Bethany and the General joined Danny up front. They alighted together, and the doors hissed shut almost before they were out of the bus, which immediately eased back out into the road. The General sniffed the air. "A storm's coming," he said. Danny nodded. "You need to tell me where the memory stick is," he said. "I already did, D.C. "Where in D.C.? "I'll show you when we get there." A couple of heavy raindrops hit the tarmac, leaving wet splodges the size of military medals. "We're going to stand here and get wet, or we're going to drive?" Danny looked at the sky again. Dark clouds were rolling in from the south. "We're going to drive," he said. Danny found the keyless entry fob hidden behind the near side front wheel. He took the driver's seat. The General sat next to him, Bethany in the back. The car was new, modern, and comfortable. There was a full tank of gas. As Danny turned on the ignition, the General made to key directions into the built-in navigation system. Danny stayed his hand. "We put our destination into that. Anybody can read it if they get hold of the car." "Nobody knows we're here," the General said. "Plenty of people know we're here. Hereford, MI6. You think none of these people have contacts with Washington? We'll find our own way." The general considered that for a moment, then nodded. "Route 64, he said. "We'll take the bridge tunnel up into the Hamptons. North from there. I'll direct you." That was all Danny needed to know. He turned on the wipers, pulled out into the road, and drove. The weather deteriorated. The spots of rain became more frequent and fell so heavily that they started an irregular drumming on the roof of the SUV. Their route took them over a long bridge spanning the waterway between Norfolk and the Hamptons. By the time they crossed, visibility was barely a few meters on either side. Thunder rolled overhead. Lightning cracked. The sky became twilight dark. Danny kept his foot on the gas. The storm followed. It was as if the elements were tracking them. They sat in silence not only because they were tense in each other's company, but because the hammering of the rain and the crashing of the thunder made conversation impossible. It slowed them down, too. Whenever Danny saw the speedometer dip below 40 miles per hour, he felt a twist of anxiety in his gut. The day was passing. It was already 1600 hours. That made it 1300 on the west coast. The terror attack might happen there, which gave them a few extra hours. He turned on the radio and found a news station. A news anchor spoke in a brash, booming voice of a power struggle between the President and Congress, as if he was discussing the latest celebrity tittle-tattle. But there was no talk of a hit. Not yet. Time crept by. They turned north onto Interstate 95. The storm turned north with them. That was how it felt, at least. The general had said 3 hours to Washington. Danny estimated that they needed to add another hour to that, maybe more. The afternoon waned. The weather deteriorated further. The closer they grew to the capital, the heavier the rain became. The wipers were on high, necessary but barely effective. A grey mist of road spray surrounded every vehicle on the highway. Evening came. The overhead signs for Washington, D.C. became more frequent. 150 miles, 100 miles, 75 miles. The traffic became heavier. Danny kept his speed at a safe level. It was a challenge. His urge to reach D.C. was strong, but they'd get nowhere if they came off the road, a distinct possibility for anyone travelling at speed in these conditions. By 1900 hours, they were 20 miles out of D.C., and the neon of emergency lights glowed through the downpour up ahead. The traffic slowed to a halt. They crawled past a 4-vehicle RTA. Danny knew at a glance that there were fatalities, but his attention was not on the crash or the ambulances. It was on the 6 police vehicles parked up around the crash site, and the police officers in foul-weather gear, some of them dealing with the crash, others waving the traffic jam on. Rain pelted heavily against the windscreen and the side windows. It would be difficult to see into the SUV from outside. It didn't stop Danny's skin from tingling as they drove past the police lights. Next to him, the general pulled up his hood and stared straight ahead. Nobody spoke until they were well past the accident and the traffic moved a little faster. Even then, tension bit the air. "We'll head for the center of the city," the general said. "Then I'll tell you where we're going." He looked at his watch. "Couple of hours, and we'll get this done." Danny drove. Chapter 23. The children were grouchy. Staying up late the previous night watching the fireworks was all catching up with them. They had begged their mum and dad to be allowed to watch the fireworks again this evening, but Rabia had only agreed on the condition that they went back to their hotel for a late afternoon rest. Her decision was unpopular, but as soon as the children had lain on their beds, they had fallen asleep. Now it was 7:30. The fireworks wouldn't start until 9:15. Hamoud lay on the bed, watching television to ease his racing thoughts. Fox News played quietly. It was broadcasting footage of a presidential rally somewhere in the south. Hamoud watched, half transfixed, half appalled. The president had a kind of rictus grin, and was rambling so incoherently that Hamud simply could not follow his line of thought, if indeed he had one. The audience didn't appear to share Hamud's lack of comprehension. They cheered. They waved American flags. They held banners aloft with the president's name and his jingoistic slogans. They punched clenched fists in the air. The audience, more than the president, interested Hamud. There were only white faces. The camera didn't settle on a single person with brown skin. Each time the crowd roared its approval, he felt unnerved. He imagined himself among those people. Would he feel safe? He would not. Rabia came out of the bathroom wearing a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel. She checked on the children through the interconnecting door, then sat on the edge of the bed next to Hamud and stroked his hair. "I don't know why you watch that man on television," she said. "Look how popular he is," Hamud said. "Look how they cheer for him. Maybe, if that's what it is to be an American, we should listen to what he says." "No," said Rabia. "He won't be president forever, even if he would like to be. When he's gone, things will change." "It doesn't feel like things will change," Hamud said. "You've seen how people look at us. They don't trust us. They think our children will grow up into terrorists." "Then we will show them that we are good people," said Rabia. "That our children are good people." She was right, as always, and he smiled at her. "I think," he said, "when we get back home, I would like to find some work. I think I'm ready." Now it was her turn to smile, one of those smiles that was almost a cry. She squeezed his hand and then went to look out of the window. On the television he saw two adoring members of the crowd hold up a banner which said, "POTUS forever." The president smirked and nodded. Hamud switched the television off. 1945 hours. Lightning flashed over the skyline of Washington, D.C. Thunder cracked, and the rain lashed down. Lines of headlamps and brake lights glowed hazily through the elements. There were no pedestrians on the sidewalks. It was the kind of rain that made it difficult to breathe. Danny followed the general's directions, which took them to the heart of the capital. They queued over the Potomac River, where the water seethed and shone with each fork of lightning. "Jefferson Memorial," the general said, pointing out an illuminated domed building with classical columns. "We don't need a full sightseeing tour," Danny said. "Just get us to the thing." Danny's curt response didn't stop the general pointing to the right a few minutes later. "United States Capitol," he said. Danny looked at the huge, impressive building, lit up in the darkness, the illuminations burning through the thick curtain of rain. A couple of minutes later, the general pointed ahead and to the left. "You know what that is," he said. It was the first time Danny had ever been to Washington, D.C., and so it was the first time he had seen the White House in person. The atmosphere seemed to boil around and above it. A double fork of lightning streaked the sky, framing the White House on either side, and Danny couldn't help a hot sensation of bile rising in his throat. He wondered how many operations he'd been involved with had been discussed in that building, how many men had been sent into action and to their deaths. He thought of the 022 team, and the taste of bile grew more bitter. He could just make out the American flag perched atop the White House, and the muscles in his face pinched. He suppressed a fantasy of breaking into the place, finding his way to the Oval Office and letting the president have it. That would be an impossibility, even for him. His only option was to help the general release the deepfakes, and quickly. "Where's the memory stick?" he said. And before the general had time to refuse to tell him again, he added, "We're here now. We've got you into the country. We've got you into D.C. We can't fuck around any more." The general was also staring at the White House. He didn't take his eyes away from it as he spoke. "I have a lady friend," he said. I keep an apartment for her downtown, on the QT, you understand. It wouldn't be seemly for a man in my position to be involved in any kind of indiscretion." If he was aware of the ridiculousness of his comment, given what had happened with Bethany and Aman, he didn't show it. "I hid the memory stick at her apartment." Danny felt himself deflating. How stupid was this guy? "You are some random bit on the side to look after the most important intelligence object in the world right now?" he demanded, incredulous. "How the hell do you know you can trust her?" "She doesn't know I hid it there," the general said. "I didn't tell her anything about it." "What if she finds it?" "She won't. She won't even be there tonight. She works in New York during the week, flies back weekends. The apartment will be empty. You hope. I know." Danny gave that a moment's consideration. "Tell me about the apartment," he said. "What do you want to know?" "What kind of building?" "Terrace townhouses, 4 stories. The apartment's on the 2nd floor. Entrances, exits, 1 entrance. There's a fire window at the back with an external staircase. Don't think it's ever been used, at least not since I bought the place." "Is there a concierge?" "No." "Do you have a key?" "Don't need one. Smart entry system. There are access keypads at the entrances to the building and the apartment." "Are you known there? Will people recognize you?" "They'd recognize me if they saw me, I guess. I go in and out late nights and early mornings. I don't think anybody knows I'm a regular." "Where can we leave the car?" "Out front, if there's a space. Otherwise a parking lot a couple of blocks away." Danny thought his way through this information. He didn't like it much. A 2nd-floor domestic apartment with only 1 entrance and 1 exit. If anybody was expecting them, it would be simple to surround the place. A couple of guys on the floor above, a couple on the floor below, mark the entrance and the exit, eyes on the street to see them approaching. If Danny had a team of his own, he could establish some countermeasures, but he didn't. It was just the 3 of them, and it didn't matter that the general thought his liaisons with his mistress were discreet. If Danny knew the intelligence community, and he did, they would be fully aware of O'Brien's supposedly secret trysts. They would know about his apartment, what time he tended to arrive and leave. They might even have surveillance equipment installed in the walls and other hidden places. If they had even the slightest suspicion that the general was still alive, the vaguest notion that he had re-entered the country, the 3 of them could be heading straight into a death trap. "Stop!" It was Bethany. Her voice was a shocked whisper. They were driving along a street lined with shops. "Pull in," she said. "Back up." "What the—" "Do it, Danny. I think I just saw something. You need to see it too." The road was busy. Danny earned himself some angry beeps as he put 2 wheels up onto the sidewalk and reversed several meters past a drugstore and a McDonald's. He came to a halt in front of a TV shop. There were several large screens in the window. Had there been any smaller, the rain lashing against the glass would have completely obscured them, but they were huge, and they all displayed the same image. Danny and Bethany, in the clothes they were wearing in Amman. Their faces looked grim and purposeful. It would not be obvious to anybody looking at the image for the first time, but Danny could immediately see that this was footage that had been taken as they strode along the corridor of the general's hotel. "How the hell?" the general started to say. "The hotel's CCTV," Danny said. "Your people have hacked it, or they've lent on the Jordanians, one or the other." The picture disappeared. The newsreel moved on. Danny silently pulled out into the traffic again. He felt sick. He tried to work out what it meant. Were they reporting that the Brits had launched an op to assassinate the general? The president's Wagner Group contacts would have seen Danny and Bethany leave with him. They would be wondering who they were and what they were doing. "My bet is the president's people want to know why we didn't go through with our op to take you out," Danny said. "They want to know what you said to us to make us change our mind." "I didn't say anything." "They don't know that." He frowned. "The question is, do, they think you're dead. If they do, why are they looking for me and Bethany? And if they don't, will they have someone waiting for us at your apartment?"
"Nobody knows about that apartment,"
the General said, his voice testy. Danny gave him a sidelong, don't-be-so-naive look. The General fell silent. A muscle twitched in his jaw as he clenched his teeth. "If the media controlled by the President is circulating that footage on the news networks, it means they're very nervous," Danny said. "They're going to make sure their hit happens quickly." He inhaled. "I don't like this," he said. "Every military instinct tells me we should hold off, put in some surveillance on your apartment. But I don't think we have time. I think we have to deal with whatever comes, and Bethany and I need to make sure nobody sees our faces." They drove in silence for a moment. Then the General said, "We're about 45 minutes away." The television was on mute. Rabia was in the children's room getting them ready. Hamoud could hear her kind cajoling, and it made him smile. He crossed the room to join them, but the picture on the television screen made him stop. An 8 o'clock news bulletin showed a slightly blurred CCTV image of a man and a woman. The man had dark hair and dark features. He wore a suit that looked a little small for him across the shoulders. The woman had blonde hair and a dark jacket. There was something about them that made Hamoud stare, a sharpness in the eyes, a ruthlessness. A caption across the bottom of the screen read, "American troops killed in Amman, Jordan, footage of suspects released." Hamoud felt a chill as he looked at them. He didn't really know what a killer was supposed to look like, even though the American authorities had accused him of being one. But if he had to guess, he imagined they might look like these two. He caught himself. What a terrible assumption he had just made, judging somebody on their appearance. Others did that to him all the time. Perhaps these two people were completely innocent, like Hamoud had been completely innocent, like so many others at Guantanamo had been completely innocent. He thought of his box of newspaper clippings back home, with pictures of other inmates he had never met. How many of them had been falsely accused? But, he told himself, the news networks must have a reason for broadcasting such an accusation against this man and this woman. Perhaps Hamoud was being too sensitive. Perhaps they really were bad guys. The newsreel moved on. Hamoud switched off the television and put the image from his mind. He was determined to have a pleasant evening with his family. It was a warm, clear Florida night. The buses that took people from the resort hotels to the park were packed full. Hamoud's children gripped his hands tightly. He could tell that they felt claustrophobic, pressed in on all sides by the other passengers. There was not so little room, however, that those around Hamoud couldn't manage to put a little space between them and him, especially when they caught sight of his beard and vivid scar. Hamoud gave both his children a little reassuring squeeze. He hoped they would not realize that he felt the same as they did. Sweat dripped down his back. His mouth was dry. He held his breath. Then the bus spat them all out at the turnstiles, and he could breathe easily. The children were more relaxed too. Hamoud and Rabia ushered them into the park and towards the now familiar sight of Main Street. It glowed with activity. There was a juggler who twirled luminous batons high into the air. Mickey, Donald, and Goofy were enthusiastically greeting children as they passed. The Cinderella castle dominated everything, its spires glowing. Rabia stopped him for a moment and pointed at it. "This," she said, "this is America, not that awful man and his awful rallies." She was right, of course. She always was. They walked through the castle and onto the main drag. Here it was even busier. An enormous carnival float made its way slowly towards them. The characters, more than Hamoud could even recognize, stood on the float, waving and dancing. There was a full brass band with trumpets and trombones, and an enormous bass drum with a picture of Mickey Mouse on the skin. Young women with twirling batons and epaulettes marched glamorously in front of the float, and everyone cheered and waved as it passed. Rabia and the children waved too, and he felt a sudden and indescribable surge of happiness. It took him by surprise. He looked around and realized that, for the first time in ages, he felt like he was living in the moment, like he was part of something. He started to wave at the float. He grinned. He even shuffled from one foot to the other in time with the music. His children laughed delightedly to see it, though he couldn't hear them because the music was so loud. They danced with him and waved at the float with two hands, and Hammud didn't even stop dancing when he saw a woman dressed as Snow White taking photographs of people in the crowd. She was taking photographs of everyone, so what did it matter that as the float had almost passed, she stood at the edge, looked back and scanned the crowd as though searching for someone in particular? What did it matter that as her gaze fell directly on Hammud, there seemed to be a flicker of recognition, that a look of intense concentration replaced that of vacuous jollity as she raised her camera and took his picture, lowered it again, and waved at him with a big cheesy grin, and then was gone. Hammud was breathless. He was excited. He felt like a new person. "What shall we go on first?" he said, speaking loudly because the noise of the brass band hadn't faded away yet. The children shouted a barrage of incomprehensible suggestions, and Hammud laughed again and took them by the hands and led them up Main Street, with Rabia also laughing by his side. And then he saw him, and he stopped. The man with the strange long face was standing on the opposite side of the road, outside a souvenir shop. 3 young girls with blonde ringlets were standing to one side of him, clutching cuddly Minnie Mouse toys. He was wearing the same baseball jacket that looked just a little too big for him, and he was distractedly touching his cheeks. Was he nervous? He certainly appeared to be. One of the Minnie Mouse girls bumped into him and giggled. He gave her a look of such fury that Hammud was shocked. Frowning, the man turned and stormed away, disappearing into the crowd. All Hammud's joy drained out of him. He felt a crushing sense of impending doom. Who was that man? How did he know him? Because he did know him. He was certain of it. The children had noticed his sudden change of demeanour. They looked up at him wide-eyed. Rabia gently touched his arm. "This way," he said. He pushed through the crowd, his family close behind him, heading in the direction he had seen the man storm away. He caught a glimpse of Donald Duck on the back of the man's baseball jacket. Then he lost sight of it again. He picked up his pace and continued to follow. 20-30 hours. The SUV was stationary. At the General's instruction, Danny had parked it on a quiet street. It was lined with yellow street lamps. They beamed geometrical shapes of light into the heavy rain that hammered onto the roof of the vehicle and sluiced over the windscreen. They sat in the darkness, barely able to see out. Shadows flitted past on the sidewalk, hunched under umbrellas or wrapped in heavy raincoats. Across the street, a line of 4-story terraced townhouses loomed above them. Danny couldn't make out the roofline or the doorway through the rain, just the window glow of the rooms that had lights on inside. The car windows were misting up. The General cleared his with one hand. His skin squeaked across the wet glass. He pointed to the house directly adjacent to them. "This is it," he said, "the one with the black door." Danny couldn't make out the colour of the door nor any other feature of the house. It was in complete darkness. There was no lamp-post in front of it, no lights on in the windows. He strategized. If he were putting in surveillance on this place, where would he do it from? Easy. He would set up an OP on the roof of the townhouse opposite. In weather like this, nobody would look up, nor expect anybody to be out in the elements. But he knew how the average surveillance guy thought. They were not regiment-trained, willing to endure any amount of physical discomfort in order to get the job done. They would take the easier option, which would be to set up behind one of the windows of the building opposite. Danny wiped away the condensation on his side of the car and examined that building. He observed that each floor had a light on, but if there was surveillance on any of those floors, they would keep all the lights off, in case they unexpectedly had to move into another room. "Wait here," he told the others. He stowed his cig, raised his hood, and exited the vehicle. The rain soaked him to the skin in seconds. He strode 20 meters along the sidewalk, head down, checking out the other vehicles parked on either side of the road. He was looking for something that stood out as a surveillance vehicle. A van, marked or unmarked, even a larger car with blacked-out windows. He saw nothing suspicious, so he turned 180 and walked back past the SUV and 20 meters in the other direction. Still nothing. He returned to the others and sat behind the wheel again. His clothes were cold and clammy. Rainwater dripped from them onto the seat and floor. There was another fork of lightning. As it flashed, Danny saw Bethany's face reflected in the rear-view mirror. It was pale, almost gaunt. She looked more tense than he'd ever seen her. "I'm going in by myself," Danny said. "I can move quicker and more quietly alone, and if something goes wrong, it means you have another chance to retrieve the memory stick. Once I get into your apartment, I'll check it's empty. I'll turn on a light overlooking the road for 5 seconds if everything's clear. If you haven't heard from me in 10 minutes, you need to get the hell out of here. I'll leave the fob with you. Any questions?" "I guess I should tell you where the memory stick is," the general said. "Damn right," Danny said. "It's taped to the underside of a unit in the kitchen." "You'll find it quicker than me," Danny said. "Get up as quickly as you can when I give you the all-clear sign. What are the access codes for the flat?" The general told Danny the codes. "Apartment 3, he said. Danny nodded. 10 minutes, he reminded them. No longer. He stepped out into the rain again, looked left and right. There were no pedestrians. Still no sign of surveillance. He crossed the road quickly and approached the front door of the general's house. He was weirdly reminded by the black paint, the brass fittings, and the ornate detailing above the frame of the door of number 10 Downing Street, which he'd only ever seen on television. To the right, there was a keypad. He entered the numeric code the general had given him. The door clicked. He gently opened it just an inch, drawing his cig at the same time. He waited. Listened through the torrential rain, tried to discern any other sound behind the door. There was nothing. He kicked the door open, gripping his weapon two-handed, entered. He was in a tiny hallway. To his left, 4 locked cubbyholes for mail. Straight ahead, a door with a brass 1 plaque. Ahead and to the right, a carpeted staircase winding steeply into gloom. He closed the door, allowed himself a few seconds for his eyes to grow accustomed to the dark. Water dripped from his clothes onto the stone floor, not ideal. It meant his presence could be detected, but as long as he was aware of that, he could take steps to mitigate the risk. He moved across the hallway to the staircase, aimed the cig up and at an angle, searched the gloom for shadows and movement. Nothing. He advanced. The stairs were steep, the treads shallow. He trod lightly, but couldn't help them creaking as he walked. His hyper-acute senses amplified each creak. He stopped at the first landing. Breathed. Scanned. Tried to listen beyond the thumping of his heart. Kept his weapon raised, his finger on the trigger. Noted the door on his right with a brass number 2. Advanced again. The next set of stairs creaked louder than the first. Every sound seemed exaggerated in the silence of the stairwell. He paused after each step, checking ahead of him and behind him. There was no sign of anything or anyone. The second landing was almost identical to the first. The only noticeable difference was the number on the door of the apartment. 3. He approached the door, listened hard, heard nothing. He removed his shoes to keep his footfall silent. felt for the keypad with his left hand, gripping the cig with his right, keyed in the code, opened the door just a couple of inches, listened, stepped inside. He closed the door behind him and stood for a moment in the darkness. He was in a square entrance hall, 3 doors leading left, right, and straight ahead, all shut. A posh, high-backed armchair in one corner, an occasional table with an internet router, 2 green lights glowing, and a vase of tall flowers that emitted a pungent floral odour. He couldn't make out the flower heads in the darkness, but the smell suggested they were past their best, evidence that nobody had been here for a couple of days. There was something else on the table, but he couldn't quite make it out. No sign of any break-in. Absolute stillness. Danny raised his cig, breathed slowly and deeply to control his pulse. Somewhere at the edge of his senses, he could hear distant traffic, but nothing else. He stepped towards the table, his feet making no sound. The other object on the table was an antique mahogany letter-writing set. Next to it was a silver letter-opening knife, blunt but pointed. And there was something else. On the edge of the table was a circular mark where somebody had placed a glass, or more likely a bottle, of water. Danny touched it. The ring was wet, fresh. Someone was in here. He was certain of it. And he would be waiting for Danny behind one of 3 doors. Question was, which one? Thunder cracked outside so loud that the house seemed to shake with it. Danny analysed the layout. The window looking out onto the street where Bethany and the General were waiting would be through the door to his left. That meant the room with the rear fire exit would be to his right. Perhaps the door opposite the main entrance led to a bedroom or bathroom. If Danny was lying in wait for someone, he would definitely choose the room with an extra exit. Basic tradecraft. But would his guy think the same way? The sound of a toilet flushing answered that question for him. It came from the room Danny had identified as the bedroom, and he knew the door would open any moment. He didn't want to fire his weapon, not if he could help it. It was not suppressed, and the sound could bring people running. He grabbed the silver paper knife in his right hand and moved over to the door. He stood to the right of the doorframe, back to the wall, cig now in his pocket. There was another crack of thunder. He waited. 5 seconds passed. The door opened. A figure appeared. He was taller and broader than Danny, which was unusual. He had a handgun in his belt, but was still doing up his fly. He didn't see Danny until it was too late. Danny's strategy was to hit him hard and fast, not too much of a swing, because that would waste precious seconds, and he knew he could achieve the power and momentum he wanted without it. He grabbed the man's neck with his left hand and drove the tip of the paper knife into the bottom of his skull. The knife sank halfway up to the hilt before the tip hit something hard and gristly. He gave it a good wriggle and felt the man's legs collapse beneath him. Danny eased him down to the ground, one hand still on the hilt of the knife. There wasn't much blood. Each time the knife moved position, the guy's legs flickered uncontrollably. Once he was on the ground, Danny kept wriggling the knife until the nerve movement stopped, and the dead man was completely still. Silence. Danny straightened up and drew his cig. He checked the flat. The bedroom had a lingering smell of perfume and a neatly made double bed with lots of cushions. An ensuite bathroom was filled with cosmetics, but nobody was hiding there. The door to the right of the main entrance was a sitting room, sofa and more armchairs, a TV, various cabinets, a wide window with a sturdy locking mechanism. No people. The third room off the hallway, overlooking the road, was a large eat-in kitchen, and empty. He switched on the lights for 5 seconds, then returned to the hallway. He retrieved his shoes, put them on, and waited by the slumped corpse of the man he'd killed, weapon raised. Thunder cracked. The lights flickered off and back on again. Danny shivered. His wet clothes were bringing down his body temperature. He ignored it. It took them 2 minutes to arrive. The general's face went pale when he saw the dead man on the floor. Bethany barely seemed to notice him. She calmly closed the door behind them as the general led them into the kitchen. There were no curtains, and Danny didn't like being illuminated. He took up position to the side of the window and half watched the road, half watched the general as he removed the kickboard below a line of kitchen units and felt underneath. A moment later, he heard the rip of tape. "Let's get out of here," Danny said. "You kidding me? We gotta broadcast this stuff now." "This place is under surveillance. It'll only take a minute," the general said. "I keep a Chromebook in the other room. Come on, let's get this done." Danny hesitated. He felt uneasy, but maybe the general was right. The sooner he could broadcast the deepfakes, the better their chance of stopping the hit. He nodded. "I need to use the bathroom while you gentlemen save the world," Bethany said. Danny understood that she was seeking his permission, and he nodded. She left the room, then Danny and the general crossed the hallway, past the dead body with the knife still protruding from the back of his neck, and into the room opposite. The general switched on the light and moved over to a desk against the far wall. There was a mirror over the desk. As the general located a laptop in one of the drawers, Danny looked at his own reflection. Several days' stubble, black bags under his eyes. He looked like he needed to sleep for a week. The general opened up his computer and sat in front of it at the desk, switched it on, inserted the memory stick. "You gotta see this," he said. There were 2 video files on the memory stick. The general clicked on the first. Footage ran. Danny crouched down to watch it. The footage was completely unremarkable. It appeared to have been taken by a surveillance camera in a busy street. Danny could tell from the U.S. registration plates on the passing cars that it was an American street, but Danny didn't know the registrations well enough to identify which state it was in. The surveillance camera pointed across the road to a stretch of sidewalk where there was a fast food joint, a thrift store, and a massage parlour, clearly not the best part of town. A man stood outside the massage parlour, a white guy, perhaps in his mid-30s. He stood there for 20 seconds or so as other pedestrians passed by without looking at him. Then somebody approached, a woman, also white, dark shoulder-length hair. They spoke for perhaps 30 seconds, then shook hands. The woman walked away. The man remained outside the massage parlour for a few more seconds, then walked off in the opposite direction. The footage stopped. The general clicked on the second file. The same piece of footage ran. The same street, the same cars, the same angle onto the same shops. But the man was different. At least his face was. Brown skin, an Arab-style beard, and a peculiar distinctive feature. A scar that started above his right eye and extended vertically over the eyelid and down onto his cheek. Danny knew that he was watching a deep fake. He knew to expect authenticity, but he was astonished at how lifelike it was. If he hadn't seen the original footage, there was simply no way he would have guessed that this had been doctored. It was completely convincing. The woman approached. The same woman, only not. This face was also different, older with highlighted hair. Danny thought he perhaps recognized her from TV, maybe. Then he had to remind himself that he was not watching a real person. He was watching a lie. Whoever it was that he was supposed to recognize, she had not walked up to this man with the strange scar on his eye. She had not spoken to him. She had not shaken his hand before walking away. The event unfolding on the screen simply had not happened. But nobody watching it would believe that if they hadn't seen the original first. The footage stopped running. There was silence. "The woman on the deep fake is Madeline Doherty, or at least that's what we're supposed to believe," the general said. "Democratic Congresswoman, chair of various select committees, front-runner for the Democratic nomination. She has a strong following among the black and Hispanic communities. Makes her the president's biggest threat come election time." "What about the bloke with the huge scar on his eye?" Danny said. "I haven't been able to find out, But whoever he is, he's being set up by the CIA probably, or at least a faction within it. They have a unit, you know? Its sole purpose is to target jihadist sympathizers who wouldn't ordinarily be a credible threat and encourage them to cross the line and plot actual terror attacks. They let them get 90% of the way, then they pass the intel on to the feds to make the arrest, and everybody's happy. You think that's what's happening to him? You think he's been encouraged to carry out an attack? Maybe. There's another possibility, though. The attacker could be somebody else. They might be making sure this guy is on the scene when it happens. They'll want a scapegoat, and a living whipping boy's better than a dead one, right? This guy sure looks the part with the beard and the eye and all. The president's base, there'll be a pack of wolves over a hunk of raw steak if they think a guy like that is involved in a terror attack. And if they think the liberals have been fraternizing with him, he'll be able to spin whatever the hell he wants. We'll never be rid of the guy. So let's stop him, Danny said. He felt faintly sick. I've already set up a YouTube account, the general said, and a mailing list with the news chiefs of all the major networks. I'll distribute the footage, then make some calls. There should be time to get me onto the late bulletins. The White House machine will get straight into motion. The story will lead the news cycle in the morning. I'll be discredited by lunchtime, but by then the Oval Office and the Kremlin will be sufficiently spooked not to try this line of attack again. His fingers hesitated over the keyboard. Danny felt a moment of profound respect for him. For all his faults and foolishness, he was a good man, doing the right thing, despite the personal consequences. Thunder rolled overhead. The lights in the apartment flickered off, then on. There was a flash of lightning. "Let's do it now," the general muttered, and he opened up a web browser. It was the last thing he ever did. Chapter 24. If he hadn't crouched down to watch the footage on the general's laptop, perhaps Danny would have seen Bethany earlier. As it was, he stood up just in time to see her reflection in the mirror. She was standing just a couple of meters behind them. Both her arms were extended. She held a pistol, a Glock 17, two-handed, right forefinger on the trigger. She must have taken it from the belt of the dead man in the hallway. It was aimed directly at the back of the general's head, and she was close enough for an accurate pistol shot. Everything happened in an instant. Bethany released a single round. It slammed into the general's skull. The general slumped heavily onto his laptop as a spatter of blood and scorched hair spat from the entry wound. Danny reached for his own weapon, but saw in the mirror that Bethany had immediately turned her Glock on him, and he half expected to hear the shot that would kill him. Instead, he heard her voice. "Hands up, Danny. Let's not make a mistake." He raised his hands. The general's laptop was quietly beeping due to his face pressing down on the keys. Blood seeped from the wound. It dripped down the side of his head and onto the desk. Danny watched Bethany in the mirror. She was completely in control. Her arm didn't shake. Her expression didn't change. She spoke calmly. "Here's what's gonna happen," she said. "You're gonna very slowly take your firearm and place it on the table. Then you're gonna put your hands on the back of your head, and you're gonna walk over to the window. You do anything else, any sudden movements, you get what the general got. Understood?" "Bethany, understood!" Danny didn't reply. He considered his options. Could he draw his weapon, turn and fire on Bethany before she had a chance to shoot? No way. Could he dive out of the way and hope to get the better of her in the confusion? Perhaps, but he wouldn't bet his life on it. And that was exactly what he'd have to do, bet his life. He had no option but to do as he was told. Very slowly he lowered his hands, removed his weapon, and placed it on the table. The computer stopped beeping. Maybe the general's blood had seeped into the mechanism. He walked over to the window. Bethany kept the Glock trained directly at him. "You think I'm stupid?" she said as he moved. "You know I don't think that," Danny said. "Then why do you behave like it?" "I don't know what you mean." He glanced over at the General's body. "Why did you do that?" "That's my job, isn't it? That's why I'm here." "Oh, no, plans have changed, haven't they? You don't need the crazy psycho bitch to do your dirty work for you anymore. So why am I here, Danny? What possible reason could your people have for sending me into the US with you and—" She inclined her head distastefully in the direction of the dead general. "Him." Danny said nothing. He could feel his heart beating. He cursed himself silently for leaving the dead man's Glock in his belt where Bethany could swipe it, for taking his eye off her at the critical moment, and for underestimating her, for failing to realize that she would work out the real reason she had been told to accompany him on this part of the mission. "When were you going to do it, Danny?" she whispered. "When you'd finished saving the world. Put a bullet in the head of this stupid woman, then have a good laugh about it with your new friend the General." "You've got it wrong," Danny said. "Put the pistol down. We need to get out of here. Someone will have heard the gunshot. They'll have called the police." "Shut up," she hissed. "Don't patronize me." She edged towards the laptop. She released one of her hands and pulled the memory stick from the side of the computer, put it in her pocket. "What are you doing?" Danny said. "What does it look like?" "It looks like you're taking the evidence. Bethany, there's going to be a hit. You know that. We can stop it." "I'm not taking evidence," Bethany said. "I'm ensuring my son continues to have a mother. Your people want this footage. They'll need to deliver my son and guarantee our safety." "Bethany, don't insult me!" she snapped. "Don't tell me you had no plans to kill me when this was over. Don't tell me that's not what they told you to do. I know how they work. I know how you work." She moved her free hand back up to the weapon. Danny judged the distance between them, 5 meters. An unskilled shooter could easily miss at that range, but he knew she'd had weapons training. She was likely to hit him. "You're wrong. We can sort this." "You think I'm mad?" she said. Danny shook his head. "I'll tell you what madness is," she continued. "Madness is performing the same action and expecting a different result. I let you go once before, and you turned up again like a bad penny. I'm not crazy, so I won't be doing that again." "Put the gun down, Bethany," Danny started to say, but he knew there was no point. He could tell when somebody had made the decision to kill. There was a unique flatness in the eyes. She was going to do it. "Bethany, I can sort things for you. Don't lie to me." "If you shoot me now," Danny said, "you make it harder to see your son again, not easier. I can make it happen, Bethany. You know I can." There was, for the briefest instant, a flicker of doubt. She glanced at the General, then bit her lower lip, as though pondering whether she'd made a mistake. But she didn't lower the weapon. Her hands didn't tremble, and when she looked back at Danny, he sensed that her determination had doubled. He felt a sickening ball of heat in his stomach. She looked like she was going to do it. Somewhere outside the building there was the sound of a police siren. Bethany's lip curled contemptuously, but she glanced sidelong, clearly registering the siren. "Sounds like someone's already phoned in the sound of gunshot, Bethany," Danny said carefully. "The police are on their way, and chances are they'll be putting in a cordon on the roads round the apartment. Our faces are all over the news networks. We don't know what instructions they've been given if they see us. If you want to see your son again, you need to stick with me. I'm your best way out of this." "You make me sick," Bethany spat. "I don't need your help." There was another roll of thunder that caused the lights in the apartment to flicker momentarily. Danny grabbed his chance. He dived to the ground in the half-second of darkness. He heard the retort of the Glock and the familiar splintering sound of bullet against glass. He rolled behind the cover of a sofa as the lights returned. He heard Bethany hiss with frustration and prepared himself for her to appear and take a second shot. But she didn't. He heard her footsteps as she sprinted out of the apartment. Had the siren spooked her? He didn't know and didn't have time to think about it. He pushed himself to his feet, ran to the table to grab his cig. He was no stranger to death, but the sight of the general slumped and bleeding over his laptop angered him. A good man trying to do the right thing, and Danny had let him down. He sprinted from the apartment. On the landing, he took a second to consider whether Bethany would have gone upstairs. He decided not. In 2 minutes, this place would be full of police. She knew that. She wouldn't risk it. He hurtled down the stairs, his feet thumping heavily on the treads, as he took them 4 at a time. The front door to the house was open. The rain was still falling heavily. It stung his face. He looked left and right. No sign of her. But to the left, neon lights, sirens. Would Bethany have run that way to double bluff him? No. She was too careful. The risk was too high, especially when she was holding the gun that had just committed a murder, and her face had been on national TV. She had turned right. He was certain of it. He sprinted after her. He tried to calculate how far ahead of him she would be. He estimated he had left the apartment 20 seconds after her. He was fitter and probably faster. 100 meters? He peered ahead through the rain as he ran. Visibility was poor. He couldn't see her. He upped his pace, half closing his eyes to stop the rainwater blinding him. The sirens were screaming behind him. His feet slapped against the wet path. He kept looking straight ahead. He could see a street crossing, one at right angles. Distance 75 meters, and in the yellow light of a street lamp, which illuminated the rain pelting at an oblique angle, he saw a figure turning the corner to the right. A small frame, a glimpse of blonde hair. It was her. Rain everywhere, in his mouth, down his neck. It saturated every thread of his clothes. It seeped in between his palm and the handle of his cig. He wiped it from his eyes with a soaking sleeve as he reached the corner and turned right. It was another residential street, almost indistinguishable from the last. Townhouses loomed on either side. Parked cars lined the road, and there was the flashing neon of police lights too. Danny had been right about the cordon. They blocked the road 150 meters distant. Danny scanned through the rain and the glare, searching for Bethany. There was no sign of her, but she couldn't have simply disappeared. She would be avoiding the police lights. She would be hiding somewhere between his position and theirs. He slowed to a jog, advanced along the street, scanning left and right. He didn't really think she would be hiding between parked cars or in the porch of a townhouse. Too easy to see, but he checked those locations anyway. No sign of her. The flashing lights didn't move. The police vehicles were stationary at the end of the road. 20 meters ahead, Danny saw a side street leading off to the right, more of an alleyway really, narrow, no more than 6 meters wide. He put himself into Bethany's head. Police in front of her, Danny behind. No other place to hide. She wouldn't know if the alleyway had an exit, but it looked like her only option. He stopped at the corner by the black railings in front of the end of terrace, listened through the pounding rain, raised his weapon two-handed, turned. She was there, 50 meters away. She wasn't running. Perhaps she had realized that he would catch up with her eventually, but Danny didn't understand what she was doing. There was a high brick wall on either side of the narrow alleyway. There seemed to be an exit route at the far end, but the rain was too heavy for him to see it clearly. Bethany herself was crouching on the ground to the left-hand side of the alleyway. The slope of the road was such that a rush of rainwater was streaming towards her. She seemed to have one hand in the stream. She held her gun in the other and was pointing back down the alleyway towards Danny. There was no way she could fire reliably from that distance. Danny advanced, his own weapon raised. There was a clap of thunder, then another flash of lightning. It illuminated the wet hair plastered to her pale face. Even from a distance, she looked desperate, crazed. Distance to Bethany, 20 meters. 15. What was she doing? Why was she crouching there? 10 meters. And Danny understood. The stream of rainwater was gushing into a drainage grate. He could now see that Bethany was holding the memory stick over it, ready to drop it. And if Danny took her out, her grip would immediately loosen, and it would be lost. Stalemate. Rainwater streamed down Bethany's face. Danny couldn't be certain that there weren't also tears. They stood in silence, weapons pointed at each other for a full 30 seconds. Danny knew he had to choose his words with great care. He had to talk around. He had to be persuasive. He took a single step towards her. "Don't move!" she screamed. He froze, kept his weapon raised, evaluated his position. He knew she was right-handed. She was holding her weapon in her left hand. She was in a heightened state of emotion. Her chances of an accurate shot at this distance were low. His chances were pretty high. How far would the sound of gunshot travel? With the cacophony of the rain pelting the ground and the rooftops? Not far. "We can sort this out," he shouted over the hammering of the rain. "Put the weapon down. Give me the memory stick." She shook her head. He saw that she was shivering. "If you don't put the weapon down, this only ends one way," he shouted. "Work with me. I can get you out of here." Another shake of the head. "We can deal with the general," he shouted. "We can say he was killed by the guy waiting for us in the apartment. They'll believe me even if they don't believe you. We can fix it." He risked another step. "I said don't move!" Bethany screamed. She waved the weapon threateningly and put her fingers into the gaps in the grate so the memory stick was out of sight. "I want to speak to my son," she shouted. "I want to see him. Get him on the phone. Otherwise, this footage is gone." Danny didn't move. "Don't you understand me?" Bethany shouted. "I don't care about anything else. I don't care about this footage. I don't care about the terror attack. I don't care about you. I just care about my son, and I want to speak to him right now." Danny heard sirens, a glimpse of blue neon as a police car passed the opening to the alleyway 40 meters behind him. What are my options? He could continue trying to talk her round, but she wasn't in the mood to be persuaded. Or he could do what she asked, get the kid on the phone. It would give him the opportunity to approach her, get close, and when he was close, he had a much better chance of overpowering her. Decision made. He released his left hand while keeping the cig raised in his right, felt inside his jacket for his phone. It told him that the time was 2100 hours. Beads of rain collected on the screen, making it unresponsive as he swiped. He had to try a few times, but he accessed his encrypted calling app and dialed the access number into Hereford before putting the phone to his ear. It rang. Bethany stared. He was sure that it wasn't just rainwater welling in her eyes.
Go ahead.
"Get me the CO.
Say again. The line is bad.
Get me the damn CO.
Wait out."
The line went silent. Danny's focus moved to other sounds. The distant sirens, the boom of thunder, the rain fizzing all around him.
"Black?"
The CO's voice sounded curt.
"What's happening? You're all over the fucking news networks."
"I need Bethany's kid. On the line. Right now. Video call." He judged the level of his voice carefully, clear enough to be heard over the line, not so loud that Bethany could hear him. Silence. "Boss, did you hear me?"
"I heard you. Black, I don't know why you're asking this, but it's not going to happen."
"It has to. Bethany has the memory stick with the footage. She's going to destroy it if she doesn't see her kid." More silence.
"You have to find another way,"
the CO said. A crack of thunder, a flash of lightning. It lit Bethany's face up again. There was a kind of hunger in her expression. She looked wild, desperate. "There's no other way," Danny said, and he meant it.
"There has to be. Don't you get what I'm saying? The kid can't get on a call. It's impossible. His getting on a call days are done. He's dead."
Danny could almost taste his revulsion. It was bitter and acrid. It made him sneer. "How?"
"The team that picked him up got heavy-handed. We couldn't tell you, not when he was all the leverage we had with her. You get that, right?"
Yeah, Danny got it. He got that he was on the side who would think nothing of using a dead kid to their advantage. He killed the call and lowered the phone. "Well?" Bethany demanded. "Are they going to do it?" Her voice was shaky. It had turned hoarse. Are they?" Danny didn't know what it was that communicated the truth to her. The crease of his frown, perhaps. the self-loathing downturn of his mouth and eyes. Maybe it was the way he distractedly failed to raise his left hand up to his weapon again, as he should have done. Or maybe it was simply his silence, his inability to say anything, for fear of revealing the one fact he knew he had to conceal. All he knew was that she understood. She shook her head. The faintest shake, more of a twitch, as though she couldn't quite believe the truth that had just struck her. Her lips moved. Danny could tell what she was whispering to herself. Her child's name. She closed her eyes briefly. Danny experienced a curious sense of time slowing down. He saw raindrops splash in slow motion from her eyelashes. Then she opened her eyes again, and it was as if she was a different person. Everything about her had changed. She was not the Bethany White who had been on ops with him over the past days, ruthless, certainly, but calm and in absolute control. It was the Bethany White he had seen back at Bryce Norton, caged in the guarded porter cabin, raw aggression and fire. She screamed. It was pure emotion, and it cut through everything. The sirens, the rain. He could tell that instinct and fury had taken over her. He knew she was going to fire. He hit the ground just as she released her round, and as he dived and rolled on the wet pavement, he fired his SIG. The two retorts followed each other in quick succession. It was only after Danny released his round that he felt a sting in his right arm and realized Bethany had clipped him. The impact had compromised his own ability to shoot straight. His round had hit her in the right forearm. She screamed again and pulled her arm up. The memory stick fell from her grasp into the grate, washed away with the torrential flow of rainwater. Danny clasped one hand to the wound. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. It felt like there was some blood loss, and the arm was shaky. Bethany was on her feet. Her own arm hung loosely by her side, and rainwater washed off the blood that dripped onto her hand. She staggered back and fired again, but the bullet went loose. Danny didn't know where. She turned to run towards the far end of the alleyway. The exit was about 30 meters away, and so far there was no indication of a police presence there. Danny took another shot, but she was a moving target, and the graze on his arm affected his aim. He cursed as his own bullet missed his target. He steadied his hand, fired again, but Bethany was running fast, at an angle from his line of fire, and she was beyond his effective range. He pushed himself to his feet, ready to chase her. But then he heard voices, and he looked back. Blue lights flashed at the entrance to the alleyway behind him, no doubt drawn to the sound of gunfire. Silhouetted figures moved in front of them, 4, maybe 5, armed. This was America, so yeah, armed. He couldn't tell what they were shouting through the noise of the rain, but he could guess. Decision time. The footage was lost. Bethany was gone. Those American police officers would be trigger-happy, especially if they recognized his face. He had to get out of there. He ran in the same direction as Bethany, towards the far end of the alleyway. Fast. Chapter 25. 9:05, and the park was so busy. Much busier than during the day. Everyone was here for the fireworks at 9:15, and the streets were packed. It was difficult to move through the crowds, but Hamud did it. Rabia and the children struggled to keep up. Every now and then he caught a glimpse of the man with the long face, or at least of his back and the Donald Duck baseball jacket. The sighting never lasted more than a few seconds before the crowds closed around him. Hamud was aware of Rabia calling at him to slow down. He couldn't. He was drawn to this man, desperate to see his face again, desperate to identify it. Maybe it was someone from his past. He had to know. He stopped. He had reached the edge of a large circular fountain that blasted water 20 meters into the air, lit up by lights of all colors. On the far side was a set of steps leading up to a cafe. A crowd, several people deep, enclosed the fountain. Hamud's children cupped the water in their hands and naughtily splashed each other. Rabia was giving him her concerned look. Hamud was staring over at the steps. The man with the long face was there. He was almost at the top, so he was visible above the crowd. He was scanning it, as though looking for someone. The baseball jacket really did look too big for him, and he was muttering to himself and absent-mindedly touching his face as though he was somehow unfamiliar with it. Hammud blinked and realized what he was seeing. He was seeing a man unaccustomed to being clean-shaven, a man used to wearing a beard. That thought made Hammud touch his own beard, and it made him envision what the man with the long face would look like if he had one. And then, instantly, he knew. Hammud closed his eyes. He pictured himself back at home, sitting at the table opening up the box of newspaper clippings that he kept on the top shelf of the bookcase and which Rabia wanted him to throw away. The clippings about former Guantanamo Bay prisoners Hammud had never met or even seen, but with whom he felt a connection. One of them was a man with a long face and a long beard. In his picture he had looked friendly and appealing. Hammud had found himself wondering if, in another life, they might have been friends. He opened his eyes, superimposed a beard on the man's face. It was him. There was no question. Only he didn't look friendly and appealing now. He looked nervous and dangerous. Nausea flooded through Hammud's gut. He thought of the man and the woman who he'd seen on TV, how he'd told himself not to be too quick to judge, and he realized he had been misjudging the man in the clipping. Perhaps he was not innocent, like Hammud. Perhaps his case was not a miscarriage of justice. And it was suddenly, strikingly, horribly clear to Hammud why the man's jacket was oversized and why he had shaved his beard. He was absolutely certain that if he looked under the man's clothes, he would discover that he'd shaved his body hair too. He remembered the urban myth that had come to him the previous night, that the fireworks coincided with a spike in gun crime nearby. Was that true? Perhaps not, but there was no doubt that the best time to set off an explosion was when everybody's attention was on the sky, not on those around them. The man walked down one step towards the fountain. He was still muttering to himself, as if praying. Why could nobody see what Hammud could see? Dizziness almost overpowered Hammud. He had to grip the edge of the fountain to stay upright. He couldn't hear anything. The people in the crowd were a blur, with the occasional face suddenly crystallizing into absolute clarity. A young woman with a shaved head, a black man with his son on his shoulders, a couple of teenagers kissing, all of them unknowingly seconds from horror. Hammud! Hammud! His hearing returned. The excited buzz of the crowd, and Rabia urgently saying his name and pulling at his sleeve. "What's the matter? What's going on? You look terrible." He stared at her. She had tears in her eyes. He looked down at his children. They had stopped playing with the water. They were watching him, their adorable eyes so wide. And all of a sudden, everything made sense. The free holiday. The people watching him, taking his photograph. He hadn't been imagining it. He wasn't paranoid. He was seeing things as they were. Hammud had been manipulated into being in this very place at this very time. His presence was being documented, because then, when the horror happened, he would be the scapegoat. A former Guantanamo inmate, a man looking like him at the site of a horrific terror attack, an accomplice to the crime. He thought of the presidential rally he had watched on TV, those white faces with their American flags and their fists punched in the air. Who among them would believe Hammud was not involved? Not a single one. He was the perfect suspect, oven ready. And would they believe him when he declared that he had been set up? Of course they wouldn't. A dead suicide bomber would soon be forgotten, but a live accomplice, dragged through a sensational trial and awarded a lifelong prison term or even a death sentence. Hammud would become a symbol, a focus for their bile, living, breathing proof that their hatred of outsiders was justified. Hammud looked at his watch. 9:10. The fireworks would start in 5 minutes. He took Rabia's hand, held it between his. "You have to go," he said. She frowned. "Hammud." "No," Hammud said.
Do not talk. I beg you not to argue with me. Take the children and go. Now! Get out of the park. Get as far away from here as you can. Do not look back. Run if you can. Don't stop running, even to look at the fireworks, especially to look at the fireworks.
He bent down to Malik and Melissa and embraced each of them with a fierce hug.
Look after your mother, he said, and remember that I love you.
He stood again.
Now, go!
Rabia obviously understood his urgency. He was grateful that she didn't try to talk him round or tell him he was paranoid or unwell. He could see his own panic in her face. She took the children, one in each hand, and squeezed back through the crowd, earning some shouts and unkind comments from those whose good humour did not extend to letting through this brown woman and her children. For once, the comments didn't anger Hamoud. For once, he was pleased that people didn't want to be too close to his family. It meant they passed through the crowd more quickly. They were out of his sight within seconds. Hamoud moved just as quickly. He half considered jumping into the fountain and splashing across its diameter, which was only about 15 metres wide, and so was the most direct route to the steps. It was not a possibility, of course. To do that would draw attention to himself, and that was the worst thing he could do. So he squeezed his way around the perimeter, ignoring the same comments and complaints that his family had received. He kept the man on the steps in his peripheral vision. Hamoud didn't want him to see that he was under observation, nor did he want to lose sight of him. He saw the man take another step down towards the fountain. Classical music filled the air, a tune that Hamoud recognized but couldn't identify. He knew what it meant, though. The firework display was about to start. He was sweating heavily. His palms were more irritated than they had ever been. He scratched them with his fingernails whenever he was not using his hands to clear a path around the fountain. The scratching brought no relief. It increased the irritation. By the time he had made a semicircle and was standing in front of the steps, his palms were burning. The sweat felt like blood. There was a heart-thumping series of bangs. Hamoud felt them at his very core. He thought for a sickening moment that it had happened. Then the crowd oohed and ahed, and the sky lit up, a multitude of different colours, and the fireworks continued with their squeals and cracks and technicolor explosions. Hamoud zoned it all out. He heard nothing but his heartbeat and the rise and fall of his lungs, and he focused in on the only other person in the vicinity whose eyes were not raised to heaven. The man with the long face was still scanning the crowd. He had reached the fountain and was looking across it. He was only 4 meters from where Hamoud was standing, and as a red firework burst overhead, Hamoud saw beads of sweat on his forehead reflecting the glow. Thanks to the curve of the circular fountain wall, Hamoud saw that he was muttering to himself. Although no lip reader, he could make out what the man was saying. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Hamoud hesitated for a moment, but only for a moment in which he thought about his family, his children, how he knew that they would always bear the stigma of their father's imprisonment, how they would always be under suspicion, the children of a man everybody thought was a terrorist, even though he was not. But what if he could alter the story for them? What if, instead of being the children of a pariah, they grew up as the children of a hero? What if he gave them the one thing Hamoud had looked for but never found, a new life? He raised his eyes. The fireworks bloomed above him, and he felt for the first time since the camp serene. His palms had stopped itching. His breathing was steady. His heart beat at its usual rate. He kept gazing up, but edged around the perimeter of the fountain, keeping the man in view. His awareness had never felt so heightened. He saw and heard everyone and everything with complete clarity. An elderly couple, hand in hand. A baby cooing in a stroller. Twin girls, no more than 10 years old, in identical outfits, all these people unaware of the threat in their midst. He was only 2 meters away now. The music swelled. The man with the long face turned so that his back was facing the fountain. Hamoud realized what that meant. The blast would come from his front, and he didn't want the deserted area over the fountain to take the brunt of it. There was no point being a suicide bomber if you didn't take as many people with you as possible. Hamoud could see his right hand. It was clenched, as though he was grasping something. The pad of his thumb was circling. It looked like he was preparing to press a button. Hamud took another step towards him. They were just a metre apart. The man with the long face closed his eyes. Hamud hesitated. He saw the crowd, a blanket of raised heads spread out around the fountain and far beyond it. He saw the sky, a riot of light and colour and smoke. He saw from the corner of his eye the glowing fairy-tale castle, and he made a wish that what he was about to do would make his children's dreams come true. And then he did it. Hamud stepped in front of the bomber, facing him. He wrapped his arms around the bomber's abdomen as tightly as if he was holding on to his own children. He was aware of a rapid sequence of firework explosions overhead, and of someone shouting nearby, and of the bomber roaring in frustration as Hamud forced them both over the edge of the fountain. He was aware of a splash as they hit the water, and a muffled cry of anger as he twisted hard so that the bomber was lying face down in the water, and Hamud was beneath him, face up, submerged. And then he was never aware of anything ever again. The fireworks were loud, but the explosion of the suicide bomber's homemade device was louder, the kind of deep boom that vibrates the core and deadens the hearing, the kind of shock that paralyzes the muscles and the senses for a few seconds until the panic starts. The panic started. There were screams, of course. They mingled with the fireworks and the classical music and were a catalyst for more screaming, which radiated through the crowd from the epicenter of the suicide bomber. Within seconds, people were screaming and running without knowing what they were screaming about or running from. Even the people in the vicinity of the steps could not know it all. Some of them, distracted from the firework display by the sudden movement, had seen Hamud grapple the bomber into the fountain. They had seen, as well as heard, the explosion. It was a sight that would remain with them as long as they lived. Hamud's body had taken the force of the blast. He could not absorb it all, of course. The force of the explosion had thrown the bomber himself up into the air in a shower of blood, water, and shrapnel. Those closest to the blast were thrown outwards from it, their skin burned, their hair scorched. A nail flew into the shoulder of the black man with the kid on his shoulders. Another pierced the leg of a young woman. Yet another blinded an old man in his left eye. But they could not know, amid the panic and the chaos and the injury and the blood, that the bulk of the shrapnel in the bomber's jacket had torn into the flesh of Hamud's thorax and abdomen. They saw dismembered body parts flying through the air and lying on the ground, mangled, wet, cauterized and smoking, and the sight revolted them. It revolted them not only because the limbs were gruesome to behold, but because they were the limbs of an extremist, a fanatic, a killer who wished harm on them and their families. But they could not know, as they gathered their weeping children into their arms to protect them from the vision of these body parts, that the body parts floating in the fountain belonged to a man who had sacrificed himself to save them. They could smell the rank, acrid stench of burning flesh, and it made some of them sick. But they could not know, as the fireworks continued to flower in the sky and the music continued its inappropriate counterpoint to the screams, that a woman holding hands with her 2 children had suddenly stopped hurrying to the exit, and the sickness in her stomach was more profound than any of theirs. The screams had reached her ears. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there were tears, and her children were looking up at her. She bent down to hug them each in turn, and drew some comfort from the warmth of their bodies and the way they wrapped their little arms around her and held tight. Then she said, "We must do what your father asked." She took them by the hand again and led them to the exit. Chapter 26. For the first time that night, Danny was thankful for the rain. It offered cover from the police officers behind him, and he had to outrun them. The alleyway extended for another 30 meters. Danny sprinted along it, ignoring the pain in his right arm where Bethany's bullet had grazed him, his feet splashing heavily in the flood of water on the ground. The cops would be following 40 meters distant, perhaps less. He didn't need to check behind him to be certain of that. If they got close enough, there was every chance that they would take a shot. Distance was essential. At the end of the alleyway, he could turn left or right. Both led to busy streets, with the hazy glare of car headlamps moving through the rain. There was nothing to choose between his two options. Bethany could have gone in either direction, but she was not his primary concern now. She no longer had the memory stick. The footage was lost. His attempt to stop the president's conspiracy had failed. He turned left at random and emerged soaked and panting onto the busy road. A police car screamed past. Danny pulled his wet hood further over his face and hurried in the opposite direction. There were still no pedestrians out in the rain. He was a lone figure as he pounded the path, and although his head was down and his weapon concealed, he knew he had to hide. The police were everywhere, and there were no crowds in which to lose himself. It was impossible to be the grey man when you were sprinting alone along deserted pathways. He soon came across a right-hand turn which led down a side street filled with large commercial rubbish bins. It was dark, dingy, unwelcoming, and stank of debris. The places nobody wanted to go were the perfect places to hide. He ducked down the lane and secreted himself behind one of the huge plastic bins. There was rotting litter on the ground, and rain streaked down the wall behind him. He crouched in shadow, his wet clothing clinging to him, and removed his weapon ready should he need to use it. He listened hard through the rain. The distant sound of sirens came and went. He thought perhaps he heard the sound of voices shouting. But the rain washed away these fragments of sound, and Danny remained undisturbed and undiscovered. Defeat did not sit well with Danny Black. He had the mindset of a regiment man, a mindset that valued operational success at all costs. Bethany White had denied him that success, thwarted his operation. There was a part of him that wanted to hunt her down and finish the job the headshed had given him. Another part of him, however, felt as much anger with the headshed as with Bethany. They'd killed her boy. He hadn't deserved that, whatever his mother might have done. Danny didn't know what made him feel more bitter, that he was in some way complicit in the death of a child, or that they'd kept him in the dark about it while he carried out their instructions. Either way, they'd been playing Danny as well as Bethany. He knew he shouldn't be surprised after all these years. He was just a soldier, after all, there to do a job and not to ask too many questions. But the headshed's deception had an unintended consequence. Despite everything, Danny felt a strange complicity with Bethany. He was not going to go looking for her. She could be anywhere in Washington, D.C. already in any case. She was somebody else's problem now. The rain continued to fall. Danny stayed where he was. His body temperature was dropping. His arm was in pain. He was cramped and wet and uncomfortable. But he could wait here, hidden in the darkness, for as long as he needed, while the police moved on and he worked out his next move. Bethany White did not know where she was. She had run and run and run. Everything was a blur. She was clutching her right forearm with her left hand. There was blood and it hurt, but she didn't care about that. Rain streamed into her face, but she didn't care about that either. There had been tears for a while, washed away by the downpour, but now there was just a hot, burning mass of pain in her chest, a desperation and an anger like she had never known. They had intended to take her life. She could cope with that. She could even understand it. But to take the one thing that meant more to her than that, she could never forgive them for it. She stopped running. She was breathing heavily. Her surroundings came into focus. She was outside a liquor store in a small street with barely any traffic. She had no phone and no money, but these things were not so hard to come by, especially if you had a Glock 17 in your fist. She looked through the window of the store. There was just one customer, a lanky young guy with a ponytail and a thin raincoat, wet from the weather and slightly unsteady on his feet, buying beer. The cashier was putting the beers into a brown paper bag while the young guy placed some bills on the counter. Moments later, he was heading to the exit. Bethany could tell he was drunk. She gripped her handgun behind her back, checked to see that the street was empty, then stood to one side of the store and waited for him to step outside. The young man paused for a moment in the doorway, looking out at the rain with a bleary expression of distaste. Then he shrugged, stepped out into it, and walked in Bethany's direction. He didn't even appear to notice her until she was standing right in front of him, her weapon raised and inches from his chest. He stopped. His jaw dropped. "Give me your cell phone," Bethany said. He stared at the gun, then at Bethany. He shook his head, emboldened perhaps by the booze in his system, which she could smell. She didn't have time for this. She pulled the trigger. There was a sharp recoil as she discharged a round, but the bullet drilled directly into the young man's chest and he crashed heavily to the ground. Bethany felt nothing. No compassion for the victim, no fear that the gunshot would attract attention. She found his phone in 10 seconds and took his wallet while she was at it. The phone required facial recognition to unlock it. She held the screen over the young man's dead face, then swiped it up and she was in. She disabled the locking function, then heard sirens in the distance. She pocketed the phone and the wallet, and then she started running again. Danny had made a plan. He would head to the British Embassy. It was the only place he would be safe. There he'd demand to see the defense attaché, and the suits could do the rest of the work. He checked the location of the embassy on his phone, memorized the route. Then he stood up. His joints were tight, his limbs numb. Pain radiated from the bullet graze. He hadn't heard a siren or a voice for 20 minutes, however, so he was ready to risk moving. He slowly emerged from behind the bin and wiped rain from his eyes. There was nobody about, so he moved to the end of the side street, where it met the busier road. The traffic had died down a little, but there were still no other pedestrians in this torrential rain. He had to force his aching legs into action. He had the uncomfortable sensation of his body letting him down. His route took him north. He estimated that he'd need an hour, plus any time required to put in surveillance on the entrance to the embassy to check the U.S. authorities weren't lying in wait for him. He'd only been moving for 10 minutes, however, when 2 police cars appeared up ahead, screaming down in his direction, forcing him to change his strategy. He was just passing a sports bar, green neon signage and a cartoonish decal of an American football player on the window. He quickly entered. It was a relief to be out of the rain. It was warm inside. It made his soaked clothes feel even more clammy. There was a staircase leading down into the basement where the bar was. He could hear the regular thrum of music from below. Here on the ground floor were toilets. He entered the gents'. 2 of the cubicles were occupied, but he was able to check himself in the mirror without anybody watching. He was a mess. His hair and clothes and stubble were soaked. There were dark bags under his eyes. His main concern, though, was his sleeve. There was a tear in his jacket where the bullet had grazed it, but any blood had been soaked up by his hoodie. He looked scruffy, but he didn't look as though he'd been shot. If the police cars had passed, he'd leave. If necessary, though, and in the dim light of a bar, he could pass as a loser who'd got caught in the rain. He put one hand through his hair, then exited the gents before the cubicle occupants emerged. But the police cars had stopped outside the bar. Their lights were still flashing. Had he been seen? He didn't know, but his decision was made for him. He couldn't leave, at least not this way. His only option was to head down into the bar itself. Perhaps there would be another exit. The volume of music increased as he descended, some heavy guitar band. He pushed his way through a set of double doors and entered the basement. There was a square bar with 3 bartenders serving in the middle, dim lighting. 30 or 40 punters, all men, most of them at the bar, but a few standing at high tables. The walls were covered with framed pictures of sports stars, some of them signed. On one wall there was a large smirking picture of the president in front of the Stars and Stripes. There were numerous screens hanging from the ceiling. Some were showing the golf, others baseball. The music was not quite loud enough to drown out people's voices, but nobody seemed to be talking to each other. They were just staring up at the screens or down at their beers. Nobody even noticed Danny as he entered. He looked for alternative exits. There was another set of double doors at the far side of the bar. They swung open, and a fourth bartender entered. He caught a glimpse of a washing-up area, but couldn't be certain that it would lead to an exit. He approached the bar and pointed at a Coors beer tap. An unsmiling bartender poured him a beer. Danny didn't want it. He wanted hot, sweet coffee to raise his body temperature, but it was more important to blend in. He took a sip and looked up at the Gulf. He only saw 5 seconds of it because it suddenly changed. A news anchor appeared, and a banner across the bottom of the screen read, "Suicide Bomber Latest." Danny pushed his beer away and stared. The image changed. There was shaky camera phone footage of terrified crowds jostling each other. There were fireworks overhead. The wording changed. Walt Disney World terrorist attack. 2 dead, many injured. A guy sitting at a stool to Danny's right hand said, "Fucking Arabs." His speech was slurred. The image changed again. A face appeared. Danny recognized it. The beard, the vertical scar across the face. It was the man in the deep fake footage, and he braced himself for what might come next. "Fucking look at him," slurred the guy on the next bar stool. "They got the chair in Florida, and that's too good for him." Danny zoned him out. He read the rolling news banner across the screen. Former Guantanamo Bay suspect throws himself on suicide bomber. Foils terror plot in heroic act of self-sacrifice. Danny blinked. He didn't understand. He glanced across the room at the picture of the president smirking down on them. He pictured him sitting in the Oval Office, watching the same news flash, also wondering what the hell had happened. He imagined a room deep in the heart of the Kremlin, where men in suits would be having the same bewildered reaction. He looked to his right and saw the guy by his side properly for the first time. He was white, of course, and he wore a baseball cap with the words "Make America Great Again." He was frowning, as though what he was watching made no sense. Then he looked at his beer, downed it, left a $20 bill on the bar, and walked out. Danny pulled out his phone. The implications of what he was watching were not fully clear to him, but his duty was. Hereford needed to know that the guy with the scarred eye was the same guy in the general's deep fake footage. He was about to dial into base when the phone vibrated and the screen lit up with an unfamiliar number. Danny hesitated. Should he answer? It was a US number, and that made him edgy. The Gulf had returned to the screen. The punters were still staring at it like zombies. Danny accepted the call and put the phone to his ear, but didn't speak. He had to listen hard. The music in the bar was a distraction. He blocked his left ear with one finger and could make out the sound of traffic and rain on the other end of the phone. Whoever this was, they were outside. He still didn't speak. If this unknown caller wanted a conversation, they would have to identify themselves first.
"Hello, Danny,"
said Bethany White. Danny felt a chill, and it was nothing to do with his wet clothes. The hysterical distress in her voice had gone. Menace and ice had replaced anger and fire. She sounded cold and determined.
"I don't know where you are, and right now I don't care. Don't bother trying to track me. I'll be miles away by the time your people find this phone, but I want you to know something."
She paused, as if waiting for Danny to speak. He remained silent.
"You and your people have taken everything from me. First my husband, now my son. I have nothing left. If I died tomorrow, I wouldn't care. You need to understand that, Danny. I wouldn't care."
Another pause. "What do you want?" Danny said.
"I want you to suffer like I've suffered, and believe me, you will. You'll feel what I'm feeling now. I'll take your loved ones from you one by one, and I'll let you live to mourn them, because that's what I'll be doing every day for the rest of my life."
It occurred to Danny to argue with her, to tell her that what had happened to her son was nothing to do with him, that he'd been as much in the dark as she was. But he saved his breath. When Bethany White saw Danny Black, she saw all members of the regiment and security services, and she blamed him for all their betrayals and shortcomings.
She sounds like a gorgeous little girl, your daughter Rose. It would be a shame if something terrible happened to her, wouldn't it?
The line went dead. Danny stared at the phone. A hot, tingling nausea spread to his stomach. He was aware of nothing else, not the music, not the screens, not the other people in the bar. He was only aware of Bethany's words, which were ringing in his head like funeral bells. He stood up, pulled a damp banknote from his back pocket, and placed it on the bar without even checking its denomination. As he walked to the exit, he could feel the weight of his cig in the inside pocket of his jacket. He hoped, for their sake, that the police had moved on. Danny Black needed to get back home. He had business there, and nobody was going to stop him. 2 miles to the west, Bethany White stood in the yellow light of a street lamp, rain lashing against her skin. She lowered her phone and stared into the middle distance for a moment. Police sirens had started up again, but she didn't care. She saw her boy in her mind's eye, his gentle smile, his soft, innocent face. A sob escaped her throat, and her hands shook, and she felt herself bending over with the anguish of it. But she quickly straightened herself and took several deep breaths. She looked around. Rainwater was gushing into another nearby grate. She strode up to it and dropped the mobile phone into the drain, just as she'd done with the memory stick. She thought of the general and his crazy conspiracy. Was he right? Were the most powerful men in the world manipulating the gullible to tighten their grip on power? She didn't care. She only cared about her son and righting the wrongs that had been done to her. She put her head down and disappeared through the rain and into the darkness. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of 022 by Chris Ryan. Text copyright 2020 Chris Ryan. Production copyright 2020 Hodder and Stoughton Limited. All rights reserved. For more information about our unabridged audiobooks, please visit www.hodder.co.uk.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.